My God. Yeah, I have a vacation timeshare down the rabbit hole. Like to
right?
go visit once in a while, but I don't live there. Um,
Well, you know, and like in crypto, like there's some rabbit holes in crypto.
I mean,
Like,
XRP, for instance. XRP is a massive
right.
rabbit hole. Tell me a
I'll
rabbit
tell you
hole.
what though,
I want to hear.
when is XRP actually gonna like let's go?
I mean, it did. It saw all-time highs.
Yeah, but like higher.
I know we all want that, right? I do. I got moon
I
bags.
mean, I'm not looking for, you know, past the moon and Mars. I'm looking for like $3 and $5 and $10.
Yeah, and I think there's a possibility. But I don't know if you saw
I
the live yesterday, but if you missed the live yesterday,
um I did see bits and pieces of it.
Francesca, I implore you, go back and watch it on YouTube. Watch
Okay,
the whole
okay,
thing and not just like it needs to be shared. Like people need this information and I'm glad that I finally covered it because I've been saying it for a long time, but I
right?
finally had someone on where we were talking about it and everything just started coming out and I was able to break it down and explain exactly what is happening, what is different in this cycle compared to every other cycle we've seen. So definitely go check that out for sure. And then
See, and the
come back on, we'll
disadvantage
talk
that
about it.
I have is I didn't get to experience all the bull run or because I was barely around.
Right.
I mean, I didn't really get like into crypto until January.
A lot of people did. A
You
lot
know,
of
that's when I started diversifying into like you know, the different coins, like for example, XTC, XLM, Doge, Shiba. You know what I mean? Like before that, it was just I had the little BTC, I had some XRP, and that was it.
yeah. And I mean, if you have a small amount of money invested, it's better to stick to just a couple, two, three projects, because the gas fees, man, the gas fees kill you.
Oh God, Ethereum's gas fees used to be, oh,
And
I think only recently they came down just a little bit. No?
well, I mean, it fluctuates, so it never
Okay.
stays down, but it's always been like the highest. But it's the most secure blockchain network. So I understand. You're paying for
Well, you
security.
know, I was looking into possibly building a project and this and that, and I pulled up Solana, I pulled up Polygon, I pulled up Ethereum, Polkadot. Ethereum was the most expensive out of everybody,
Yeah, and
and
that's why
mostly that was because of the gas fees.
that's why I'm afraid that it might be dead. I think it'll serve its purpose for security reasons, but
Right?
speed and efficiency. There's just not enough electricity in the world to power Ethereum on a global scale.
Well, I mean, then you look at Bitcoin, it's kind of archaic when you compare to the newer coins.
I agree. But people are saying, well, that's why it's so good because people will buy it and hold it for a long time and it doesn't matter about it being fast. I think people
Right?
want their money to be liquid. They want to be able to access it instantly.
Right? Um, I don't remember how long does a transaction with Bitcoin take?
That's a good question. Jesse, can you look up how long it takes for a transaction on Bitcoin to transact? Because I know XRP is like 4 seconds, and I think Solana
Yeah,
is
XRP
faster
is
than that.
usually really quick.
Solana's
Solana's
faster.
pretty quick. Ethereum, I think it takes like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
And Dogecoin takes like 10, 12 minutes.
that's a long time. Think about it.
It is a long time.
Um, have you seen this? Let me pull it up. It's on my TikTok.
Breaking.
Oh,
Ripple
look at
just dropped their appeal.
it's
Oops,
cosmic.
not that one.
Let me see here. It's in one of my reposts, but it's from a while back. and it's a commercial for Algorand, but
So
it makes like perfect sense. Let me see if I can find it here, and we'll watch it. And you've probably seen it. Maybe you can tell me what you think.
maybe.
Oh, here it is.
Hey, hey, morning.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
You guys take Bitcoin, right?
Sure do.
I'm gonna be paying with Ethereum if that's okay.
Okay, yep, no problems.
It's a good thing I'm paying with Solana.
You go ahead and tap.
And there we go.
Oh, it failed. Try it again. Oh, there's more. It looks like it's gonna be another 27 minutes before this transaction clears.
What?
27 minutes for Bitcoin.
$112. I have like 3 things.
Ethereum, they got that peak hour gas thing.
There you go.
Maybe one more time. What are you gonna do? Just wait right here, without the bag, without the bag.
I think it's gonna work.
Nope. Should have shot without Grand.
How do I get in that line?
So Jesse says it takes 10 minutes to an hour to transact
10
Bitcoin.
minutes to an hour. Jesus. Can you imagine if you were at the gas station, you're out of gas, and you're trying to pay with Bitcoin?
Imagine if you're at a electric car station and you got to wait an extra hour just for your card to go through.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
So how does that work? Do you go there and you just like scan your phone or?
well, actually, if you have Tesla, your
Uh-huh.
your phone is connected to, or not your phone, your card is connected to your Tesla account. And
Okay.
so it automatically charges your card when you go. So you don't have to do anything. You just pull up and you plug it in and you hang out.
Skip the gas station, plug in your car.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, any place that has like I'd say like a shopping mall or like a outlet mall kind of thing and a charging station is
Right.
going to do well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because people are going to be like, you know, shopping and doing stuff. And so think of the extra costs you're going to spend by wasting what 2 to 4 hours of your time to charge your car.
Now, did you hear about this? I don't know if I read about it or I was flipping through and heard somebody talk about XRP interoperability and something about a wormhole.
Hold on a second. Well, let me adjust the track real quick. Caveman Fantasy says, Oz, does the XRP bridge make Bitcoin quicker? That's a question for Jesse.
Hmm.
Jesse, can you answer that question? Can Bitcoin transact on the XRP ledger, and does it make Bitcoin transact faster? That's a good question, Caveman. That is a
Yeah,
great
well,
question.
because of that question made me think about what I heard about earlier with XRP interoperability and joining wormhole, maybe? Can you help
Yeah,
me out, caveman?
yeah, because I've actually heard like so SXT is one that I'm really into, and the reason I
Hmm.
found it is because um that I heard that SXT was going to be operating on the XRP ledger, and I was like, oh, okay, this is why I was into it. Then I looked into it, I was like, oh, it's on Ethereum network, but I'm like, okay, it's designed to be for security, so that would make sense that it's on Ethereum. But it seems
Hmm.
like it's designed to also operate on the XRPL. I'm not sure about that. There's not a lot of information on it.
So it has that interoperability where it could go between.
Right. And so Revolution says, yes, it moves faster on the XRP ledger. So it sounds like there's a possibility that we are going to be using the ledger to transact these other slower coins and blockchain. So basically, we're using a different blockchain altogether to transact the same coins. And I know that happens because, like,
So,
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like,
So,
I in my wallet, right? I have a
mhm.
I have like a ton of wallets, right? So one of the wallets that I have, it's got uh Ethereum on the Optimism network. It's got um Cardano on Optimism, and then it's got it on um Ethereum network. And so I'm holding a lot of the same project because I bought these things years ago, and I just whatever's in that wallet is just whatever, it's there. And I it just sits there, and I'm realizing, I'm like, okay, I have all these different coins and different things, and they're all on different networks. So it's like I have Ethereum like 4 different times on different networks, and then I have like other projects as well on different networks. So I'm like, and I bought them before because like it was like, oh, if you sign up and you buy this here with that or whatever, you get a discount and whatever. And I was doing all these things, and so like I do know that there's definitely interoperability. So Caveman, you just made me more bullish. Caveman for the win here. All I've ever been asking is for somebody to change my mind. Somebody make me believe. I want to believe. I love XRP. I love the idea of it, but I have to know that I need more clarity. I need more persuasion.
Mhm.
Point me in the right direction, because I'm hearing so much FUD, and I'm hearing so much outlandish claims that I don't know what to believe anymore.
Hopium.
Yeah. And I just want facts, man. That's why we created this
Yeah,
show.
you know what? Forrest does like a really good job of breaking stuff down.
Oh, I love Forrest.
Forrest Unfiltered.
Yes.
So, I watch like Caveman's, I watch everybody's, but usually I see Forrest is first. And
Yeah.
I just love the way he breaks it down, he makes it simple.
I never get into either of
And
their lives. You know me, how I like to go into everyone's live and support and send gifts and everything, just like you do. You do the same, right?
right?
I do that, right? But I never get to get into their lives because I think we're on like different time zones. I never get in there and get a
Well, for
chance.
Forrest, he doesn't really go live a lot.
Yeah, he's posting those videos. Yeah, so I see those videos.
So if you see him live, it's like a blue moon.
Got you. I was able to catch Caveman's live with Dead Daddy, but I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that at all.
We're gonna go down the White Rock hole.
Nope.
How far you want to go?
Nope, not doing it. I'm done with that. Done with it
Okay,
completely.
so are you like me? You went in, you found out what you found out, and you said it's just not worth it.
Exactly. That's what.
Awesome. Yeah.
And I don't. I as a journalist, I want to do the right thing. Here we go down the rabbit hole. I want to do the right thing at the same time. At what cost? So it's best to just walk away from it and stick to other things. There's plenty of other things out there to debate about. But I'll tell you what, right now, as far as White Rock goes, red flags all over the place. I'm good on it. Let's find something that's
I'm
good.
It would be like you go down this rabbit hole, there's a dead end, then there's a detour to the next rabbit hole. And yeah.
Exactly. Acido says SXT, accumulate that shit. That's where I'm at, bro. I am buying the heck out of SXT.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I've heard about it around the talk, but you get nervous when you start hearing a coin over and over and over, unless you already hold it.
They're only talking about it because I started turning everybody onto it. Turned Mega onto it, and then I turned Wadi onto it, and I basically went out after I bought it, and I was like, hey, everybody, like, you guys need to look into this. There's something here. But what really set me off with it is now it doesn't claim that it has military applications, but it does. And the fact that they're not even pushing that yet, it's just so new, and its interoperability with the XRPL. I'm like, okay, this is cool, right? But what it does is it's off-chain data verification. So it can verify data off the blockchain without putting the data on the blockchain so that it can remain private and unhackable.
Thank you, Jesse.
Which is really
That is
cool.
very cool.
Right? And I mean, that solves the quantum computing problem right there. And also it solves the speed issue as well, I believe, with Ethereum. And it's partnered with Chainlink, and it's partnered with Microsoft. So I'm like, okay, if it's partnered with Chainlink, it's going to be interoperable.
Yeah, because Chainlink kind of connects them all.
Right. So I'm like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, this is going to be big. And it's only been out since like May 8th, right? And it pretty much ran way down. Like, here, let me pull it up here. Check this out, Francesca. I'll tell you what, though.
I have to get my glasses.
Wait, I got the wrong one. SXT is space and time. And you know what made me trust it too is Coinbase is very picky about what it allows on its network, and it's on Coinbase. So I'm like, okay, like if it's on Coinbase, obviously I'm not going to buy it there, but it's on Coinbase, which gives it some validity. But look at this thing. It just ran down. But I bought it right here at 10.5 and literally, and I told chat about it. And literally the next day we got this massive God candle. And then we got our profits.
I might give Coinbase another shot.
It's too slow, and it signs you out. Like every time something's happening or you need to transact, it freezes up on you. It signs you out. It does something shady.
Well, my problem was I got locked out.
Yeah, and it does it right when you're like trying to buy or sell.
And there was some kind of suspicious bank account, so I quick deleted it and changed password, and it told me to lock it up. So I locked it up, and then I went to unlock it, and it wouldn't let me back in.
Jesse, our fact checker, just recently put in limit orders, right? And the limit orders would have filled, and it canceled all of her limit orders. And
you're kidding.
I'm not kidding at all. This is just recent. Jesse, chime in in the chat and tell everyone that it happened, that I'm not making this up. That's crazy to me, like that you could set a limit order and it just cancels them. Because I believe okay, I'll bring Jesse on. She wants to talk. Go ahead, Jesse.
So I buy crypto through different things. Coinbase is like the easiest one because I'm busy. I'm either researching or doing a million different things. And yesterday morning, I woke up to 5 emails telling me that all 5 of my limit orders had been canceled when they should have been filled. So instead of them buying in where I wanted to, they're like, oh, they're just all canceled. So I think I'm moving everything out of Coinbase because that's really messed up. I would have hit all the targets that I had put in place. So that just makes me very nervous.
I just don't know what's going on because I've been locked out. A friend of mine on here was locked out. Somebody else couldn't buy. It locked them out.
It's done it to me a dozen times, as far as being locked out, signed out, or it's like I go to transact or do a market order and the server's down or the chart is down or something's down on it, always whenever it's busy. So that's definitely a problem. But let me play the devil's advocate here. Okay. Jesse, on Coinbase, when you set limit orders, there is a section when you set your order where you can customize how long that limit order stays. So you may have to change on there to where the order stays in place until canceled. Otherwise, sometimes they do have a time limit.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So that could
I
be
know,
it.
you're the one who showed me.
Right. I taught Jessie everything she knows. So,
Right.
but I want to be the devil's advocate here. But at the same time, there is been just problem after problem with Coinbase. I only recommend it to new people that don't understand crypto to just get them started. But even in their advanced side, it's subpar.
So where do you like to go?
I do not disclose that information. I'll tell you this: I'm using multiple
Okay.
platforms, but one, out of security, I don't want people to find my wallet or anything like that.
Right?
And
Correct.
two, I don't want to give out a recommendation to a platform and something
Correct.
happen and then I be held liable, like what happened with FTX.
Right.
So it's a safety and a legal thing for me. But I will say this: I use multiple wallets, I use multiple platforms, and I have a lot, so I keep it spread out a bit. And locked away, very secure. I actually have like a wallet that's designated for transacting with the exchanges, and then I transfer from that wallet to a secondary wallet that's never been connected to the internet. So it just connects wallet to wallet. So it's on the blockchain, it's there, but it's never been connected to anything, and so no one can ever access it or do anything with it. And that's where I hold my mass storage of everything.
That's the best place for it to be.
Exactly. And right now,
Because on your phone, yeah.
Oh yeah.
On your phone.
And if you're gonna use like a device for, your wallet or whatever, or like if you're using Arculus, my recommendation is that you get a tablet or a phone or something that is specifically dedicated as a device for being your wallet, and you keep it on airplane mode when you're not using it.
Yeah.
And that's the best way. Caveman says 100% yes. Thank you, Caveman. Thank you, Caveman, for joining the live. Appreciate having you
So
on, man.
do you think there's anybody that's been in the game? I've only diversifying for 6 months, but somebody who's been here a long time, do you think anybody is just on one exchange?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, because people get their favorites, I'm sure more of us that are more well versed into it, that are highly advanced, they're probably using multiple, because there's a lot of projects that you want to buy that you can't get on certain exchanges. So that's why I have multiple exchanges. Like
Right.
I'm not gonna say what, but I don't want to shill any coins out.
Well, for example, you have like, what is that? MEX? MEXC?
MAXC? No, I haven't. Let me look into it.
I don't.
I'll tell you what. I am all about
It might.
top 10
It
ISO
might be
coins
an.
only.
It might be an Aussie exchange.
Ooh, I like Aussie. What's it called? Again, what's the ticker?
I believe it's. Oh, it's not a coin.
Oh.
It's a exchange.
Oh.
MEXC. Yes.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
I know what you're talking about. MEXC. Okay. What do you usually get on that one? Is that what you're using all the time, or?
I'm not. Somebody recommended it to me, and I kind of peeked at it, but technically, it's not in the United States.
Oh, I wonder if it's in
So,
Mexico. I see it right
you know,
here, MEXC.
you could probably peek at it if you have a VPN and you move it.
You can buy fart coin on MEXC. I'll tell you this, I will always hold fart coin just so that I can say I'm holding a fart.
You know what? Did you ever think that people would get excited about a fart coin?
Definitely. When I saw fart coin, I was like, this is going to be one of the only meme coins that lasts forever. Because there's going to be newer people coming into crypto all the time, and they're going to see it and they're going to get a laugh and a chuckle out of it. People are going to be like, oh,
Right?
hey, I'm going to send my friend a fart for his birthday. You know what I mean? And fart jokes have been around for like thousands of years. Like, farts aren't going anywhere. They'll always be funny. It'll always be a thing. So this is one coin that I will always hold, at least one, just so I can say I'm holding a fart. Come on.
Okay.
I think of all the meme coins, this one guaranteed will always be worth something. Will never go to zero. And I don't like meme coins, but I understand the sentiment behind it. You know what I mean? It's just,
Yeah, I don't really like them either. I just have my doggies.
oh yeah. I bought Shiba Inu in May of 2020.
Oh, so you're doing just fine.
I'm doing just fine. I'll tell you this. I put $1,000 into it in May of 2020 and made a pile of money, and I actually lost money on it because I believe this is why I'm so like, make sure you take profits and make sure you do. I learned a very valuable lesson that bull run. And I was playing Call of Duty with my friend. I'm like, hey man, I'm a millionaire and all this stuff. And he's like, dude, you need to take that money out. I was like, no, dude, it's good. Like they're adopting crypto. It's going to be big. It's going to be all this stuff. I'm like, I'm going to be set for life. And he's like, you need to take some of it out, even if it's just $100,000. He was like, take it out, buy a house with it, diversify it, do something with it, right? And I didn't listen to him,
Right?
and it started dropping. It dropped very quickly, and so I was like,
Oh
okay.
my God.
I said, I'm gonna buy the dip. And I was like, I'm diamond handing this thing. I'm going to buy the dip. And I bought the dip all the way down to the bottom and ended up losing money. And I learned
Yeah,
a
that's the
very
only
valuable
problem
lesson.
with dollar cost averaging. Yes, it's great, but like you just said, you can lose a lot on the way down.
Yeah. It's better for like high frequency, low time frame trading and for someone that's very advanced. But a lot of new people, and that's why I say everyone's situation is different. And that's why I'm like, become a deluxe subscriber and get one-on-one coaching with me, because everyone's situation is different. What works for someone else may not work for you. So that's the idea, is to, but I'll tell you this right now, I never condone DCAing unless you've already been trading
no.
for a very long time.
So to add to your or expound on your point, I could hear the same information from you and two other people, and somebody else, I actually understand it. If that makes sense, like you told me and Caveman and somebody else. One of you, I understood it. The other two, I was like, oh, maybe I understand. Do you know what I mean? There's certain teachers that just jive with your way of thinking.
Yeah. Are you saying that about me? Like I jive?
I've been
Or
watching
not?
you for a while.
That's true.
I don't, you know, for me, it's like everything becomes a blur by the end of the day.
Mar Lopez says, isn't accumulating the same as DCAing, Oz? No, it is not. I believe in SXT, and I believe, and I know, just like everyone is about XRP, I'll buy it at any price. You know, when the money comes in and I feel like it's taking a dip, I'm going to buy some because I believe in it. So I believe that it's down at the bottom and it's going to do, you know, probably dollars, maybe 50 cents, who knows? but I think that it'll do dollars. Maybe not this bull run, maybe the next one, maybe later on down the road. But I believe in it, and I think it's so advanced that it would take a long time for something to come along that's more advanced than it. So I think it's a good buy, and I continue to just accumulate it. But is that the same as DCing? No. DCing is a way to offset your losses when you make a bad trade. So when you bought in at a bad spot and it takes a dip, George Orwell, 1984, broke it down, and he uses the 139 method. So if you bought in for $1 at one position and then it drops down again, then you buy in at $3 for the next one, and then when it drops down again, you buy in at 9, and then when it moves up to the next line of resistance, it becomes a profitable trade. But I still don't recommend it. It's very risky, very risky. Sorry, Francesca, I had to.
Yeah, and there's also like the 369 theory as well.
Right. 369, and that's what me and Mega were calling it. We were calling it 369. He's like, no, 139, 139.
Okay, so it's 139. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard 369, not 139. So okay, that's the proper.
Well, that's
Got
just
it.
that's how George Orwell does it. Okay.
All right.
So that's his strategy. Everyone has their own strategies, and no one's right or wrong. We all just, if you have a system that works for you and it is consistently profitable for you, stick with it. That's what I say. You know, if it works for you, do it. I have my own way.
Totally. You know, and you know, when I invest, I always try to get my initials back.
Yeah, exactly. I get my initials.
And then a little bit of profit.
Yeah, I like to take profits at each resistance zone on the way up, and if it's uncharted, I take it at psychological numbers. So like 333, 555, 007, things like that. Those are psychological numbers.
Well, yeah, you take your little bit of profit and then you just diamond hands the rest.
I'll tell you what, ever since
Because
what happened,
it's house money.
yeah, exactly. I like to play with the house's money. But I'll tell you this, ever since Shiba broke my heart, I take way more profits now. I've learned my lesson. Yeah, I'm not. Don't be too greedy.
When did you say you get in? 2020.
2020. Had a lot. I think I had. I don't remember exactly how many Shiba coins I had, but I believe I was near the trillions, if not in the trillions.
Okay.
I'd have to go back and check and look at the history on it or whatever. But yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. And I made a lot of money. And I was stupid. I didn't know, I didn't know what I was doing. I had seen other bull runs, and I knew about the bull cycle and everything. But because we were in 2020 with COVID and everything, and Donald Trump had signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, do you know what that is? A lot of people don't know about it. So Donald Trump signed a bill, and you can't even find it. It's been wiped from the internet now. But in 2020, he signed a bill that states that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. So when that happened, I thought, okay, this is happening because it's going to take 5 years for it to whatever. I was like, it's all uphill from here. It'll never come back down. I believed that we were in the new paradigm, which is the top of the cycle. And I got swept away. Hey,
did you get into Pepe?
We did this year. Yeah, we caught the bottom. We made a lot of money off of Pepe, that's for sure.
Yeah, there was a lot of young kids that made a lot of money on Pepe.
Yeah. Pepe did very well for us on this channel. Right when everything was just down, and then it all like turned around, I knew that it was turning around, and I told everybody, I was like, hey man, spaghetti right now. I was like, you can pretty much buy anything and it's all going to stick to the wall right now. And I was like, write them all down on a piece of paper, throw them in a hat and pull one out, and you're going to do well. and a lot of people made money watching this show, which is awesome. That's what it's all about. Is we want to help people, you know?
Yeah, of course, we want everybody to win.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I know for everybody to win is not possible because there will still be somebody holding on to the bags while everyone else is exiting.
Yeah. Caveman, I just want to address I seen you in the chat and you bringing up a lot of things and stuff. Um not that I'm ignoring you whatsoever, man. Love and appreciate you, brother. Uh but we're just kind of get caught up in the conversation. So let's plan to have you on the show and we'll talk about it, bro. Cuz I've been meaning to have you on the show. So send me a DM, we'll set something up, bro. All right. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off,
Caveman
Francesca.
is totally awesome.
Yeah, he's cool, man. I wish we could have hung out in Vegas. I was busy and doing stuff, and we just never got a chance to link up out there.
Well, you know, it was crazy. I was in Vegas, and then everybody else showed up in Vegas. Wasn't it like the BTC and then XRP?
Yes, I was at the XRP one, and you were supposed to come meet me and hang out with me, and you didn't show up. And
I wasn't in town.
I cried.
I was already gone by then. I missed J Heat by like 10, 15 minutes.
Dang. Yeah, but I had set up the meet and greet for after everything because I just had so much. I had meetings and I was like doing interviews and stuff, and I just did not have time to meet up with anybody. Yeah, there'll be next time for sure.
Oh yeah, next time. Oh yeah, better planning. Yep.
Exactly. It was kind of last minute for me, but I'll tell you what. Like, I'm excited for Rare Evo. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
And you said that's in August?
Yeah, August 6th through the 10th. I got press passes. So
let's go.
Yeah, I'm going as a reporter. I was hired as a reporter to report on the event. So it's really awesome. Actually, you know what? I don't know if you heard, but Twitch reached out to me and they're probably going to have me speak at TwitchCon, which is just incredible. Like,
yeah, you were talking about that last night or Wednesday?
Yeah, they sent me an email. I'm supposed to know by July 16th. They said don't buy a ticket. Okay, don't buy a ticket. We're reviewing your stuff we sent you, and don't buy one yet because we're pretty sure you're gonna be doing the show. And I'm like, holy crap! Like, that's crazy. Jesse actually helped me write the proposal, and it turned out really well. And Twitch is trying to grow the crypto space, and they're trying to branch out from just being about video games and like talking. So, and they're trying to become more relevant. So they're looking for new talent to expo on stage and to come and speak and talk about their platform, whatever. And I'm going to basically be talking about crypto and how it's changing the world and everything. So we're the #1 show for crypto on Twitch right now. Twitch,
that is so awesome.
But that's not saying much because all they have on Twitch is it's basically a camera pointed at the chart, no talking, no nothing, no narrative. Like so it's not much competition. So that's why we stuck out, and I was able to like actually shine because I'm like, okay, here's good information and here's what we can do. And so like I stick out like a sore thumb.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not real familiar with like Twitch. What is it? Twitch. What's the one everyone on here is on? Discord.
Yeah. Harley Dan on Twitch says, did anyone else get dropped on TikTok? Yeah, the TikTok studio has been having a lot of issues. So a lot of people have been coming to watch on Twitch because it's not as glitchy and it doesn't cut out. So it's a more seamless stream. But it's also I don't know. It has its own vibe there. It's more podcast friendly. You know what I mean? It's
right?
designed for that. But I'll tell you what, TikTok, the algorithm, you can't beat it. The viewership is just so
No.
much better. But the people on
Who was it the
Twitch,
other?
the people on Twitch are loyal though. They come back all the time.
Wasn't it during like 2020 that Clapper was starting to get like a bunch of people to go over?
Was that what it was? I thought it was or are you talking about when they were going to ban TikTok, or are you talking about
Yeah, it was like Clapper. I know Red Note was like huge in the news, but
what's up,
I seem to
crypto bro?
remember a lot of people going to Clapper.
Interesting. I
Thanks,
know.
Cosmic.
Yeah, Cosmic, what's up, bro? Me and Cosmic are like friends now. He's the
He's
only
a
one
really good
that's
dude.
yeah, he's the only one that's managed to get me pretty bullish right now. Every time I talk to him, he's like, "I hope you're just a little bit more bullish." I'm like, "I'm getting there, bro. Not yet."
Yeah, and I feel bad because sometimes I'm in the comments and I'm a little bit of a bear sometimes. But I'm curious, because I go into all these different lives. I'm curious why you feel that way. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, this is what I heard. What do you think about this?
right. I'm a bit of a bear, okay? Only right now, okay? I will be bearish when the time is necessary, and I will be bullish when the time is necessary. I just feel like there's one more fear narrative in their bag before things happen.
Is it one or maybe two?
Maybe 5.
Right?
Well, that's why I was saying, like, you should watch the show from yesterday on YouTube. It pretty
Right?
much maps out. Obviously, it's a bit speculative, but it's very informative of what is going on and why people are saying when moon and when alt season. Are we getting an alt season? It answers all those questions. And it gives basically, I have like 2 scenarios. Well, 3 scenarios. One, it's
Uh-huh.
over. And then I have these 2 scenarios. One is basically that there's no alt season, and the other one, it maps out where how a super mega cycle would actually happen and how people won't be prepared for it if it does. And that's the thing, is I'm not turned off to the idea that we could be in a mega cycle, but at the same time um I'm going to be cautious. Caveman, good night.
Right.
Thank you for coming out. Send me a DM, Caveman. Let's get you on the show. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. You were talking.
Yeah, I always try to give, the creators love when they come in, and let them know everybody
Right.
follow Caveman, everybody follow Cosmic Crypto, the guy with the little wolf emoji. Everybody follow Francesca. Follow these other creators, guys. Don't just listen to me, all right? It's very important that we get a broad perspective and we intake as much information as possible. Like Mega Crypto says, when we're doing technical analysis, every bit of information is an indicator, and it gives us more clarity of what's going on. And the more information you can gather, the better you can be at making an educated guess.
I would tend to agree.
Right? I love Mega. Mega is like the crypto gentleman.
Does he still have the pointer?
Like the little hand that he
The little
taps.
hand. And then he
Um,
grabs like 5 of them.
time to time, he doesn't go live as much as he used to, and I get it. He's busy.
No. You know what? Nobody really does.
I know.
I mean, Cosmic and Bullish do Monday through Friday, but you have creators like DeFi Mojo, who used to be on every morning. I haven't seen him in a couple weeks. I did talk to him. He said he's got some stuff going on in real life and some business ventures he's getting into. But I'm noticing that like there's not as many people live during the day as there was a month ago.
Right. Wonder if I should change my times.
I don't know.
I've been playing with the idea of changing the thing, but I tell you what, I think a lot of people just fell off because ever since they changed the algorithm, I think it was in April, nothing's been the same, and there's no money in it. Like when I first started, I had maybe 20 people watching, but I had like 300 subscribers, and I was
Right?
making massive amounts of money, and I was just starting, and I had like what, like 1,000 followers, and I was making,
Uh-huh.
200 to 400 bucks a week, and I was like, oh, this is cool, like this, like we're gonna be profitable. And that's when I, hired a staff and built the studio. I was like, this is gonna be big. I was like, we're just getting started, it's
Right?
already big. And then all that happened, and it's like, wow, we've made $8.97 this live. And there's,
Well, George and Callie were having I believe it was today, they were having a conversation about that TikTok is changing the rules again.
yeah, they just changed it. I think it
Right.
was in May. So like Mega actually sent me a update on all the changes, and I had to fact check them a little bit because some of it was not true. But yeah,
What
they're
wasn't true?
the no green screens.
Okay.
So
Yeah, George talked about no just green screens. That's why I was curious.
yeah, so the green screens is still okay. Basically, let me pull it up here. I will tell you what the change was, what was different. Because there's a certain wording that was used, and I don't want to give out the wrong information. Okay, so um, green screens are not banned. They just don't want people using photo mode. So, no photo mode. That's like where you post something and it's just a picture and you're talking over it,
Right.
and that's pretty much to get them away from the, if you follow me, I'll follow you back. If you like me, I'll like yours back, and blah 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 blah.
Right.
So that's what
And
they
all the
want.
gingerbread men and
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's their filter. They're still allowing all of that, and the
right.
green screen stuff,
Oh, okay.
CapCut, it's all still good to go. It's just they don't want people just posting a photo, because they post a photo that's like half a second long, and so it makes the algorithm think that people are watching it 100% of the way through and watching it like 30
Right.
times, but it's not. They're just looking at a picture for a second. And it's usually like a picture where it says, "Oh, do you see it right here?" And you're looking at it trying to figure it out, and so it messes with the algorithm, makes them think, and so they're like, "Okay, we're doing away with that."
Hmm.
I hope I hope TikTok gets their act together. I'll tell you what, the biggest problem is the bots, the fake accounts. Like, hey, how's your crypto experience going? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, or howdy, or hey, you were in my live. Thanks so much for the support.
Right? Or they're like, I want to send you a gift.
I just crack up because for example, I'll leave like Bullish's live and I'll check my messages, and there'll be some bot in my filtered messages that was like, thanks for the support and can't wait to talk to you, blah, 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 bullish babe. And I'm like, well, no, you're not really bullish babe.
Yeah. I get a lot from Cosmic, the fake Cosmics. Ever since his account got banned, I see more of the fake ones trying to get me to add on to theirs. And
I used to.
Cosmic says the biggest problem is there's no real people working at TikTok. It's all AI agents. Yeah.
Yeah.
And hey, I actually popped my cherry. I have a bunch of fake Ozthecryptogoats now. So if
Really? So I
yeah,
got to watch out for your doppelgangers. Okay.
exactly. I got the doppelgangers running around. So I will never message you first. I will always tell you, especially like if you subscribe, to send me a message first. Okay, send me a message, subscribe, so that way you know that it's not the fake account. I will never reach out to you first. TikTok seller says there's a fake Oz on Discord. Yeah, there's actually more on Discord. I'll tell you what,
Really?
I think a lot of them are coming from Discord because I didn't get the fake accounts until I added Discord. Maybe there's a correlation there, maybe there's not. I'm just speculating. Cosmic Crypto
Funny
says
story.
my copycats have taken over.
They
Everybody,
really
make
have.
sure you follow Cosmic Crypto. He's the real one in the chat right now. Make sure you guys go give him a follow. Give Francesca a follow as well, and any other creators. And if you like to shop on TikTok Shop, make sure you send TikTok Seller 444 a follow as well. He gets the best deals on TikTok Shop. I promise you. Nobody else gets as good a deals as him. I bought his charger. I think we bought like 5 of the chargers from him because they were like $1.60 or something like that for a charger. They're freaking awesome. Like he gets killer deals.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised at the deals he gets. And then there's been things where I'm like, oh, I want to buy this off TikTok Shop. So I message him and then he adds it to his showcase. And then I can get a better deal on it by going through him. And then he gets the money, and he helps support the show.
Well, it makes it full circle, right?
Yeah, exactly. Cosmic Crypto says, don't forget to like and share the live. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Everybody
Thank you.
tap away, send in those gifts. Make sure you share the show with your friends, but also share the show in real life. Tell people what this show has done for you and how amazing it is. I'm going out like regularly now and sharing the show. I got a bunch of these printed up. Check these out, Francesca. So these are some flyers I got, and I'm going to be passing these out at Rare Evo and TwitchCon and different stuff. So I'm leaving them on like fancy cars and stuff. I give them. I go to a lot of doctor's appointments and stuff, and I give them to the doctors and like the staff because I'm like, okay, the doctor's got some money. You know what I mean?
Right? But you never know. Sometimes they have a BMW, but that's all they have.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Which
I'll tell you what, the the people who are usually wealthy, they don't drive around in flashy cars. They wear regular clothes. They blend in just like everybody else. The people that try to be flashy, they're the ones that are actually broke because they're spending their money in the wrong places. I
right,
have things that are nice. Like I have like my Corvette and my classic car collection, but I see those things as investments. And most people
right,
would say, like, if you talk to somebody that is an investor, they would say, oh, classic cars, that's a liability, not an asset. But because I like tinkering on them and it's my hobby, it's not a liability to me because I have the ability to do whatever needs to be done with it. So it's a little different for me. But I try, for me, I don't spend money unless it makes money. You know, that's
right.
something that I try to stick to. And if you do that,
Well,
you're going to be successful.
at least you work on yours.
Yeah. I'll tell you what,
My
it's
ex
never
had what
ending.
was it? A 1974 Corvette, red.
That's what I have. I have a 1975 Corvette red.
It needed this, it needed that, and something else. That thing sat in the garage for 10 years collecting dust.
Oh, I drive mine. I just don't drive it in the summer.
Yeah, no,
It gets too hot.
But you know, it was, oh, this is an investment and I'm gonna fix this up.
Hey,
And it sat in
Cosmic,
the
thanks for
garage for
coming in,
10
man.
years
Have a good night.
before he sent it to somebody else. Have a good one, Cosmic. So I'm happy to hear somebody else has classic cars that they're actually doing something with.
Yeah, I get them roadworthy. Like everything that I have is drivable. You know, they may need this and may need that, but I tinker on them as they go. But with old cars like that, it's always something. You know, it's never gonna be perfect. But I'll tell you what, the Corvette is a daily driver. But every now and again, I gotta replace this or do that or whatever. But it's pretty much a daily driver now. I drove it to LA, Vegas. I've never taken it to Vegas before, and I really want to like cruise around with the T-top off and cruising down the strip. I think it'd just be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was really sad.
Was really sad.
Oh, Jesse said that's so sad that car needs to be loved
Yeah, cars need to be
because it was
loved.
left in the
Yeah,
garage. But you know what the difference is between a new car and those cars?
what's that?
I'm pretty sure we could fix that car.
Oh yeah,
A new car? Yeah, no.
I
There's too
mean,
much electronics, and I think they built them that way for a reason.
yeah. It's called planned obsolescence. They engineer them in a way that makes them difficult and expensive to repair. And you used to go take your car to the dealership, right? And you get it worked on, and that was the best place to take your car.
Mhm.
Now it's the opposite. The dealership doesn't want to do anything. They're in the business of selling new cars. So they want to get you to just trade it in for another car. Mother
Yeah,
Dragon says,
I've heard
same with
horror
appliances.
stories about dealerships and shady shenanigans.
Danny Gibson says, I had a 69 Vet daily driver and it was a mechanical nightmare. I'll tell you what, when I got my Corvette, it was a mechanical nightmare. I put it, everything underneath the hood and under the car is brand new. Everything is brand new. The only thing that is original is the actual motor and transmission because they only had like 40,000 miles on it. They were like brand new. It sat in someone's garage its whole life. But it was a lot. Like I had to redo the suspension and the brakes and tires and the whole cooling system and everything. Everything had to be done on it. But now it's
Canvas top.
what year?
Oh God, what was it? 90, 93, 94?
Oh yeah, those are nice. Those are becoming like classics now. Those are the new classic for sure.
But you know the problem was is that they got oil leaks, and mine got an oil leak, and my mechanic tried 8 times. He could not find it. And he just said, you know what? You're probably better off just to sell it to a dealership and get something else.
Oh, for me, I'm like, oh, it leaks oil. Okay, I'll just put more in it.
Right? Well, it was real cool. You know, it had the 3 lights on both sides.
Yeah, that's cool. I like old cars. You know what? I got a Volkswagen Doom buggy. It's like a 4-seater sandrail,
Okay.
and it's got the Volkswagen engine in the back, and it leaks oil. And one thing about Volkswagen engines is if it doesn't leak oil, it doesn't have any.
Well, then you know to put oil in it, right?
Yeah, exactly. If it's not leaking oil, there's something wrong.
Let's see. Oh God, I think it was my sister who ran out of oil. She thought that you took it for an oil change and then you were good. You don't have to check it. So yeah, she kind of tore up her engine a little bit.
Oh man. Yeah, that's
It was a little
I'd
bit
probably say more than a
expensive.
little bit.
Yeah, it was expensive for her.
I can imagine.
But she couldn't understand why. She's like, why? And I'm like, periodically when you get gas, you need to check your oil.
Yeah, you
Oh,
should check your
really?
oil once a month minimum. I check it anytime I'm about to go further than just down the road. I'm actually going to drive it. I check the oil and everything because you never know. It could have sprung a leak and leaked all out.
What is it, 3,000 miles or 6 months or something like that?
Well, that depends. So, chat, listen up. Um, 3 to 4,000 miles is when you want to change your engine. But if you're running synthetic oil, you can go 10,000 miles without changing your oil.
Right, synthetic is different.
But like the Corvette, you can't run synthetic in it. It wasn't never, that engine was never designed for that kind of oil. It's too thin. So it'll leak out of, it'll seem like it's got oil leaks, but it's just it's too thin for it.
Yeah, that oil's for like newer cars.
Yeah. And I mean, you can put it in there, but it's actually better. I used to not buy synthetic. I was like, oh, like it's just more expensive. I'm a tightwad, okay? I'm very cheap. I don't like to spend money, okay? I
Right?
like to save it, right? And I would never buy it. And the first time I, rebuilt an engine, it was, regular standard oil, and it was very, dirty. And most of the engines that I had rebuilt were, regular oil. And then I rebuilt an engine that ran on synthetic, and I was like, oh, I see why now. Like it was so clean, so clean. Highly recommend synthetic oil for sure. How do we get on the car thing? I think we were talking about cars being an investment.
Yeah,
We
we were
jumped down a
talking about
rabbit hole
that.
for sure. All right. Back to financial freedom, right? Financial freedom. Do you think that
Right?
crypto is going to provide all these people financial freedom? Do you think that people can just put $100 in something and
I
forget
think
about it?
certain cryptos will at the end.
You think so? So you think you could put $100 into something and forget about it for, let's say, 2030? You think you could get rich that way?
How many people put $100 in Bitcoin?
That's a little bit different though. Things are different now.
But it's yes and no.
I think that's where the hopium of XRP comes from. People, they need it to happen. They need the hope of something to hold on to, that there's a possibility I could be rich. I've only got $100 in there, $1,000 in there, and if I hold it long enough, I will get lucky and I will be rich. And I think that's why.
You know what?
Go ahead.
If they got lucky when it dipped that first time, what did it go down to? $1.66?
Mm-hmm.
If they put
$1.61.
the $100 in there, they're not worried right now.
Yeah, but $100.
Or
What was the return
recently,
on that? A few $100. That's not like 1,000x. It's not like it turned into $10,000.
well, no, but a lot of times when you chase like 1,000, 2,000, 5,000x, you end up holding the bag.
Yeah, that's what happened to me with Shiba. Now I'll never do that. That's why I cashed out of XRP in January 29th. Cashed out. And I've been waiting to buy ever since, because I'm like, I want to see things start to turn around. Confirmation. I'm already in the green. So I'm like, okay, like if I don't catch the very bottom, I'm okay with that. But I want to know, and I want to feel like, okay, things are going to get better. Things are turning around. You know what I mean? Because there's no sense of buying it now and holding it to the bottom. Yeah, I would have made some, but I have a lot to lose. Like if I bought right now and the bull run was over and it ran down to 75 cents, I have to go back to work. You know what I mean? So I have to be careful.
Like Peppy, I think it was Peppy. I used to wait for it to be at like 5 something.
Yeah.
0005, whatever. and then I would dump it when it would hit 7 or 8, and then I'd wait for it to hit 5 again.
Yep.
And then just keep doing the same thing, because, you know, yeah, you can sit there and you can hope that it's you know, gonna hit a penny, but realistically, it's just those little small gains that will get you just a little bit more.
Well, you know what I've noticed about
Because if
XRP?
you wait,
This is why I follow XRP. Is it's pretty much consolidating along $2, right? So pretty much any time it falls below $2, I buy it and I wait for it to run up to $2. I take profits at $2, and then once it hits around like 250 to 260, I take and I exit and I wait to get back in sub $2. And I've done that a few times along here, made really good money. I mean, that's what paid for everything you're seeing right now, this whole studio. Like, Francesca, when I first started, it was, I did the live on this tablet right here. My camera was pointed at this tablet, and I would read the charts. And like now you can see in the reflection, I have like a whole studio set up here. It's magnificent. Like, and it was all paid for by trading XRP. So by no means am I saying that there's not money to be made with XRP. But I believe that the $2 zone is a magnet, and it's gonna want to dip below $2 and then swing back up. I think it's pretty much trading between like 180 and 140 consistently. But at the same time, it's really trading between 150 and 250. So that's kind of like where it's at. And so I'm like, okay, if I can get it, somewhere in between there on the top, and, buy the bottom, sell the top, buy the bottom, sell the top. And if it keeps staying above $2 like that and just is building a nice floor at $2, I'm loving it, because it's like printing money. But is it going to 11D? I don't know. I'm not convinced.
yeah, but you don't need, like, what would be a 1000x on $2? Is that $2,000?
Yeah. Do you really think it'll do
What?
1000x?
I don't know. Like I said earlier, I'm looking more at like $3, and we hang out at $3 for a while, and then we move up to $5.
I hope. I mean, if it goes $5,
You know,
great. But what if there's no alt season?
I brought that up the other day, and what if alt season already happened October, November, December last year?
Right.
I mean, I know it only lasts like a month, but what if it happened during that time period?
I feel like alt season started in July of last year.
Okay.
Like that was like the beginning of the first, and then I'm calling this the simul cycle, and this is why I said to go back and watch the show from yesterday, because I cover this in more in-depth detail. You need to listen to it. Chat, you need to listen to yesterday's live. Okay.
Is that the portion where there was this other guy up there with you?
Yeah. But it went for like a long time. We went into very in-depth detail about alt season and what's happening. But the main thing is you understand how alt season works, right? Like, once Bitcoin loses dominance, the money from Bitcoin flows into the altcoins, and then from the altcoins it flows into the meme coins, right?
Right. And they go up.
This is what I've noticed, okay? Notice everything is trading with Bitcoin, and notice everything ran up from November through January. Everything. Some didn't, obviously, but the ones that did, they got their run. And I'm calling this the simul cycle, or the unicycle, right? Where everything is pumping together with Bitcoin. And I think that comes from because everybody knows how the cycle works. Everybody knows how, the whole deal, right? Or those who have been trading and have been in multiple cycles, we all know how it works. And I believe that a lot of people were like, why would I buy Bitcoin when I could get into an altcoin early? And when Bitcoin loses dominance, I'll be in at the bottom, and then I'll make a lot of money and a lot more money, right? And then there were the
Right.
people. Then there were the people that were like, "Why would I get into altcoins when I can get into meme coins early?" And
And those people in the meme coins were holding the bag.
yeah, and so here's the thing: is meme coins really kind of took off first, and it's almost like we're operating in
Right.
reverse with this cycle. Like we had the meme coins first, and then altcoins and Bitcoin all moved at the same time, right? And the issue is when things moved, it didn't go as crazy as everyone expected, right? Things should have moved
Right.
much higher than they have in the past, but the issue is there's more projects than have ever existed in crypto.
Right. Somebody told me there used to only be like 5,000 projects.
Right. So now the liquidity is more spread out. And that means that there's less liquidity being pumped into the projects. That's why I'm like top 10 ISO. If you're going to do altcoins, top 10. That's it. Because I think
Mhm.
everything below it will run, but not as hard. I do really like Algorand. I think Algorand is going to get its big move the next cycle. Probably not this cycle. It'll get something if we get an alt season. It's obviously, but I think the top 5, top 10 are going to be the big movers because everyone's going to funnel into those, and those are going to move quickly. And then everyone's
Oh,
going to shift.
Cosmic's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, and people are going to shift out of those other projects into the other ones, FOMOing into it. Like, why isn't my coin moving? You know what I mean? And that's because the liquidity is more spread out. And it's not just spread out in altcoins, it's spread out in Bitcoin, altcoins, and meme coins right now. And there's just thousands and thousands and thousands of projects. So that's an issue.
But you have more and more people entering the space, but unfortunately, there's just so much to pick from.
But that's
So
another
I
thing.
think a lot of people,
We only went up like 1 or 2% more people
mhm.
than we've had in the past. And yeah,
And I
people,
think today we had a 6% dip.
yeah,
Point
but
zero six, 0.06%.
yeah, and I get that. Like things are up and down, but
Hmm.
um, the the issue is that some are going to run harder than others, and then those ones that do run harder than others aren't going to run as hard as they could because of all the other people that are holding other projects. That's what I'm saying. So it's not going to be as crazy as everyone thinks it's going to be, in my opinion. There's that
Right.
possibility. And that's if we get an altcoin season. Altcoin season happens because Bitcoin loses dominance and starts to fall and crash, and all that liquidity moves from Bitcoin into the altcoins. But major institutions are creating Bitcoin reserves. Companies are creating Bitcoin reserves. Governments are creating Bitcoin reserves. Not just our government, all across the entire world are creating these reserves. And individual states are creating these reserves. So they're going to be holding massive amounts of Bitcoin and holding it in escrows that are meant to not be sold, which is going to drive the price up, and it could likely not lose its dominance. That's a problem, because if that's the case, then everyone's going to buy and hold Bitcoin and the money won't flow. That's why everyone's saying no alt season. What do you think?
I think that BTC, uh, see, now I was starting to think about like Tether and everybody passing all this legislation. If Tether implodes, it will dump Bitcoin.
Oh yeah,
Do you agree?
100%. We all know
So if,
Tether's been doing some shady shit. I
right,
think for every $100 in Bitcoin, it's only backed by $1. Do you know about this? It's speculative. It's
yeah,
not been proven yet, but I think that's why they're pushing the stablecoin bill, is because they
right,
want to regulate stablecoins, because stablecoins are being printed in out of thin air in China, Tethercoin, and being pumped into
right.
Bitcoin. That's what's inflating the price, keeping it from falling.
So if it did implode, what would you think the price would be at the end?
10K,
Are we,
25K.
we're going back to early 2020?
Yep. Because this is what'll happen is it will lose that percentage of whatever Tether is, right? And that's like what, 90% of Bitcoin?
Right,
And then when it starts falling, all those stop losses start hitting and people start panic selling. So, and I'm looking at, that's why I'm saying you gotta watch the live from yesterday, because I go into this in way more detail.
right.
Um, but that's why I think we could potentially have a mega cycle.
But also, what is it? ETH and Bitcoin, their options expired yesterday, day before,
And look at what it did. It didn't do much.
right?
I'm sure a lot of those renewed. Um, Kodak says, tell Oz to lose the magnet. Nope, the magnet stays
What magnet?
on the chart right here. I got this magnet
Oh,
over here
okay.
because it's running back up. $2 is a magnet. That's what I was saying here. What I should do, put the magnet like this. There's the magnet. That's probably more correct. It wants to, every time it pumps up, it wants to come back to $2. Every time it drops below $2, it wants to come back to $2. All
So
right.
are you trying to use the magnet to pull it in the direction you want it?
Well, not that I'm trying to pull in the direction I want it. I think that the magnet indicates the direction that XRP wants to move. And I think right now it wants to move down. And it's pumping because of the whole XRP case thing, okay?
Right.
But I think that it hits about 220, 222. Maybe it goes a little higher. Maybe it goes to 225, okay? And then back down. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the XRP thing. So did you hear the news today about XRP?
Is it about the wormhole?
No, Ripple
Or
to,
is it about the case?
yeah, the
There
case.
it is.
So
Uh-huh.
breaking news, Ripple to drop cross appeal against SEC ending XRP lawsuit. This is why XRP is pumping, because everyone reads ending the lawsuit. That they dropped the appeal.
Which
They're reading it wrong. Okay.
which a lot of people no longer read the article. They get caught in the headline and they don't read the article.
And it's misleading. So
Yes.
they're like, oh, the case is dropped. It's over. Finally, we're gonna go to the moon now, right? But
Yep.
let's
And their post to their buddies is that picture of just that. None of the article.
exactly. So let's read the article. Ripple Labs is stepping back from its legal counter offense against the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. So it's counter offense. So basically, Ripple was suing the SEC in an appeal, saying that the SEC did something wrong and that the judge did something wrong. An appeal is when you've gotten a judgment from the judge. Now what I'm doing is I'm suing the judge, saying that the judge didn't follow proper procedure and I got a bad judgment. And I think that's part of why Annalisa Torres is being the way she is right now, because judges don't like when you appeal them, because that's basically you're stating that they did something wrong, right? So that's why she didn't budge on anything. She's like, no, what I said stands. And the fact of the matter is Ripple broke the law. Okay? And the fact of the matter is that Ripple cannot sell to any institution so long as the injunction is in place, and the judge said the injunction stays indefinitely. Okay, which means institutions will never be able to buy it. Some people are saying, oh, well, the SEC can file for approval with the SEC and then it can happen. No, with the injunction, it cannot. It would be criminal. So what's happened is Ripple is dropped their side of the appeal, which means that Ripple was appealing, saying that, hey, we want to get our $125 million fine reduced to $50 million and the injunction removed. We've come to an agreement with the SEC, right? But the judge is like, no, you broke the law. You're not allowed to just change the law with the SEC. The SEC is not a legislative branch. It does not write the laws. It has to enforce the laws. And then the judge rules whether or not those laws are credible or not. So what has happened is Ripple is basically saying, okay, the appeal is not going anywhere. We're not going to win. So we're going to drop the case, which is in their best interest because they can put out this kind of hopium and make it seem that the case is lost. And just in the nick of time, right at the end of the month when things were dipping and probably going to dip hard, they get to pump the price right before they offload a whole bunch of XRP. And you know about the Ripple escrow, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the escrow, they changed the rules of their escrow. Now they can basically do whatever they want. And they can change the rules of the escrow anytime they want. And what they've been doing is they've been offloading massive amounts of extra XRP. So it used to be that a billion XRP would come out and 750 billion, a million of that billion would go back into the escrow. Well, now they're unlocking like 250 billion and putting it all into private wallets. And they're leaking out the supply gradually throughout the month, right? But they're stacking up massive amounts of XRP in these private wallets. And I believe that when all the hopium is settled, they're going to rug it. Okay? Because I think that because RLUSD is being used, XRP probably won't have much value. It'll be a liquidity pool and it'll serve gas fees, but it won't be this end-all be-all world currency thing that everybody wants it to be. I just don't see that. If that was the case, we would be writing legislation right now that's based off of whether or not these are securities and commodities, whether or not institutions can buy, sell, trade them, instead they're focusing on stable coins, because I think all of that speculation is irrelevant because of the direction they're moving. It seems like they're moving towards CBDC, and stable coins are the new CBDC, right? I'm sure you've heard me say this before, right? Am I wrong?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, I know I'm ranting,
Yep.
but here's the thing.
You're fine.
So they've dropped the appeal, which is this great headline that they get to put out now to pump the price just before the escrow comes in, where they can release a bunch more coins, and that drives the price up. Ripple has everything to gain by keeping the price up. And let's read what Brad Garlinghouse says right here. It says, Ripple to drop SEC cross appeal soon. And it's not even dropped. It says soon. It's still not even dropped. This is what's crazy to me. And then it says, Garlinghouse made an announcement on X stating Ripple is dropping our cross appeal and the SEC is expected to drop their appeal, which they probably will, but they're going to release it as two different opium releases, right? So we're going to get a pump because of this dropping, and then it'll come back down. And then once it comes back down, then the SEC will drop it and it'll pump it back up, right? But people don't understand that this is not good. This is actually bad. It could potentially be good for XRP. Maybe they go through a whole new appeals process with a different judge and everything, but that could take 2 years for that to settle, right?
Right.
And I think that that's probably the direction they're going, but people think that it's happening now. So Brad says, Ripple is dropping our cross appeal and the SEC is expected to drop their appeal. As they previously said, we're closing this chapter once and for all and focusing on what's most important, building the internet value lock-in. But it's only going to be retail. Institutions will never buy this, which means if institutions never buy it, then where does this
forcing those institutions to the exchanges?
Maybe. That seems pretty speculative, but from what we fact checked with the law here just earlier in the live, I think it was right before you got in,
right,
is that if institutions try to buy it through the exchange, it's illegal and they break the law and they would be criminally charged.
Okay.
So what do you think?
I think XRP is going to pump when it's going to pump. I think there's a huge drawn out chessboard. It's moves and counter moves. You know, because most of the time when there's news about it and it's positive news, the charts don't move at all. Do you notice that as well?
Yeah, it's becoming less and less every time there's good news.
I mean, the first time there was news that this was over, yeah, they pumped. But now, I think people are just tired.
Mm-hmm. But I think at the same time, here's the thing is everyone that's on the XRP train, they don't care. They will find the narrative that fits their hopium because they need it to be true, because they bought it $3. They've been holding all this time. They've lost so much money. It has to be true. And so just like with the moon cycle trading, doesn't make it real, but if enough people believe it to be real, then it becomes real, right? Now, people will be holding this coin if we go into alt season. They'll be holding this coin, waiting for $10,000, waiting for $100, waiting for crazy numbers that will never come because institutions can't buy it.
Well, you know, you had people probably in January that bought it for what, $3? Was it?
Yeah.
And if they're still holding on to that bag, they're freaking out.
Exactly. So
Because
it
somebody
has
on
to happen.
TikTok told him it was going to 10K.
Exactly. So it has to happen. It has to work out for them. It's their last hope, and it's that hopium that they're holding on to. And because of that, I believe it does pump. But I don't think it sees massive numbers. I think it sees $5 to $8 if we get an alt season at all.
So what do you think about putting your tokens, like staking them?
Oh, I think
Do
staking
you stake
is
any of yours?
right now no, because I live in California and
Mhm.
they outlawed staking in California. It's supposed to be
Oh,
coming
really?
back. Yeah. So I used to be staked in Ethereum and they took all that
Oh.
away. But I think that's supposed to be coming back and they're going to allow staking. And I believe that those coins have the potential to do massive. And that's why I'm liking Polygon, because it seems to be a bit of a sleeping giant where you can stake. That's why I'm also looking at Solana, because I believe you can stake Solana as well.
Very true. Yes.
But as of right now, I don't think you can stake XRP. So unless that comes along,
I think you can.
I'm not sure, because I
What
can't stake anything right now.
is Whale still in here? He knows what exchange it was.
Chill well. Can you stake XRP? And on what exchange? We can also ask Jesse. Jesse, can you see
Because
if we get a fact check on if you can stake XRP and what exchange that is that you can stake it on, if it is true? As far as I know, it's been talked and rumored, but never actually confirmed or come to fruition. Let me know when you're ready, Jesse, and I'll mic you.
I'm trying to remember. I could have sworn he did a video about staking XRP.
Jesse will fact check it for
I
it. That's
could
why
be
we have
wrong.
her. Oh, I wasn't supposed to delete that. Mega Crypto wants me to save all this information and make a website and do like a fact checking website. So I'm trying to remember not to lose
It's
all
not
this
a bad
stuff.
idea.
Yeah. He had a great idea. It's more workload for me, obviously, but I think it'd be a good resource for the community. And I think he's right. I think he's right that we should be. I'm thinking probably Discord is where I'm going to do it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the articles, post it, and have one of the journalists write a little subsection at the bottom of what it was reviewed that we found in it, a more summarized version of it, of this is what is true, this is what is not, and this is what you need to know from this, because if you just read the headline, it'll be misleading. And that's why I really wasn't posting everything, because I didn't want to just post news that would mislead people. You know what I mean? So, because like that's my biggest fear, is misleading people, and then people are going to hold me to it and then be like, you posted this and I did this, and I'm like, well, you were supposed to read it, you know. So I'm trying to be very careful not to put anything out there, but I think it's important that I show both sides of the news, you know, so that people can decide for themselves. But with that is going to take some journalism on top of it. So it's going to have to be the article. And before you read the article, it has to be our article of this is what we took from this.
Right. Almost like a summary or
Yeah.
Key points.
More than a summary, more of like a fact checking. So what I want to do is, and this was his
like
idea.
Real fact checking or like Facebook?
Okay, Revolution has a fact check for us. She says you can't directly stake XRP on the XRP ledger due to the consensus mechanism.
Okay. Should put bear
Big Baller says they just started to put barricades up in front of the White House and Treasury Department. I think they did that. They've been doing that for like a week now. They may have just
Why
finished
do you
it.
suppose?
Maybe unrest, civil unrest. I mean, God knows we've already seen that.
And the Treasury Department. Hmm.
You know, in summertime, people tend to protest more. In the wintertime, it kind of dies down. And so that's probably what it could be due to. Or maybe they're preparing to do something that we don't know about and they're being prepared for civil unrest because of it. Who knows?
Okay.
The fog of war.
Yeah, I don't know if you had it as where are you in LA or are you more like
I'm near.
north? Okay. So did you see all the demonstrations that happened recently?
Oh, yeah. I was actually going to go out there and report, and I decided not to because I didn't feel like getting arrested.
Yeah, so I took everyone around Chicago and I was a little worried at first because I'm like, oh, what if they're protesting downtown? But
Right.
they weren't. There was nobody around, so it kind of was hot and then cold.
I think most places were peaceful protests, and
Mhm.
some places turned into riots, and riots is clickbait, you know? So it got more
Yes,
coverage. But I think
yes.
overall, the majority was peaceful protests. And I think that's been the case since, 2020's protests and riots. I call them protest and riots because there was both. There was definitely both. But we also saw in LA, I think that the police were instigating a lot of it. We saw where the police were lighting their own cars on fire, and
Uh,
they were shooting smoke or tear gas into um, peaceful crowds. But you never know. All it takes is one person to throw a water bottle, and then
mhm.
it's it's an unlawful assembly. And they were looking at any reason to turn it into a riot. And that's why it's very
I don't know.
important.
There was some people out there busting up uh, curbs,
Oh yeah, they were breaking them up to have rocks to throw at the cops. There was definitely
right?
some riots happening. But like if you look back in history, like Dr. King did it right, they locked arms and they marched peacefully and they didn't give in to it. They didn't they did it the right way. But I think nowadays what they've realized is like the deep state, those in control and are manipulating everything that's going on. I think that they're paying people or placing agents um, to cause disruption so that they can deem it an unlawful assembly and point the finger at the people and see, look at you're the bad ones. What do you think?
Yeah, that could be. I will say that a lot of the protests, they seem very organized. Like in some places, they all have the same color tent. They're all, it's a bunch of college kids, but th- I don't know. It just seems like somebody else is pulling the strings.
I will say this. I think that the left is more organized. But at the same time, I think that the deep state is more organized and they know what to do. Like, remember in 2020 when people were protesting and there would just be like a random pallet of bricks just sitting right there, and they'd find like random cans of gas just left out and like fireworks and stuff that were just
Yes.
being left there.
It was Tina Forte who was pointing that out on video.
I think that was all planned. They're like, this is how we're going to deem it an unlawful, um, you know, gathering.
Demonstration.
Yeah, exactly. And to shut the people up, you know? I mean, it's a great concept. It worked. You know, why wouldn't the FBI or the CIA or whatever do something like that? And also think about this. I think that when the left goes out and protests, there are right-wing people that dress up like Antifa and get things going. And I think when the right go out and protest, there are left people that put on MAGA hats and go out there and rabble, and cause trouble. You know,
Right.
on purpose. And, you know, I've been saying this before, and I think someone said paid actors. I think you're right. I think they're either agents or
Paid
actors,
yes.
Different people that are working for certain interests, and they go out there and their job is to stir up trouble, you know? And that's the problem. It's a way of shutting the people up, you know? If we can't protest, then if we have the right to peaceably assemble, but they can deem it unpeaceful, they can shut it down. They can silence the people.
Oh, instantly.
And that's
totally.
the problem. And this is something I've said before on here. I don't know if you've heard me say it or not, but like when the people are fed up with the king, right? They grab their torches and they grab their pitchforks and they march on the castle. And as soon as they get to the castle, they yell, rabble, rabble, rabble. The king comes out and says, the people with the torches are trying to take away your pitchforks. And then the people fight each other. And that's what we're seeing. And it's bifurcation. It's a way to split us up. And it's actually in the Communist Manifesto or the Communist Playbook is one way to control the people is to introduce identity politics. You know, something that
divide.
Divide and conquer. So like things that we would normally not argue about, they put them out there and make them a big deal so that we start fighting about that instead of what really matters. And I think the majority of people don't really care, but there are those, you know, fringe minority that get in the crowd and screw it up for everybody.
Oh, I agree.
It's a problem. It's a big problem.
It's a big problem. But you know what? It doesn't help when you have politicians out there fanning the flames either.
Oh, of course. I think the they're doing it on purpose. They're fanning the flames on purpose against both sides, you know,
right?
You know, because it's a war. It's civil war. It's just different. There's no Mason-Dixon line. You know what I mean? But
no,
it's basically civil war. I mean, look at California. The governor of California and Trump are basically fighting against each other, and California is threatening to not pay for federal aid because California pays like 80% of the federal subsidization for the rest of the country, right? And then so Trump is saying, well, then we're not going to give you protection under the federal government, so we're going to build the Golden Dome and you're not going to be covered. And it's like that's how civil war starts. Revolution says we are a donor state.
Like $11,000 trillion or something like that.
Yeah, California pays the majority of all the revenue that the federal government gives out to the rest of the country. The federal government needs California, but you know, you're not going to see civil war fought like. Oh, go ahead.
What is it? It's California, Texas, and Alaska that are the top three in the U.S.
I don't think maybe Alaska because
for
the oil.
Like GDP.
I think I know it probably California and Texas. I'm not quite sure. Jesse, can you fact check that for us? What are the top states that contribute?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, most of the states, Florida is what Big Baller says. Yeah, what are the
Or it
top
could be
four?
Florida too.
Yeah. But you know, California produces most of the food for the entire country. You know, all these farms back east, they grow
Right.
feed for the cattle. They don't actually grow the food that we eat. They grow the feed, that the corn that we make, you know,
Correct.
we make sugar from it, high fructose corn syrup, and they grow corn to feed the cattle. So Revolution says
Yeah.
California,
And part
Texas,
of
and New
the
York,
corn in California, Texas, and New York.
and
Okay.
Florida. Those are the top four.
Those are the top four.
Yeah, but I believe California is the biggest. California pays the most. I believe it's like 80% comes from California. California is like the largest economy, is like, what is it, the fourth largest economy in the world? That's crazy. Like California produces more revenue than most countries. So like the US needs
It's got to be
California.
between California and Texas. If I remember correctly, I think Texas edges out California by just a small margin.
Jesse, can you fact check that? But back to the Civil War thing. Okay, Jesse's ready to be mic'd. Go ahead, Jesse.
As far as GDP goes, California is at 4.1 trillion. Texas follows with 2.7 trillion. New York 2.3. So we have a pretty good lead on everybody else.
It's like double what everybody else is. So Texas and New York together do what Cali does. That's crazy. Thank you, Jesse. So that's massive. But here's the thing is that Civil War isn't going to look like, you know, what we've seen in the past. But it is happening. What we're seeing is think about this. A district judge in California had the power to shut Trump down. The commander in chief of the armed forces had the power to shut down the president temporarily. So that's one person in 177 judges, I believe. So that's a 1 in 177 chance that there can be somebody that just doesn't align with Trump and they can throw a wrench in the gears, right? So let's just say, okay, that there's an actual problem, like obviously what was going on in California was a problem. Did California and the federal government go about it the right way? I don't think so. But what happened, right? And so if there is one judge that can cause a problem and shut down the federal government's authority, even if it's just temporarily, okay, that causes a big problem, because you have to understand that if you go to, let's say there's a National Guardsman, right? And he's under the authority of the governor of California, and the governor of California says, stand here at this post, do not move under any circumstances. Those are your orders, right? And then Donald Trump shows up with his motorcade and he goes out and he says, hey, listen, you, what's your name? And he's like, oh, my name's Sergeant whatever. He's like, I want you to go pack up your stuff and get back to your barracks now. Right? What does he do? Right? People are not robots. You know what I mean? And there
As
will
far
be
as
There will be those that follow the orders of the president, and there will be those that follow the order of the government or the governor.
Right.
And that's where that bifurcation comes. That's where that push and that pull comes from, because people are not just rigid robots, you know?
Yep. Even though some people believe that some people are NPCs,
Yeah,
that they're not real.
I firmly believe that. I think I'm the main character. Pretty sure.
Getting back into the rabbit hole.
Yeah. I'm convinced that we live in a simulation. 100% convinced. Because there's been too many times in my life where things just shouldn't have happened a certain way, but it just did. You know what I mean? Like, for instance,
Right.
I'm driving, I'm like 19 years old, and I'm driving in my truck, and my girlfriend and I were off on some random road out in the middle of nowhere. And it's like this windy road. And I drive on this road a lot. And you never see anybody on this road. It is just miles and miles of nothing. And there's other ways that you can drive and take that are more direct.
Uh-huh.
So nobody ever drives it because it's very windy, it's very dangerous, whatever. But I would take it because I like to drive, you know, and I go through it, right? And it's
Right.
raining, pouring rain like
Oh.
crazy. And my truck skidded off the road and landed in a ditch. And I was literally, both my bumpers were sitting on the ground, and all four of my wheels were completely off the ground.
Right.
And we're out in the middle of nowhere. Mind you, this was a long time ago. Like, I had a cell phone, but where we were, there's no cell phone coverage out there.
But it was a brick.
Yeah. Yeah. It was actually one of those little flip phones. It was like a
Oh,
razor
okay.
phone. And so we're out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, off on some random road that nobody's ever going to take. Why would they? There's no reason. Okay?
Right.
And I call this in the simulation the loading screen. Right? So we're in the loading screen. And we get stuck, and I get out of the car or the truck, and I look down, and I'm like, oh, this is bad. And I don't know how we're going to get out of it. And not 2 minutes later, like instantly, the next car that comes driving down the road is a tow truck and pulls us out for free. I
No
had no
way.
money. No. Yeah, like, what are the odds?
No way.
What are the odds?
That's random.
Yeah. Like,
I thought you were going to tell me somebody was walking or something.
No. Like, and that kind of stuff happens to me all the time. I wouldn't, Alexandria says lucky. I wouldn't say lucky. It happens all the time to me.
It's a little lucky. It's a little lucky.
Yeah, I mean, it would be luck if it just happened that one time. But literally every time there's a situation similar to that, that's my luck. Right?
Well,
I
then
mean,
you got good luck.
maybe. I don't believe in luck. I believe that I'm the main character.
The
Or
rest of us would still be on the side of the road.
Yeah, I believe that I'm playing the game on cheat codes. I really do. I've got some kind of cheat code enabled, or something's different. Because, like,
Well, would you share the game genie with the rest of us?
I don't know how it works. I think the player just put in the right line of code. You know, up down, left right, A B A B, start. That's it, right? That's the code. You got to put that in. But I mean, and that's just like one thing, and it's not just luck. This is what I'm saying is, like, Francesca, I had a couple years ago. Okay, I had money but it was all invested, right? So I had no money,
Right.
right? So I didn't have anything to spend. I was very tight, and I told you this before.
Oh,
Like, I don't spend money unless it makes money. Okay, and I didn't really have much of anything. I was living really tight.
well, you were 19.
Well, no,
Who at 19 does?
this was like year before last. I was stacking up because
Oh, okay.
I knew alt or the bull run was coming, right? So I was just
Right.
filling my bags like crazy, right? And I wasn't spending any money. And I seen a guy with a Corvette, just like the one I have, same color, same year, same everything. And I walk up to him and I say, "Oh, that's a really nice Corvette. I've always wanted one, blah, 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 blah," right? And I'm talking to him and I literally manifested my Corvette. I told him, I looked him in the eye and I said, "Hey, I have one of these." Now, I didn't have one at the time, but I was actually um, trying to get one, but there was like every odds stacked against me to actually getting it. And that's the one that I have now. And I just like said it. I was like, I have one of these. And I literally got my Corvette like 2 weeks later. That kind of shit happens to me. That's just been my life.
That's like that manifestation.
Yes, exactly.
What do they say? Shape it in your mind, hold it in your hand.
Right. What I and that's why I was saying, like, if you know what you want in life, right, and you have an end goal determination of what it is you're gonna do, and you take that first step towards it, every other step after it will follow in that direction subconsciously. You will just end up where you want to be if you're doing it right, if you're like locked in. And like that's where I'm at. Like everything, like even this show, Francesca, I tried to do social media for since 2020. I've been trying to do this and I gave up on it so many times. I had my studio completely robbed, like lost everything. And I gave up and I said I'm never doing it again. And then I went live one time on Mega's show as a guest, and now here we are. That was a couple months ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I didn't even have the building I'm sitting in didn't exist. Like it just
So I didn't
happened.
know you had a show until you had the studio.
Yeah. It
And
it
it's weird.
it literally started. I just pointed my phone at my tablet. That's how it started.
Really.
Yeah.
You know what though? That's how you have to start. You have to start small and slowly grow.
Yeah,
And
but that
then
was
see that the business or company is going to go somewhere, and then you're investing more into it.
yeah. But that was literally like 3 months ago, and now I'm sitting in a studio.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Like it just happened,
Turning on and off people's mics, right?
right?
They don't have to walk over to the iPad.
Mother Dragon says, "I remember old Oz." Yeah, way back in the day.
Yeah, she watches a lot of podcasts.
Yeah, she's awesome. I met her on Mega Crypto's show.
I met her through Le Prof.
I
If
don't
you
know
know
who
who
that is.
Le Prof is.
No.
Oh, I'll send you her profile. Check her out. She's pretty good. She also goes by Chart Striker.
Okay.
She does a little TA, and
I'm so new to the
she us-
space.
she usually does like a green screen.
Okay. Yeah,
But
I'm really new. Hardly know any of the creators. I downloaded TikTok like a month before I started the show.
oh wow,
Or no, wait. I had a TikTok from prior and I got back on it because I was trying to do social media before, and I was like go into my thing and look at my early videos, what the content creation I was making, and I gave up on it. I said I'm not doing this anymore, and
Why
then
did you give up?
um because I was like I'm putting in so much work and so much effort, and I'm not making any money doing it, and I'm not getting anything
Right.
in return. So I was like, and look at my content. It was good. It was good
Right.
stuff, right? And I was like, this is grade A prime content. And I'm not getting anything for it. I was like, maybe this is the one goal I set for myself that I don't achieve, and I'm okay with that. Right? So I was like, that's
Well,
fine.
well,
And
and making content, like, you got to be so original
yeah,
because there's so many XRP videos. There's so many people doing the news. There's so many people doing charts.
yeah,
So,
what got me is I was able to make people money. I kept being right every day.
well, there you go.
And then so
So,
what I did was I hooked people in with um, teaching them how to trade and make money, and then it just kind of morphed from TA into what it is now.
well, like Bullish and I had a Zoom call a couple months ago, 3 months ago. I don't know, a couple months ago, we had a Zoom call because I was like, okay, I'm going to make content, da da da. And she walked me all the way through it. She's a great teacher, but with modding lives and real life and, engagement and support of everybody, I'm
Mhm.
like, when the hell do I have 3 hours to sit here and edit
Yeah, I think what
this?
I think what changed for me is I retired in January. So I had all
Yeah.
this extra time on my hands. See, before my content was me at work or me
Mhm.
traveling for work. You'll see, guy chat. Go check out my older content. By the way, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Hashtag FYP, hashtag go viral, all that. But yeah, I had good content because I was an audio video engineer. So I was at all the biggest shows, recording and doing good content, And on top
Right?
of that, I'm staying at like the nicest hotels and resorts and stuff. And so like I'm recording that, and it was good content. People watch that kind of stuff. It just never got any traction. And I was like, I'm like, why am I wasting my time with this? It's whatever.
So, like, for me, it was like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to go so much the content route. And if I do, I'm going to post like personal stuff, like the puppies video where I was going to get a puppy and, and focusing more on networking the newbies to the right people. What do you want to do? Okay, I'm going to send you to this person. Or I've got these 5 people for XRP. Who do you want? Here's all 5 of them. Figure out who matches your vibe.
Yeah, I don't know.
And
Go ahead.
it's been good because I'm still able to be in all the lives. I'm still able to, meet other people. I believe Webb sent me 2 people this week. And it's like, hey, like, let me figure out your content, and then, yeah, I'll pump you out, but it's just become more of a networking thing for me versus making content.
Yeah, for sure. I noticed once I started not being selfish about my content, and I was more about uplifting other creators, that
Right.
I started to take off more. And I was like, this is the way it should be. It's like, as creators, we should be trying to help each other and not try to draw people away from other creators to ours, because it's a whole community here. Everybody here
So,
in the live watches everybody else's live.
right. And like I make some comments on my lives. Like I worry about when we start talking about money and then we say not financial advice, but then we give financial advice
Yeah,
because a newbie is not going to go research that project. They're going to say, "Oh, you said XTX? Okay, I'm going to go buy that."
right. And that's why
So,
I created this show. The idea was to, um, you know, bring fact checking into the space because I saw a need
right?
that needed to be filled.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that you have a team. I was kind of blown away when you wrote me and you're like, "I got a whole team. Flyers done." I'm like, "Holy, that was like what, half an hour, 20 minutes?"
Right. I'd say we're like the Joe Rogan show of the crypto space on TikTok.
I think you're
Obviously,
going to do very well.
yeah, we're not that big yet, but I see, I like I said, I always see the end goal and the vision, and then it manifests itself. So that's why, I'll tell you what, I was gonna be the guy with the phone pointed at the little tablet,
Uh-huh.
and what made me change and just dive right into it was, um, I think it was like early January or somewhere, and someone comes in, and we were about to dip hard, and I knew it was coming, and I was trying to warn people, and someone came into the chat and was like, just looking at this guy's monitor, I'm going to take out a huge long. And hopefully he didn't do that, but it made me realize, I was like, I have to step this up and be professional if I'm going to be
Right?
able to help people. And so that's
You
when I
know,
said, we're going to, I restructured everything and created everything you see today.
and that's why I like the Wolf Pack. They teach stuff in there that they don't on TikTok. Uh, Bullish does her trading early in the morning. I usually miss it, but they teach people how to actually leverage trade, and they have a great live where newbies or team members, whoever, are able to come up and actually talk to them and ask them questions, which I just thought was amazing. That's why I have their link in my bio, and I try to support them as much as I can.
Yeah, explain more to me what the wolf pack thing is and who does all that, because I'm actually very interested. I've seen it. I know it's like a subscription, but I don't really know too much about it. Tell me about it.
So it's Maddie P, Cosmic Crypto, Bullish Babe, and I want to say his name's Dave Russo. He's the big pie guy. They're the core four. I know they have Fresh in there. And I want to say Forest Unfilters does some stuff with them, but
I know he's got
you
the
might want to
wolf
fact
logo.
check me.
Well,
Oh, he does?
he's got the
Then
wolf
yeah,
logo.
he's doing stuff. Or he's a member. Or both. Uh Matty P does a lot of like the leverage trading where they'll find a coin and they'll leverage it, and I haven't actually been in that live, so I can't speak all the way on it, but I know they're doing well. I see the messages in the community board, and seems like he's really helping people to understand how to leverage trade.
All right. What else is
Cosmic
going on
has
there?
his Cosmic and Bullish and Dave, they all have their own lives. Bullish is doing more like TA in the morning, teaching people how to read the charts and how to invest, how to invest better based on the chart.
Okay, so it's basically like an education tool.
Right. It's basically them educating people, and then they have a community live.
Okay, so like, what happens if I sign up? Like, what resources do I have
Well,
access to?
if you sign up, I think the promo code live25 all caps is still valid. It'll give you 25% off. If I remember right, it's 25% off at $24.99. It gets you into everything. There's no like, oh, we're doing TA and that's an additional whatever. It's all covered in the initial membership cost.
Interesting. Yeah, I looked into it and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, but I don't really know what it is like, and I was like, oh,
Right?
but I'll tell you this, everyone that has a wolf on their name are just the nicest people ever and like the
Right.
coolest community ever. And I'm like, okay, this is cool. Like, and that's why I reached out to you, because I saw the wolf on your name. I was like, oh, I got to get this person on. They know something.
Right? Well, yeah. We actually all put the wolf on our name because Maddie's like, if you're in the wolf pack, put the wolf at the end of your name so people know you're in the wolf pack.
Yeah, it makes sense. Good branding, I'll tell you that, because that's how I found
But
you.
then
I
at the beginning, he made a really cool video, and I said, "Will you send that to me? Because I want to almost like affiliate, but I want to help you guys grow. So let me get that video so I can post it, so I can get it to more people."
That's awesome.
So he actually created like an affiliate one for everybody. So yeah,
That's
and
pretty
I
cool.
haven't seen Maddie in a long time. I used to mod for him, and he got banned from TikTok, and then he was back, and then he's not back. So I think I'm gonna have to jump into the wolf pack and find him when he's live and find out what's going on.
Yeah, if you have connection to any of them, let them know. Reach out to me, send me a DM. I'm looking for people to come on the show and love to talk about it more. And I think, if people have good information, like, because I offer all those things as well, but I tell people,
Right.
like, you should be absorbing as much information as possible. Like, I'm not always going to be right. You're not always going to be right. It's good to access every point of resource we can. I'm not going to not say, oh, don't sign up there, sign up with me. Like, if somebody is offering something that's good, everyone's going to be different. Everyone's going to have their own flair.
Right.
And so there's no reason to gatekeep anything.
Absolutely not.
I don't see it that way. People will choose where they want to go, and usually what works best for them is what they'll stick with. And I think that's because the whole main goal here is to help people. So if they can find what works best for them, that's what they should stick with.
Yeah. I tell people, oh, what do you want to do? Like, what's your goals?
Right.
Okay, I think this person is the best person for you.
Big Baller says, bro, don't sell yourself short. You have been right down to the penny.
Excuse me.
I know,
Jesus.
right? Speaking of which,
But
we're coming to the end here, and I got to do a little bit of TA. But is there any final thoughts?
I didn't even notice what time it was.
I know the time flew by. We had so much fun. You'll come back.
It was kind of nice. We talked about crypto, but we talked about other stuff. It was very nice. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Everyone give Francesca a follow. Send in the likes for Francesca right now. She's an amazing person in the space as a creator, as an individual, as a crypto entrepreneur. Just an incredible human being altogether. And I consider her my friend. So thank you for coming on.
We
I
need to
appreciate it.
DM more.
Yeah, I know. I'm so busy. I am so
I
busy.
know. And, you were like, reach out to me. And I had to like dig for you this morning. I'm like, where the hell is he?
I know.
Because, you keep sharing and all that other stuff and people fall. But you know what? I pinned you to the top, so you shouldn't
Oh, perfect.
move.
Oh, you can do that? Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's going to help me
I
out.
pin like the people I talk to the most, I pin them so I don't have to drag all the way to the bottom.
Got you. Yeah, you're the one
Yeah.
that got me signed up with Eve, my agent. She's incredible, and I looked through a lot of different
They were
people.
here tonight.
Yeah, I know. Crypto TV with Trey's just popped in right now. Actually, what's up?
Oh, did he?
What's up,
Hey,
Trey?
Trey.
Would you miss everything? But I'll tell you what, you didn't miss anything because everything is recorded and uploaded to YouTube. So if you ever miss a live or you want to see the show, you can just find me at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. All right, Francesca, thank you for coming on. I'm going to do a little bit of TA because I'm sure everyone
Thanks,
is
Oz.
dying to know where the market is going. I'll see you next time. We'll
Have
do
a
this
great
again.
rest of your night.
All right, good night. All right, everybody. Y'all ready for a little TA? Oh, 220 is coming. Let me show you what our options are here with XRP. This is what I'm seeing. All right. I think we do a golden archery here. Let me refresh it. And this would be over the next 3 days or so. I think this is what we get. All right. Down to $2 again. But with the crazy people thinking that the case being dropped being something bullish, I think that there's a possibility we get this. And that would send it up to about 330, or excuse me, 230 or 235, 234. I'm leaning this direction actually because the moon cheese is real, man. The moon cheese is real. But there is still a possibility that it comes up and then the end of the month, the first is right here, and that would send it down. And I'm leaning that way. I think most people in XRP know that there's a sell-off at the beginning of the month. They jump out and then they get back in down at the bottom. So I think because of the case settlement thing, even though it's nonsense hopium, I think that keeps it from dropping past 190, and it hits like $2. Maybe it hits 190 and it goes further if some bad narrative comes out. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But I definitely see that more than likely it's going to hit $2 again. So either way, if it does that, that doesn't mean that it doesn't come back up and hit like 212, 215, and then come back down. It's still within structure. And I'll tell you this, what I've noticed, like, look at this, like head and shoulders here. It's like, it seems like the first shoulder on this side is always sharp, and then it's like long and drawn out on this side, and it slowly works its way down. So I'd say July 14th, somewhere around July 14th, maybe sooner, maybe July 8th. It really depends on the tariff thing. Okay. We're going to get a sell-off because of the beginning of the month. Everyone's going to know the Ripple escrow thing, right? That's common knowledge, but people don't know what we know about it, right? They don't know that they've changed it, but they know it exists. So they'll let it run up for the next day or so. It'll probably hit some maybe it goes a little bit further. Maybe it goes to 225. But more than likely it just stops at like 220, 222. I'm thinking more like 222 it would wick, and it'll hit that resistance, and then a couple days will go by and it'll be the first, which will send it back down to $2. And then 4th of July, possibly people sell off for vacation, bringing it down to 190, probably bounce up a little bit again, and maybe bounce down from 197 to like 180, and that could be the bottom. Okay. But if tariffs, so that would be lined up with the tariff date. That would be Wednesday the 9th. We could potentially see 180, 190. And I think people will speculate that the tariffs are going to come into play. And if the tariffs go away, it shoots up and it breaks. And so this descending channel is a bullish trend, right? And that also lines up with the moon cycle. Okay, so a full moon on the 10th. So that could indicate that we could possibly get a tariff deal or some moon cheese deal that sends it bullish, and that would send it back up to 247. All right, so there is a potential that you're going to catch from 180 to 247 if that plays out. And it could potentially, if the tariffs do come and retaliatory tariffs, then I'm seeing the 160 price. All right, so the news is in the driver's seat. Okay, the charts are in the front seat navigating, right? But the one that's really driving the car is the news. And you and me, we're the kids in the back seat screaming and throwing french fries around. All right, so we'll have to wait and see. Hopium could send it up further, and then who knows? But I'll tell you what, we're smart, we're educated. We know that the end of the month is coming. We know that retaliatory tariffs are coming. And let me tell you this, big money investors that are the ones actually making the moves that are changing the price know these things as well. So I lean towards the downside right now. I think we pump shortly. They'll let it pump. And I bet you they do some kind of bull trap where this thing pumps up a little bit and then it comes down like this. Something like that. Like we've seen in the past. I'm leaning that direction. A nice confirmation of, oh, we're going to the moon, and then Big Baller says get back in at 4th of July. That's what I'm thinking. Something like that. I'm thinking after, though, because you know what? We'll go a little bit over because I want to cover this. Okay, this is important news. Trump cuts off U.S. trade talks with Canada, shattering optimism over tariff deals. Okay. This is from Reuters. U.S. President Donald Trump abruptly cut off trade talks with Canada on Friday over its tax targeting U.S. technology firms, saying that it was a blatant attack and that he would set a new tariff rate on Canada goods within the next week. Okay? So I'm leaning towards the bad narrative here. Maybe they come up with something, but these countries are going to try to string this along as much as possible. It's going to take, in my opinion, Donald Trump wants to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. And it's going to take more push from Donald Trump to get that to happen. So I'm leaning towards the bad case scenario. It just is logical. These countries are not going to actually make a deal until he puts that push out there first, because they've seen what he did with China. He had to do that with China. He doesn't have to do that with any other country. China kind of has leverage on us because they have the rare earth minerals that we need, and they're the only place we can get them from right now. So that is an issue. And I think that it's going to take that push. And what'll happen is it'll push, and then like a few days later, a few weeks later, it'll come back down. It'll be a pause. It'll be whatever it is, everything we've seen before. And then we don't need to cover that one. And then there's this. Trump shrugs off July tariff deadline. We can do whatever we want. President Donald Trump said he may not stick to an upcoming deadline when major U.S. tariffs are set to snap back into effect on a slew of countries. No, Trump said. The White House, when asked if that early July deadline is set in stone, and he said, we can do whatever we want. President Trump said Friday he may not stick to the deadline in early July when massive U.S. tariffs are set to snap back into effect a slew of countries. We can do whatever we want, Trump said. The White House, when asked, we could extend it. We could make it shorter. The question had specifically been about July 9th, the deadline for the U.S. and European Union to negotiate a trade deal or either trigger a 50% tariff on the EU imports to take effect. Now, the fact that he's just not even talking to Canada, and Spain and France, I believe, are not in alignment with the EU, there is a possibility, and I think it's a higher probability, that we see the 50% tariffs go into play. But maybe they'll just say, no. But I think what they'll do is they're going to call his bluff first. He'll do it, and then maybe potentially we get a deal signed. But that would definitely cause the markets to tank. So keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. The rest of the news is pretty mediocre. Let me see here. We covered the SEC. The House could vote on the landmark crypto legislation next month. Could. could is the thing here. But if there's any revisions that need to be made or whatever, that could not happen. Enlock, let me have Jesse pull that up for you. I know you asked earlier, so we'll go a little bit over for that one. What was the specific question, Enlock? Actually, why don't you come up as a guest real quick? Let's talk about it. We can go over a little bit. Let me see if I can find you. I'm going to send you an invite right now. Jesse, can you look into this and be ready?
Got it.
How's it going?
How's it going?
So
It's doing all right.
explain to Jesse what it is she needs to fact check and look up for you. Here's
So
the
I
thing
had
is,
just done a little bit of.
before you get started, let
Go
me
ahead.
tell you this, okay? She's not going to look up a specific article or whatever that fits your narrative. She's going to fact check this, okay? And find out
Right.
what the truth is. So, Jesse, if you're ready, she may, who knows, she may have stepped out to get a drink or use the bathroom. So I don't know if she's listening because she's on the other side of the wall. Jesse, are you there? She may have left already because it's after 9 o'clock. Because the show technically ends at 9. And I do apologize. We just kind of ran over. Jesse, are you here? Let me text her and see if she left already.
Not a problem, and I could be, misinterpreting what I'm reading, but I had seen a couple people talk about it in some videos, and so I, dove into it a little bit just to see if there was any facts or any truth to what was being said about the injunction necessarily being for Ripple could not sell to institutions directly. And so I said, oh, well, what, how can they sell to institutions if not directly? And it said they can either, one of two ways, they can either register XRP as a security, which obviously they don't want to do, and then register those sales with the SEC to institutions. And then it said, or there's an exemption in the SEC rule book 506B and 506C that says Ripple can, without registering as a security, can sell. I mean,
hold on a second. Let me stop you
Ripple
for a second.
XRP.
Can you get mic'd back up and do a fact check? Okay, so what exactly is it that you want to fact check?
Well, just that the SEC rule 506B,
So
506C.
SEC 506B and 506C
Oh, the one
says that it's
Yeah,
an
yeah.
exemption.
Technically, not
Okay.
incorrect. Technically, he's not incorrect, but also there's a few legalities of the injunction. Even going around it, yeah, they can still play to that audience and they can kind of find that loophole. But if they make any kind of wrong turn, jail. So
Right.
it's
Correct, yeah.
I get what he's saying, kind of like that. Okay, well, you can do it this way and advertise, but still, institutions still can't buy into it. So
Right. And so that's the thing is we have separation of powers in this country, right? And we have checks and balances. And that is designed so that companies like Ripple cannot collude with the SEC, that there's accountability. And if that is the case, there is entities, FBI, and they could bring them up on charges. Okay. So it's a fine line. Yes, potentially they could do that, but however, they would be breaking the law because the judicial branch has ruled that they cannot, and there is an injunction in place. So now we're moving from a civil lawsuit into federal criminal prosecution. If they did that, yes, technically they could, but the SEC chairman people in the Trump administration that are pushing for this, and the people at Ripple could be looking at a criminal case if they did that. Of course they can do that. Of course they can break the law. But right now, what we're dealing with is civil court, not criminal court. And let me tell you what, right now, you do not want to get into criminal charges with the Fed. They're like 98%. If the Fed brings up charges on you, you're going to prison.
Right. Yeah, and then in that exemption, and it was very clear that it had to be accredited investors at that point, which obviously institutions would be, but it wasn't just like they could do it for anybody with that exemption. It had to be accredited investors only.
Right. So I would say, yes, technically they could collude and break the law. But is that still a good thing? No. And would think of how bad it would be if a federal case was brought against Ripple. You think it's bad now? Like they would be shut
I've
down.
also heard, and it could be a positive thing. I mean, not to have an injunction on you, but just that they can't, sell off their 40 billion tokens as well, so that then now there's 100 billion in circulation.
They can't force them to do that. That's
Right.
That's highly unlikely that would happen. And there's people that are speculating that, oh, the government's gonna take control of that and put it in the reserve. No. There's people that are speculating that they're gonna pay the fine in XRP. No. Sorry, that's just not the way things work.
So when they dropped their appeal, Ripple, are they just saying they're going to pay the full 150 or 125, whatever it is?
Yep.
When they did that,
And the injunction stays in place. So it's really actually bad news.
Sense.
But the headline reads bullish. You see, the headline says Ripple to drop a cross appeal against SEC ending XRP lawsuit. That's what people see is ending XRP lawsuit. They don't understand anything else. Okay. They just see, oh, the lawsuit with XRP's ended. Boom. It's all good. It's all gravy. And then there's people that are like, oh, okay, well, this is the actual truth. How can we spin the narrative to where it would work for us, for those who know better, right? And that's where that rule comes in that you're bringing up that is irrelevant because of an injunction. Dude, I'm telling you right now, an injunction is something you don't mess with. All right? It becomes criminal, exactly.
Oh, you're civil. You go against the judge.
Makes sense. I guess it'll just be bullish in the terms that the case is will be officially over. I mean, I don't know how long it takes.
It's a moon.
SEC.
Here, let me spell it out for you. It's a moon cheese pump, right? You've seen the show. You get the moon cheese phrase, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a moon cheese pump, right? And what it'll do, we're coming to the end of the month. Ripple has everything to gain by keeping the price up, right? So if people think that it's over and they're cooked and it's not happening, it's not good for them, what do? It's all sparked from a tweet from Brad Garlinghouse where it says Ripple is dropping our case appeal and the SEC is expected to drop their appeal. They previously said we're closing the chapter once and for all and focusing on what is important, building the Internet of Value lock-in. Okay? That's worded in a specific way that this is how I foresee it, is they release this information right before the end of the month, things pump up, and then Ripple gets to dump their XRP at a higher price, right? Conveniently timed. And then a month goes by, it runs down or it runs sideways, who knows, or whatever. And then right before the end of the month or some maybe right before or after tariffs, what happens? Boom. SEC comes out and says, we've dropped our appeal as well. Well, no duh, because there is no appeal. There is no case. There is no nothing. And then everybody FOMOs on that. Oh, they both sides dropped it. It's over. It's done. And then everybody thinks it's over and they think there's no injunction. Because most people, a lot of people, don't even know that there is an injunction or what that even means.
Right.
They just think, oh, the case is dropped. Institutions are going to buy it. And even ETFs, bro. Yeah, the ETF could get approved by the SEC, but can institutions buy it through the ETF? Nope. And if they do, criminal case, back in court. So, and I would imagine that ETFs do not get approved so long as that injunction is in place.
Right.
And
so let me ask your opinion.
Here's the thing is, the SEC can approve the ETF and not enforce the law, but then that could look like collusion. You know what I mean? Like, it's a fine line. You're inviting the FBI in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So staying on the XRP topic, and I know you're trying to get out of here.
Well, we can go over. I've been going over
think,
lately.
Why do you think SBI Bank in Japan holds it's like 9% of the total supply? Why do you think they have so much?
Moon cheese. And also, this is a world economy. Okay? So just because it's illegal in the US doesn't mean it's illegal everywhere else. That's just here. But here is a massive portion of, the supply of liquidity. But no, the US government doesn't police the world.
That's just a lot of tokens, even to have, like, if it was like a reserve or something, like 9%, that's billions of dollars. It almost feels like it's for something bigger at some point.
Or they just
I'm not a 10K guy or anything like that. It's just, when you look at stuff like that, you got to kind of wonder why.
Well, I think more or less it's they know, just like we know, that the moon cheese exists. Just because the narrative is bad doesn't mean that it won't pump. Look at what's happening today. Doesn't mean XRP is not going to moon with everything else. Let me tell you, these XRP maxis, it doesn't matter what you tell them. They're going to still buy it and hold it. And they will hold it all the way to the bottom, baby. Because they have to have the hope that it's going to do something. And that's what I think those banks are counting on. They're going to hold it, wait for it to run, and then they're going to sell.
So do you think XRP will be relevant in 10 years? Like, if it doesn't do anything like it's supposed to do, then it's essentially pointless at that point.
Well,
do you think it's a zero token?
Hear me out on this, bro. I think it will serve some sort of purpose, possibly. Or nothing at all. And it's just the biggest scam of all time. But since XRP came out, there is new technology that's hit the market that already operates better, faster, and doesn't have an injunction on it in the US. In 10 years, think of the technology that we'll have in crypto with AI.
10 years, everything might be running off of HBAR, honestly.
We don't know. It's all speculative. But as long as people believe in the moon cheese, it'll keep going. I mean, look at it move today. You got the most bearish news ever, and people took it as bullish because it's all retail. It's 100% retail. There's no institutions in it.
But you think that retail has that much money in it? I mean,
Yeah,
what's the market cap's 100 and
think about it.
that's so much money
There's
for the
billionaires,
amount.
billionaires that are buying this stuff. And
Yeah,
there's
that's a lot though.
and hundreds of millions of people with thousands of dollars in it, if not more, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
Like
It doesn't really take that
I've asked,
much to get it to the market cap it's at. It's all retail. It legally is all retail.
well, like you said, out of the U.S., institutions can buy it.
Yeah, and there probably are on certain exchanges or whatever. And maybe it does get used for something, you know, but is XRP going to be this end all be all one world currency thing? No. No. It'll do something
Well,
because people have to believe in it. They hope.
Right. And you got to think too. I mean, and on a small scale, I've thought about like, Garlinghouse and Schwartz and Monica Long, all these people at Ripple, like they have huge bags of this themselves. That's their 90% of their net worth is XRP bags. So they have a little, self bias to do as much as possible for this coin as well.
Yeah. Why do you think Brad Garlinghouse comes out and says the case is over when it's not? Why do you think he comes out and says, oh, yeah, I could see it taking over 14% of Swift? It's in their best interest. I can't believe the people that come on here and they're like, oh, I love Brad Garlinghouse. I think he's for the people. No, he's not. He's about his business. He's about Ripple. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about you. Come on.
Right. Yeah, he puts on a good front, makes the people feel like he cares about them. That's for sure. But I mean, that's good business.
Yeah. And maybe it has some use case down the road or whatever, and maybe the laws change and the injunction gets removed. Maybe it gets appealed in a different court. But we're talking about years before that can happen. But people won't, give up on it. They won't. I mean, some have, a lot have, and I think there's, a large portion of people that will stay away from it and a large portion of people that will get into it. But I think right now it might be a better bet to be on something that actually can have institutions in the US invest into it. That's why I'm leaning towards RWAs. Like, and think about it. XRP is backed by fiat, right? And we want to invest our money because fiat is losing value, right? But if the fiat's using value over time and you cash it out for more fiat, it could potentially go up, it could potentially go down. So you're getting more fiat for it, but the value of fiat is dropped. It's almost like nothing really happened to it, right? But if you're investing into RWAs, real world assets, assets are going up in value while the dollars are going down in value. So wouldn't you rather want to be invested in a real world asset tokenized or a fiat currency tokenized?
Yeah, 100%. On that note, how do you feel about Ondo?
I think it's great. I think tokenization of real estate is going to be massive for sure. Could something else come along and replace it? Of course. I like Algo as well because it's a bit more diversified. But yeah, I think those two are good, solid to look at right now for sure. But
right. I have both of them. The thing with Ondo that bugs me, and like I said, I have a bag of it, is it's purely a governance token. So it's like, is that going to be value, down the road? Like they can tokenize as many bonds and securities as they want. They never ever once have to use the token to do that. Right. So it's just for the governance aspect now, and then like staking and stuff there in the future. And then I read something that said there's some clause or something that says that the governance or the coin holders can vote to like profit share, but I mean, would that ever happen? Who knows? But that's my one drawback is there's really no use case for the token itself.
Right. You know what? And that is why I think NFTs are a sleeping giant. Because if you can NFT a deed to real estate and you can own not just a portion of, like, someone holds the deed, right? And then you can own a portion tokenized of the NFT. You own a portion of the NFT. You don't really own the deed, you own the NFT. If they create a platform where the deed is actually the NFT is what is, so you're actually owning a portion of the deed, that'll be huge. That'll be massive. Yeah. And I think more or less that would probably fall on the Polygon network.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting next 5 to 10 years, seeing which of these companies become the winners. And we all know there's going to be there'll be plenty of winners, but just to see how it changes and who gets what, and how much of it they get.
Everyone
and how right
thinks
any of our speculation and guesses were.
Yeah, everyone thinks it's happening right now. It's all going to happen this year. Sorry, ain't happening. We got another 5-10 years minimum.
Right. I'm with you there.
So,
I don't even think the ISO. I mean,
buy what's trending
for that.
Buy what's trending. Buy what's all you can hear about. All that's being talked about. That's what it's going to be. The idea is to pick them before everyone starts talking about it. And that's I've been known to do that. I picked Shiba before everyone was talking about it. Picked XRP before everyone was talking about it. And I think the next one is going to be RWAs. And
Right.
the question is which one?
Oh, I started looking at SXT today because you were talking about a space and time, and it just brought up you were talking about military stuff with them, and I do have some DAG. Do you see the same sort of partnerships and stuff with Constellation DAG, or are you familiar with it?
Yeah, I am. DAG is similar. However, DAG is not off-chain data verification. It's on-chain. So that's the difference. And that's why I'm so bullish on XR or on SXT, because it's off-chain. So it can't be hacked. It can't be manipulated. Nothing. It's the most secure thing. So the fact that you can verify data without it being on the blockchain, that's massive, because that's what they're speculating, is that quantum computers can hack the blockchain, can hack Bitcoin, hack all these different things. But if it's not on the blockchain and it's not accessible, that fixes the problem.
Yeah, I've been reading a lot into the quantum computer. I know they say it's years away from being able to, hack Bitcoin, but I guess they're already starting to build some security measures to help prevent that in the future too. I mean, if Bitcoin got hacked, you could probably say goodbye to the crypto market.
Yeah, unless they have a technology that fixes it. And I think that's what we could potentially be looking. Obviously, it's a bit speculative. It's so new, But if that's what it is that fixes it, because that's what everybody's talking about, is the quantum computing problem and everything. And, you're saying years off before it can do that. Well, we're years off from adopting crypto. Yeah, we'll see banks start doing this and that, and, real estate seeing that crypto is an actual, asset and things like that. That doesn't mean that they're using it all. And that's another thing is July is the ISO thing. People believe that when that happens, crypto gets adopted. And that's just not the case. ISO has nothing to do with crypto whatsoever. There are coins that are ISO compliant, but when ISO switch gets flipped, yeah, obviously the market's going to pump because people believe in the moon cheese and they believe something they saw on TikTok. But the reality of it is that ISO is just the way that bank computers communicate with each other. That's it.
Right. I read an article yesterday, and maybe I misread it, but it said something like 40% of banks are already communicating on the ISO standard. It's just the November thing is everybody has to be on it.
Right. So the original date was March, right? And then a lot of banks didn't get on it in time and fell behind or whatever. So then they pushed it to July. Okay. But the actual date is November 22nd. And that they're using that narrative to string along this bull run to keep everything up. It's that hopium. It's that the switch is going to get flipped. Oh, wait, no, we pushed it off. Okay, the switch is going to get flipped. Oh, no, well, it's actually in November. Oh, the switch is going to get flipped. Well, it did, but it has nothing to do with crypto. Sorry. You know what I mean? And then end of the bull run.
Right.
And thanks for the exit liquidity. Appreciate it,
Right. I saw too that the we got the Genius Act at the House now, but I saw that the House is also trying to not only pass the Genius Act, but they also want to pass the Clarity Act at the same time and send that back to the Senate. So if they get both of them done, I mean that like you said, it could just be the pump and dump scenario for hopium, but it'd be nice to get at least some clarity on everything versus just stable coins as well.
I think that the Stablecoin Act and the Clarity Act is the death of crypto as we know it and DeFi, and is the beginning of CBDCs. And the fact that the CBDC executive orders in place, no one will suspect it, but it's not a law. It's an executive order that only lasts for like about a year, and it has to be renewed over and over and over. Probably won't get renewed. Maybe one time it gets renewed, but probably not. And that's a way to keep the people from questioning the Stablecoin Act or Stablecoin Bill. And people are like, oh, this is going to be bullish. We're going to get this legislation enacted, and they'll be cheering on the demise of crypto, of everything that it was intended to be. That's how you control the people, and that's how you get what you want. Is you manipulate the people to cheer for the opposite of what they want, because most people don't understand it, and the people that do really don't care because it's pumping their bags now, and they figure I'll get rich now, and then it won't matter.
Yep. And then the Genius Act, I know the House wants to add an amendment where they give the Fed the power over the stable coins, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or at least some power.
And that's even worse.
Right.
Look at what the Fed's doing now. The Fed owns this country. Could you imagine? Oh, and I'll tell you what right now, if that's what the House does, which probably will happen, as soon as it hits Trump's desk, veto. And then everyone will be like, oh, okay, well, they're going to do a new one. And then all the hopium starts all over again.
We get drug out another, well, his term is what, 3.5 more years? Another year, another 2 years?
Yeah, it'll just keep happening and happening. And I think that's the point. That's the point, is to get people buying in at the top as long as possible, because they're milking it out of it. That's why XRP is running sideways instead of going up. People just keep putting a little bit in, keep putting a little bit in.
Right.
and they're just draining everyone. And people have to believe in XRP. They have to believe in all these things because it's their only shot. It's their only option. And they're not in here trading it like, the big dogs are like me, They're not trading it. They got $100 in there and they're just holding on to it, or 1,000 or whatever. And they just keep buying. I'm just going to keep buying and holding, buying and holding, buying and holding. I've been there. I've been that person in the bull run. And I've learned from my mistakes. And that's what I'm trying to do, is teach people, because that's it. It's happened before, and it happens over and over, and it ain't happened. The switch isn't right now. This is a global economic financial system. It's not something that can be rushed overnight. It takes time and years to build. Think of all the thousands of years it took to build the financial system we have today.
That's very true. I mean, they do, expect or project that the market cap's supposed to go up, 3 or 4x over the next 3 to 5 years. I mean, that's positive for bags, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're not going to see anything, but it may not be as great as we all hoped for. Or it may be great and it's perfect, and who knows. But I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, that's why, I said I definitely hold XRP. It's one of my larger holding. It's not my largest. And I have, 10 or so coins that I also hold on to besides that. But, it's important to diversify, so hopefully you can get lucky with one or two of your
You got to be
your
careful
selections.
there. Everyone's situation is different. So diversification is not for somebody that only has $100 in. Everyone is different.
You're right. You're right.
And this is one thing I have to, because I coach people, right? And they're like, "Oh, I'm well diversified. I'm good." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, like what are you holding?" And they're like, "Oh, I got all the 50, 75 something projects." I'm like, "Cool. How much you got invested?" $150. $500, $1,000. I'm like, "No, bro, you're doing it wrong." And think of, just to get them back into a place where they can actually make money, they have to take a loss. And then that's the hardest part with the coaching, is when I tell people, I'm like, "Hey, you got to take a loss. We have to restructure everything that you're doing." People don't want to do that. And a lot of times they just don't do anything, and they don't get the success stories. But I'll tell you what, the people that listen to me restructure, reestablish a new strategy, they're doing well. They are just killing it. Okay. And they're getting back to where they were when we were at the top of the cycle in a bear market. So it can be done. And if you're struggling, and anybody in the chat that's struggling, I recommend become a deluxe subscriber. I'm telling you, no other creator is going to offer one-on-one coaching for you for $9.99 a month. No one. They'll offer subscriptions and this and that or whatever, but I'm actually going to message you and talk to you and come up with that strategy for you. I can coach you with FOMO, all those different things, and we can focus on any project that you're looking at. It doesn't necessarily have to be just XRP, so just something to keep in mind.
Right. No, I've definitely, I mean, I don't do it very often. I've cut my losses on a couple of, coins to move them into different plays or something along those lines. But, it's like, to your point about listening to influencers and stuff like that, sometimes, one of the biggest things you'll hear that I think deters people from doing that is, you only lose when you sell. So,
That's wrong.
And then people get afraid. Yeah.
You only lose when you're doing it wrong. You know, there's so much money to be made here, but nobody's doing it right. I did it wrong so many times. I learned my lesson, and that's you. Don't make the same mistakes I made and be behind. You have an opportunity to get ahead of the game. That's what I'm offering. I'm offering you the opportunity to be in a better position. And all I want to do is help people. That's all I care about. I don't make any money. I made $10.67 here, and I pay thousands of dollars a month just to keep this operation running. Thousands. And I do it because I care.
Appreciate it.
I care about people. And I care about the people that work for me. Like I don't know how much longer I can keep doing it with the market going down, but I can't bring myself to lay people off. So I'm like I really need something to pump so I can take out some profits here, because that's what's financing all of this. It's what's financing all of it. I'm living very, very frugal right now so that I can do this for you guys.
Well, I said we definitely appreciate it, and I've been watching you for a while back when you had the old setup where you were just doing the chart, a few months ago.
I
And so I
appreciate that.
appreciate it. You seem very genuine, and I like your approach. Even not to get on White Rock because I'm not really on either side of that, but just how you approached it in, well, I'm not going to just take, your word, your this and that. I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to deep dive, and I'm going to go try to find out, my own real true opinion based off what I can find before I say this or that about the project. So,
and I don't even really
like
have an
that approach.
opinion. The opinion is yours. I give a bit of my opinions on here, right? But I'm very open and vocal, like, hey, this is my opinion. This is my speculation. This is what I think. It is not factually based, but here are the facts. And that's the whole point, is to give you the facts. And that's why I have Jessie, because I do get opinionated, and she's there to make sure that it gets grounded and things get fact checked, and that we actually focus on the facts, because that's the whole point. Because any person can be an influencer and get up here and say whatever they think, or whatever they think the facts are, or whatever, and having someone to be accountable to is what makes this show what it is. That's why I say, and I know I'm being bold here, but if you really think about it, we are the Joe Rogan show of crypto on TikTok. That's what we are. We're here to deep dive into things, talk about things, and when questions arise that we don't have the answers to, we have somebody to fill in and fact check those things and make sure that we stay on track.
Right. No, that's awesome.
Hey man, I appreciate you coming on. Yeah, I think we're gonna end the live here. I can hear the staff in the background all yelling and giggling and having a good time, unless that's on your end. But
no.
Yeah, I hear them. So I'm gonna end the show now. Appreciate having you on, man.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks, Oz. Take care.
No problem. All right, everyone. Thank you all for your overwhelming love and support for the show. It's great to hear from just viewers. People have been here since the Nintendo Switch days. Obviously, it's not a Nintendo Switch, but it all started with this thing. It all started with this, and we've come so far. And I do it for you guys. I have nothing that I'm really benefiting from this. I'm losing time with my family and so many things I've sacrificed to have this show. I love doing it. That's part of it. But it breaks my heart when I see people hurting and being broken and being taken advantage of. And I can't just sit by with all this information that I have and do nothing. Thank you, Fredrum. I appreciate that. But I feel like, especially now more than ever that we've created all of this, I feel like I have an obligation to you as the viewer. And I ain't going nowhere. I'll tell you what, I almost gave up a few times. It was difficult, especially in the beginning when everyone was like, before we were going down so hard, no one listened. Nobody wanted to hear that we could potentially be moving down. It wasn't until we hit under $2 several times before people started to think, oh, maybe there is a bear market we're in right now. No one wanted to believe it. Well, here we are now. It's easier for people to watch the show now because they're like, should I be scared or not? Because we are in World War III. We are in Civil War. We are in a bear market. I just try to tell you what it is before it happens so that you can be prepared. That's what it's about. It does you no good for me to tell you what's happening right now. What does good is tell you what's happening right now, what it will potentially be the outcome because of it. And I have a gift of seeing that. Call it intuition, call it whatever you want, but I have a gift. And it's just logic, man. It's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. It's just very logical, critical thinking. And I'm hoping to teach you all to be critical thinkers as well. Thank you all, everyone. Thank you for all the gifts. There's so many. Can't even list them all. If you want to help support the show, send me a message if you'd like to give a donation, and I will give you the information for the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. And that is the best way to give to the show. Everything that you give to that goes directly to the staff. Okay. That helps to pay for everything that we do here, keep the lights on, all the bills. So if you feel compelled and you want to give a donation, that's the best way to support the show. When you send the gifts, you get a nice little dopamine hit on TikTok, but you got to remember you're sending pennies. It's like begging for change on the corner. If you really want to make a donation, the best way to give is to send one directly here. So if anyone is interested in doing that, I'm not allowed to put it on TikTok. They don't want that because they get I only get 40% of the revenue that comes in on TikTok. TikTok takes 60% of it. So if you really want to support the show, that's the best way to help. We are PBS. We are supported by viewers like you. And we have to become profitable at some point. I'll tell you what right now, if we don't become profitable by the end of the bull run, this will fall. Because the bull run is what is financing this operation. We have to build this, and so we have to work together as a community. And if you can't give financially, all you got to do is hit the like button. All you got to do is spam the chat with emojis. All you have to do is share it with your friends, not just in the live, digitally, but tell your friends, tell your family, tell your coworkers, get them involved, get them woken up, help them understand what we're doing here. So thank you all for your support. And I ain't going nowhere. At least till the end of the bull run. But I set the show up the way I did, where we do the news, because if crypto becomes not the hot topic like it is right now, there's something to fall back on. We'll continue doing what we're doing, fact checking everything, and we'll keep growing, and we'll keep stacking our bags until the next bull run. And by that time, we'll be all so wealthy. It'll be incredible. And I can't wait for all the success stories. I'm thinking by the end of the next bull run, I want to book an entire cruise ship for all the people on the show who are like subscribers and have made a lot of money. Like, we're going to do like a cruise together. How incredible would that be? And like, I'll talk, we'll do this show live on the cruise, and I'll talk on stage, and you guys will be in the audience. It'll be in real life out on a boat in the water, like going to Hawaii or something like that. That's the vision. That's the goal that I see. I think by the next bull run, if you guys are applying what I'm teaching you, and you guys are continuing helping me to build this show, that's the future I see, not only for me in this show, but for you as well. I want to become so big that you don't even have to pay to go on that cruise. It'll be like subscribers get that as a perk. That's what I want. And I think that that's a foreseeable goal. I always set the bar really high. And let me tell you what, I always achieve my goals. Take care, everyone. You're right on point, bro. You just got to trust your instincts, man. I think you second guess yourself. And
yeah, I did.
You let the fear control your trading. Don't let fear. Trust the process. Obviously, not all of them are going to work out, bro. But believe in yourself, believe in your process, believe in your TA. And when you do that and you have that conviction, that's when you are rewarded for it.
Hey, I got rewarded for that on the way down. I got a
Oh, I know, bro.
I got a 42% on the way down.
And I've seen you in the Discord. We have hashtag wins, right? Where people are posting our wins. G-Rod every day with these massive wins, like anywhere from like 50% to like 290% wins, bro. You're killing it, man. And you're doing all those in the high time frames, right? So like 1 and 5 minute charts.
I do it all on the 1 minute charts.
Yeah, so you're making those kinds of gains in a matter of what, like an hour or less?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's magnificent, bro. You're killing it.
Usually, I mean, the longest I've been in one was the other night. I was in it for, I think, 4 hours.
Look at this, what I see right here too. So let's look even more macro. Here's our channel, right? We're respecting this line, this trend up, and we're respecting this trend. Like this. Right? So let's say this does come up, cup and handle, 250. What I say earlier, 250 to $3. That's where this thing wants to go. And look it does that. Like it goes like here, and then it goes higher. So it got here, now it's gonna go higher. See the pattern? Look,
I'm hoping for that higher one. I'm hoping for that higher one and not instead of a possible triple top. I don't know.
Look it. This is what you're seeing right here is bots. Okay, look at, you see this cup and handle right here that played out?
Yep.
Okay, you're seeing another one right next to it, cup and handle play out. That's bots trading. This thing's going to 250, bro. Easy. It's literally just copy and pasting what just happened here is about to happen right here. And that's, you see a lot of that on the low time frames because it's bots running an AI algorithm, right? So the bots are actually creating its own, whatever. And then the bot is also zoomed out even more on the 30 minute.
Oz, I
Look at,
got a question when you get back to that 5 minute one.
Look at, here's your more macro, right? We're going to come up here, boom, double top, and come back down. So you're going to be able to short this thing to 159, 160 once it hits that 150 mark. That's what I was seeing. Now it could potentially shoot up higher first and then go, but we have an ascending wedge right here, right? So this would be more than likely what plays out right here on the 30-minute time frame. So sometime today or tomorrow, this thing will come back down to right here. So you see where the fair value gap is right here? We have the candle support right here. Boom, 161. And I would just set my sell order at like 163. At 163.5 and just make sure it fills. You know what I mean? Don't be greedy. You're going to catch all that, bro.
Yeah.
Make sure it fills. More than likely, that's what we're going to see right there. You know what? I'm going to save this. And I'm going to show you. Tomorrow, we're going to pull this up, and it's going to literally match this. Like, it's going to follow it to the T, bro.
I better be up the whole time then.
What, over the next, like, what? Like 12 hours? 14 hours?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to be up. This move right here is where you get to sleep, bro. You're going to catch this right here tonight.
Yeah.
It's going to top out tonight, like 3 a.m. Boom, sleep. Wake up tomorrow. Set your sell limit at that 163.5. Wake up tomorrow and profit. Do it in your sleep. That's how I do it.
So I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So if you zoom in on that 5 minute again.
Let me see here. All right.
So you know those sweeps that it's making, right?
Yeah. These right here.
Yeah. Have you seen I guess they're getting bigger, aren't they?
Not really. Look at,
Or
they're
are
actually
they-
getting smaller. So
Yeah,
let's
so
measure.
that's
Look, we take this over here. It's getting a little bit smaller.
okay.
So we measure this one. Bring it right here. And that's why it's a wedge, not a... So
Gotcha. Yeah,
expect
I
it
see it
to
now.
hit that line 150. Or excuse
Yeah.
me, 250. That's it right there, bro. And look, let's move this right here. That's the distance from this resistance zone to the top. It's almost a perfect measurement. See that?
Yeah.
Now it could fall short, you know. I would be taking profits at 245.5. 245, somewhere around there, right? That would be my first zone of
if I
taking
get-
profit.
If I get back up to 2, I mean, with my leverage, I mean, I only need to get to. If I get to 235, I'm up 150%. So it don't matter.
I think you're going to do more than that, bro. I think you're going to see 245 minimum. So you're going to make a nice long here. And then you're going to get a nice short. And it might do another one. It could potentially come down here like this. And then do another one. And then come down. So you might get 2 moves in here before it breaks down. And it is a smaller time frame. But it'll either break right here at 234. Once it hits 234 on the downside, you want to be watching for confirmation of a turn to the upside, or if it's going to head and shoulders, stop at 241, 240, and then come back down and have a reversal. Because if this stops right here, now you have a pattern confirmation of a break through that ascending channel, ascending wedge, right? And then
So
obviously
possible,
it doesn't
a
move
possible double top at 240 then.
exactly, because it doesn't have to be exactly at the peak, right? It can
Little
touch
lower.
here, and that's confirmation of a double top, right? If it
Yeah.
starts reversing from there, that's like, okay, we have a double top, and it'll do, you know, whatever it does. I'm gonna leave this line though, because I have a feeling it's gonna respect this. So yeah, just keep an eye on it, and like I said, watch the candles, look for candle confirmation, right? Look for that tweezer bottom, tweezer top in the candles. You're gonna see those a lot. look for, you know, the candle patterns, and you're going to look for confirmation with those with a pattern. So you're going to look at the micro pattern and the macro pattern. Our macro pattern is this ascending channel, which is bearish, which means that more than likely it wants to break down into a double top here in the 30 minute, like that. That's what it wants. All right.
Okay.
So be looking at the candles, right? Remember, any pattern that you see needs candle confirmation. You need to have that candle confirmation, and then you need micro pattern and macro pattern confirmation. And then at that point, it's plug and play. It's pretty much, it's going to happen. Obviously, because crypto is manipulated, because it's such a low market cap and low liquidity supply, that can change. But 9 times out of 10, if you have all those signals line up, you're going to do all right. You're not going to catch every single one is going to be perfect, but 80-90%, you're going to be right on point. And that's all we need, right, to be profitable, is 80-90%.
Yeah. Yeah, because it just formed another inverted head and shoulders on the 5 minute.
Let's look at it. Remember, that 5 minute is a lot of noise, bro. Yeah, I'd say that's more of a tombstone than an inverted head and shoulders, which is still to the ups.
So if I just look at it from a half hour earlier, or like maybe an hour earlier,
like this right here, it's going to copy and paste this whole move from here to here. It's probably going to copy and paste that up here, just a little bit smaller, you know, less of a dramatic move.
Yeah.
More than likely.
Okay.
But look at this cup and handle. And you see how this cup and handle, look how far down it went. You would have thought, oh, that handle is no good, right? And look, it even had this little bull flag it made right here, right? You would look at this and say, oh, this is invalidated. If it had dropped any lower than this, it would have been invalidated. And really, it would have been like down here. If it would have dropped below 218, it would have been invalidated. But that's because of the time frame we're looking at. We zoom out to the 30 minute with less noise. That looks like a solid cup and handle. Solid cup and handle. Textbook.
Gotcha.
And
so your handle could come down all the way to the bottom, touch
50%,
the inside.
50%. All right. So look at from here to here. That's about the most you want to see. So that's about 50%. You know, that's the middle of the cup right here. Right? That's about right. And that's even actually lower. Right? See how where the candles are right here, the wicks, here to here. That's a perfect move.
Okay,
That's
so
textbook.
So Oz, what does it mean when the right side of the cup is higher than the left side?
It's just a tilted cup. That's all. You got to remember, bro, these patterns. Is this the XRP chart? No, this is render. We're going to do XRP in just a second. So bear with me. I'll take a look at it for you. The patterns are never perfect, right? The double top is never exactly. They fluctuate a little bit. You got to almost blur your eyes when you look at the chart, right?
Gotcha.
And be less structured on everything and just try to see what's there.
Okay.
What are we doing? We're doing a little bit of TA lesson right here. I'm teaching you all a free lesson in technical analysis. Or you can just follow me and watch the show and I'll do free A for you. And you can copy my homework in the words of Crypto Rap. TA doesn't work. G-Rod, does TA work?
Hey, let him eat that candy that he's eating.
Yeah, I know, right? Go drink your own Kool-Aid, bro.
Yeah.
Dude.
This man's TA has closed me 200+% trades every day consistently.
Thank you, bro.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
I don't know. I have a gift, man. I think my brain.
He's the man with the crystal ball.
Yeah. The problem with the crystal ball is if you make me rub it too much, it gets foggy. You got to let it cool down a little bit, you know? You can't rub the crystal ball too much. Look we're respecting this line right here. Already in the 30-minute, we're climbing here. This is beautiful. This is what we want to see. I'll even tell you what time we top her out. 1900 hours UTC time. Somewhere around there. What time is that? What's up, Elon Muff? How you doing, bro? You know, let's bring Elon Muff up here. I see
UTC time, you said?
What's that?
You said UTC?
UTC, Universal Time. Let's I want to talk to Elon Muff because my boy is educated. Elon Muff is very educated, knows what he's talking about a few things. But I do want to oh, he ran away. Can't right now. Oh, no worries, man. We're gonna have to do it again. I want to talk to you, bro, because I heard you. I forget whose live it was on. You were on, and you were talking about some things, man. And I was just like, I want to hear more about this. It was along the XRP lines. And by the way, check this out. Project XPX just came out like 12 or 18 months ago, something like that. Maybe it's like 19 months now. New project. It's a way for you to spend XRP with a card, like money. It's pretty goated. All right, somebody wanted to look at XRP. Here's my XRP analysis for you. I think we're coming back here to the 180 zone, possibly 175, 177. So what's up, G-Rod? What are you thinking on render?
What am I thinking on render?
Yeah.
Hey, if it double tops at 240, I'm good.
Honestly, I don't even think 240. Let me see. It was like the 1 hour. It's gonna go higher than 240. Honestly, I think 250 is the lowest that it would get that double top. Honestly, I think it does like 255 to $3. It could definitely go over. Remember how I said zoom out, right?
But we're gonna pull back before then.
Look at the daily, right? The same lines I drew, right? Shows a double top on the daily, bringing it down to fill this fair value gap of 159 to 136. So that's a nice short, bro, from 150. Let's just say 150, right? So a short from 150 to 137.
No, you're talking 250.
Oh, excuse me, 250 to 137, bro. That's a nice short.
250 to 137.
That's what, like 300, 400% almost. Leverage.
Hang on. I'm going to tell you right now. No, it's more than that. It's got to be more than that.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Especially with the leverage I do.
Yo, what's up, Crypto Rap? Hey, thank you for the heart, me guys. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. All lowercases, no spaces. We've got Crypto Rap, Oscar, Elon Muff, Revolution, G-Rod. We've got Francesca, all with gifts. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. Rap, you want to come up for a minute? You want to tell them why not? Tell the chat about why not. If you got a second. If not, I get it, bro. Like, no worries, bro. You're always welcome up on the panel. I slept on a 500X for 2 weeks and rode up 35% on a 500X leverage, bro.
Holy shit.
Nice.
Bro, I thought I was risky with XRP on a 50X.
Dude. Hey, that's what I was telling Josh, though. When it comes to the leverage trading, you'll start with 5, 10, 20X leverage. Before you know it, like, you're in 500X, 1,000X. And then that's when you get stopped out on like a 1,000X trade, like instantaneously. And you're like, what have I been doing with my life? And that's when you question all your life's choices.
Elon, I want to hear about this.
I know, I want to hear it too. What's up, bro?
It was in January of 25. I had a chunk of leverage, and I mean, I think I ended up running under like about 8,000. I was about negative 8,000 at one point, and as it was going down, I was like, it can't go down anymore, and I just kept buying my position larger and larger, and it kept going down, and I was like, oh man, and then it reversed and started going the other way, and it just kept on trucking, man, and I ran up about 35% times 500X. So
damn,
it was pretty nice.
If you don't mind me asking, what was your margin?
I got down to where I could have dropped maybe 4 or 5% more, and I'd have been done and lost my rear end. A 4 or 5% drop would have killed me.
Are you running a tight stop loss, or are you running a broad stop loss?
I'm running like a wild man. I'll just put it that way.
That's
my whole margin.
No stop losses, bro. Take it all.
Yeah.
All or nothing, baby.
I mean, I'll tell you this much. I set an alarm every 30 minutes so I'd wake up all night long so I could check my backs.
Bro, I've been there, man. Dude, last year I was averaging 1 to 4 hours of sleep a night because I was like rage trading like crazy. Like, I paid for all this equipment and this whole studio and everything all just from trading last year. And
I was doing another thing. It was like I would chart and think I'd find the bottom, and I'd say, okay, I got like $300. I'm gonna take 3 shots. I would put nothing else in my margin or nothing. I'd take $100 and put it on a 200X, and I was like, I got about 0.5% to lose, and that's it. And I'd just be like, just go in the casino and just slap 100 in and hit bet one time and see if I make it. And if I get wiped out and it chases me down, I do it stick another 100 in on a 200X and buy it. And I fell asleep on one of those before. I thought I got licked and I didn't. I shut my MEC off, and I was like mad and went to sleep. Next day, went to work all day long. And the next evening I hopped on and I was on Bonk when Bonk ran, and on a 200X, I ran up a 2X. I ran up over 100% on a 200X before. And that one was a really, really nice one with a $79 buy times 200X. I mean, it was, so you can just imagine. And then it literally ran up over 100%, and I had no idea. I checked it, and it was like a bunch of zeros. I was like, what? Is this real?
Yeah, sometimes you get lucky. When, it's just like, when you're playing in the casino, yeah, you're going to win once in a while, but usually the house wins when you're playing like a casino. There's actually a pyramid, and it's in my Discord. Elon, I think you're in the Discord. I think it's in the crypto section. There's a pyramid of the progression of what level you've reached as a trader. And like the first level is like the online casino gambler. Like that's like the lowest level.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I've got probably 200 or 300 at least 50 to 75 X's that I've done. Total.
Virtual Streamer says, can you look at Vondra? Vondra, is this the chart right here? Is this the one? They launched this week. I'll tell you this right now. If it just launched this week, there's not going to be much TA available. This one says it was March 2022.
Here, I got one for you to TA, bro. Here, I'm going to give you something first.
All right. Is this the one, though? Is this the chart? Virtual streamers? This the right one? Elon Muff, thank you for the money gun, man. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Metal blockchain. Dude, I gotta look into Metallicus. We were looking at Metallicus yesterday. That looked promising.
I want to find out more about that, Oz.
Yeah, dude.
I have it wrote down. I wasn't able to dig into it today.
It's pretty interesting. Its actual use case when you look into it, and you know, the proofs in the pudding. The more you dive into it, the more you realize the links, what it does. It's legit.
Yeah, it looks legit. Honestly, it looks more promising than XRP from what I've heard. No, I haven't deep dove into it.
Well, when you chase its use case down and realize, I believe the market cap's like, I mean, it's under 100 million. I know that.
Yeah, low market cap is going to be more reward, right? That's why we're here, right? We don't want to risk, you know, or like play, not risk, but like playing blue chips in crypto, right? We're here for volatility, right? So chasing the new shiny thing, I know it seems stupid in the big picture because we're talking about adoption and everything happening right now, but I don't believe adoption is happening right now, but it's a long, lengthy process over time. So I think right now chasing the new shiny thing is what's going to be most lucrative in the meantime. That sentiment will change, but for now, that's where I'm at with it.
See, I have plays that, you know, I'm invested in based on actual research, and then I have other plays that's been mathematical plays. Like I throw $100 at the floor of tons and tons of $3,000 to $5,000 market cap coins. I rode one from 3,300 to $9.8 million in 3 days one time, and I had only sold 1% of it on the way up, and I still had 4%.
Yeah, I'm looking for, you know, not necessarily meme coin status low cap, but utility low cap, right? And something that's got some narrative and not too new, but new-ish, you know, that just isn't really doing much. Like Polygon, man. Polygon's like taking off right now. Everyone's talking about Polygon. Man, for the last 8 months, I've been saying, hey guys, Polygon's a sleeper. Find the bottom on this one and get in. It's going to do something big. And here we are. I'm always just shooting early. Let me do a little bit of TA here real quick for this guy. So it looks like we're going to come up right here to about like 159, 158-ish. 157.5 seems about right on this one. Obviously, that's a long-term goal. That could not happen till like April for this one. And, you know, selling may go away, would send it back down. And that would be it. I've never understood what the caps mean and the volume of it. So the volume is the amount of tokens in supply. and the cap is the market cap, the amount of liquidity in the project. So that's like tokenomics. Sorry, man, didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Nope, nothing.
Nope. As far as tokenomics go, Quant is my most bullish on tokenomics.
Yeah, low liquidity, or not low liquidity, but low market cap, low coin supply. Yeah,
and like 99% circulating, and it goes deflationary, and the use case is massive.
And it's RWA, if I'm correct, right? Or am I wrong?
Quant is like, it makes all blockchains interoperable, and also another thing as well, when you get wrapped coins, those smart contracts, there's always flaws inside of those that makes projects just die. There's no need for a wrapped coin with Quant. They make them all intermingle without wrapping and creating smart contracts that have flaws inside of them.
Yeah, it's like in direct competition with Link. Yeah.
Actually, it's really not a direct competition. They both have two different use cases. Like if you was to just pull up a AI and say, hey, what's the difference in use cases between the two? One is DeFi, and well, it's not totally DeFi, but they have different use cases, is the best way to put it. You'd have to just type that in and go search that real quick.
Interesting. Honestly, I think for now, stable coins, man. Everything's going to be focused around stable coins. That's the play right now. And man, I kind of want to just pull this up. Let's just watch it real quick. And I'll show you why. Oh, where is it? Oh, this must be it right here. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Check this guy out. Now, I mean, I've been saying this for a while, but this guy explains it better than I ever could.
The shadow government is exploiting a crypto backdoor to erase the $35 trillion worth of government debt. They just got exposed for cloning your money to pull this off. It all started when the Genius Act got written into law, allowing banks to create stablecoins. See, everybody thought it was just about crypto, but they didn't realize that there's actually government debt tokenized right now on the blockchain as well. So tokenization just means that you could take any asset or liability and turn it into an actual token. So right now what they did is they took the government debt and they made a token version of it.
Tokenization of all assets.
And you guessed it, BlackRock is the biggest issuer of this tokenized debt. When you combine it with the fact that banks can now create stablecoins legally out of thin air, it gets a little out of control. So this is how the current banking system works. A regular person just deposits money in a bank, and the bank is legally allowed to loan that entire balance out to anybody they want for car loans, house loans, whatever. And the person that takes the loan has to pay the bank back a yield. So the bank profits off of your money. In other words, they give you the innovation of a debit card, and they give you security by insuring your money. So they're allowed to loan it out to as many people as they want. And now they have this innovation, which is stablecoin issuance. If you take your real money, right, and you put it through a product like Tether, Tether takes that real money and actually invests it into government debt. Tether is able to profit off of buying government debt, and you get the stablecoin version to be able to use in crypto for DeFi or whatever you want. And it all starts to come together with this last element of tokenized debt. Remember when I told you that the stablecoin, you could use it for DeFi? Well, there's a lot of people that are taking that stablecoin money, and you guessed it, putting it right back into government debt. Here's the proof. There's close to $8 billion being currently invested through tokenized government debt. So you have stablecoin issuers like Tether and all these banks that are about to create stablecoins putting that money into government debt, and then you have the same people that got the stablecoins putting money into government debt. It's duplicating the money and it's flowing back into government debt. This is insane. The Federal Reserve controls money in the United States. They get to pick the cost of interest rates, which is the cost of borrowing money. When we have a high cost of borrowing money, what happens is banks have to give out expensive loans. So if loans are expensive, nobody wants to take out a loan, right? But if loans are cheap because the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates, then we have a lot more people taking out a lot more loans. See, when people take out a lot of loans, that's a lot of new liquidity in the system, and we see asset prices like crypto and stocks go up a lot. So obviously, as an investor, this is like the most important thing and what I've been screaming from the top of my lungs for a long time. Interest rates are dropping, but not only that, this stablecoin duplication hack is also injecting a whole bunch of liquidity. Let me show you. The Bank for International Settlements literally wrote a paper on how crazy this stablecoin liquidity is for government debt. And they came to a conclusion that just through stablecoins buying debt, this is equivalent to the Federal Reserve dropping interest rates by 2 to 2.5 basis points within 10 days. If we have just 10 more tethers, we'll have literally a quarter basis point cut, which is equivalent to Jerome Powell dropping interest rates at the end of this month, which he is doing. So he's dropping interest rates, and we have all these new banks issuing stablecoins that could potentially drive more liquidity, very similar to Jerome Powell dropping interest rates. And see, there's just one problem with this paper here. They didn't consider, again, tokenized debt, which I just told you $8 billion is being purchased by random people in DeFi right now. So just to put it in context for you, this new system is cracked. They have this duplication weird thing in cryptocurrency with stablecoins, banks, and tokenized debt that actually does have a significant role in injecting liquidity into risk-on assets, aka the market's gonna pump. The elite are putting money in weird ways we have never seen before in the market. The shadow.
All right, there it is. Have you guys seen that video yet? Has anybody seen it before? Understand what's going on here? This is how they're erasing the debt, and they're lowering, basically changing the yield curve. No one.
No, I did it.
Yeah.
Sorry, you was shutting out. What now?
But they're basically fixing the yield curve with stable coins.
Yeah. So another thing is, so like, let's say the government, when they go to pay their employees, they could create a stable coin and buy a bond, and that bond goes towards the debt, and they're paying out. So they just, when they paid their employee, they're actually taking away the debt and creating a stable coin with it in a short-term bond.
Yeah, and it seems like it's the play. Stable coins seems to be the push. The question is what is the use for a native token? Because obviously, like, yeah, we're going to need facilitation, a transfer, gas fees, things like that, right? Paying of fees for transferring from one stable coin to another, right? But are we getting played with this native token idea? Because like to me, like let's talk about adoption, right? Adoption, real world use case. Do you want to get paid in XRP when it's at $4 or $5 and it's about to come down to $1?
You wouldn't be paid in XRP. You would be paid in RLUSD, which is pegged at $1.
Exactly. So it seems like stable coins is the play. XRP kind of runs in the background, right? But it doesn't.
Yeah, because you're going to see like how there's RLUSD. So basically in the background, like a dollar bill that you have in your hand, that's a tokenized version of liquidity. That dollar's not, you can't use that dollar to actually create a dollar. It's not gold. It's just tokenizing the value of money that used to be, well, it used to be gold back. So it used to be a token of a piece of gold sitting inside of the reserve.
So XRP is the liquidity pool to facilitate the fast transaction.
Correct. So let's say, for example, you need to pay someone in China, and we're going to see this in the future. You're going to see RL Yuan, RL Peso, RL Ruble, and you need to send them value. When you send them RLUSD, it goes through XRP and comes out the other side as a RL Yuan. But the actual stable coin that you're holding doesn't actually have any value. The liquidity, it represents a dollar or it represents a yuan, but the liquidity is actually inside of XRP, and that's why they call it liquid.
Right. So let's say that that's adoption. We can agree that that's probably how this is all going to work, right? Obviously, we're still kind of speculating it. They could come out with new technology tomorrow that just underwrites everything we're about to say. But speculating that that's what's going to happen, that's the play right now, right? How does that affect the price of XRP? Right. So
I think it locks it up.
Yeah, that's what I think, even if $2 quadrillion is flowing through XRP, it doesn't really affect the price because it's in and it's out of it like instantaneously.
Not so if you're sitting there holding a RLUSD in your wallet and you have $1 million worth of RLUSD, the liquidity isn't the RLUSD. You're just holding a token that represents that liquidity, and the liquidity is in XRP.
Right. But XRP is getting its value from the people that hold XRP and keep their liquidity in it. And that liquidity
or
is
the
what's
stable coin.
Right. And then whatever we're holding in XRP, that liquidity is what's facilitating the transfers and why it moves so quickly, because it's an intermedium between that transfer, right? So it doesn't really matter how many transactions, how fast, burn rate, anything. That's not what affects price with XRP. What affects the price is who's willing to buy it at what price and how long they're willing to hold it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too, is like that day, I believe it was October 10th, and the market cap of XRP dropped 30 or 40 billion dollars. They said that there was actually only $1 or $2 billion worth of outflow that caused that 30 or 40 billion dollar drop. So it also has to do with the velocity. So I don't know if you've ever watched the video, maybe like Zach Richter's market cap multiplier video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's always really interesting, because there's been many a times, because if you actually watch the inflow, they said that like $200 or $300 million worth of inflow comes in, but the market cap rises 10 or 12 billion dollars.
Yeah. There's no proof of a multiplier though. And there's no mathing in it. So yeah, I know what you're saying, but it's not real, bro.
Well, I mean, I got you. It's just like, for example, I've launched coins myself, okay? I've launched a meme coin, and I bought $1,000 worth at the floor, and the market cap shot up to $15,000. And then I add another $200, and it goes from $15,000 to $19,000. It's the same with every other coin. If you ever watch the inflows, because you can watch the inflows by watching the actual liquidity flows and buys. Those can be tracked.
Someone help me out here, because someone chime in, because I'm just not buying it. Like I've looked into the market cap multiplier, and what I've found is it's a pipe dream. So like give me some kind of valid evidence, because I've had a lot of people come on the show, and I'm like, show it to me in black and white. Show me the math, right? Prove it to me, and I will scream it to high heaven. But so far, no one's been able to actually bring anything to me that's tangible. Like, we can all say and talk and speculate, but dude, if you can give me something valid that I can look into, I'll jump on board with you, man. I want to believe. I tell people this all the time. I want to believe it, because that means we're making money, right? We want to make money. That's why we're here, right? So like, show it to me on paper, bro. Like, and I'll scream it to high heaven. But no one's.
I've done all kinds of testing before. So I literally coded a coin before, and I stuck 90% of it in a wallet. Or actually, I stuck 99% of it in a wallet. I put 1% on the exchange, and I spent a few $100s on that coin from absolutely nothing, and ran the market cap up to $600,000 with only $500 worth of liquidity.
Yeah, that's possible. Wait, is someone else talking? Was that you, Black? Yeah. We can barely hear you, bro.
Hear me? Hear me now?
Barely. Your volume might be down, because I got all your guys' volume up. But to what G-Rod was saying on Render, he's like, Render's dropping. It's good, bro. Look at, it's respecting the trend line, and we're wicking up here. So just calm down. Hold on to your britches, bro. We're going up.
Get the 500X going.
Can you hear me now?
Trust the process, bro. Trust the TA. It's never going to work out perfectly. It's not going to do exactly as I say, but it is going to move that direction. All right. You good, bro? Do you need me to talk you down some more? Trust the process, bro.
I just watched this back.
I know it's scary, bro, but like, look, that's
So
just a liquidity sweep.
One way to do this, go check this out. Go open up Fartcoin in CoinMarketCap and look at the market cap of it, and then go look at the liquidity. So when the market cap of Fartcoin was $1 billion, there was roughly like $4 or $5 million worth of actual liquidity in it. That means if one person sold $1 million, that coin would drop 20%. So it goes both ways. So it goes going down and it goes going up. So there's your market cap multiplier just right there. The proof's in the pudding. If you're sitting there at a $1 billion market cap and there's only $10 million in liquidity, and Bob comes in and buys $1 million worth of the coin, the market cap's not going to go to one. It's not going to go up.
But isn't that the purpose of why Ripple holds, 44% of the 42% of the supply, is to keep that from happening, and that's why they release it?
But here's the kicker of that, though. Those are not circulating coins, though. Those coins are not circulating. They're not counting. They're not holding the stability of the project. I've been in projects before, like Meme Coin project. I know this doesn't, where the liquidity is really low. Okay, like I told you before, I spent $300 and bought 6% of a project one time, and at $3,500 market cap, and that coin ran to almost $10 million. Okay, my wallet was $700,000. I was not going to do it, but I went to go hit sell, and I was only going to be able to extract $65,000 to $70,000 out of that project, even though it's because the liquidity was not there. Now, my $65,000 sell would have took that project from a $9 million market cap all the way down to a $4 or $5 million market cap, because the liquidity, like if the coin has 1% liquidity, the market cap is like 100x, like the market cap multiplier is like 100x. If you got 50% liquidity and you have 1% of the coin and you sell 1% of the coin, that 1% is going to probably drop that project, because according to you, if there was no market cap multiplier, if I sold 1% of the value of the whole coin, then the coin would only drop 1%. But since there is a market cap multiplier, if it's a $10 million project and I sell $1 million, like that coin's going to zero, because there ain't even $1 million worth of liquidity. You can see that all day on these projects, and it does the same thing going the opposite way.
But
so
isn't it also the higher the market cap is, the less that fluctuates?
No, not necessarily. It matters on the liquidity rate. So if you look at a project and it has $1 billion market cap, but it's got $500 million in liquidity, then you literally got half. It's literally 50% liquidity. If somebody come along and they sold $1 million of a $100 million project,
it's nothing.
And it had a $50 million. It had a $50 million worth of liquidity. That $1 million isn't going to drop that thing but 3 or 4%. But if the liquidity rate is only 1 or 2% on a $100 million project, and there's only $2 million worth of liquidity, you got to realize that liquidity is not even, if it says there's $2 million worth of liquidity on a $100 million project, that there's actually not even $2 million worth of liquidity, because there's $2 million worth of liquidity in that pair. So if it's Solana / poo-poo in you, there's $1 million worth of poo-poo in you, and there's $1 million worth of Solana. It's half and half. Those liquidity pairs represent half of that liquidity. So if a market cap is $100 million and it only has $1 million worth of liquidity, or $2 million, if I'm just going to go ahead and say $2 million worth of liquidity, if somebody tried to sell $1 million, they'd send that coin into they'd bury it.
Right.
And they probably wouldn't even extract $400,000 or $500,000, and before they could even sell it and get out of it, they'd lose 70% of the value of their bag.
So let's say that that's true. All right. Then how does XRP get this massive multiple X multiplier happen to it? Where's the
okay? So that's like
from?
for the examples. If you
Where's
watch the videos.
From?
Okay, so let's say let's say everybody, like on the news, all of a sudden somebody starts talking about XRP and everybody and their dog starts buying. The velocity of people buying is so much more than the velocity of the people selling. So you could literally, and I've seen it happen so many times, somebody says something about XRP, 7, 8, 10, $20 million worth of inflows happen in a day or two, or in half a day, and the market cap's not going up 10, 20, 40, 50 million. It's going up 10 or 15 billion.
But this is the issue, though, is the inflows are outflowing instantaneously. So the money's not sitting in there long enough to do anything.
Well, it depends on the velocity, because if hardly anyone's selling, but everybody's buying, if there's a small percent of, because that's what usually happens, it goes down and it goes down, and the bears finally give up and they quit selling. Like, no one's like, okay, like you finally get to the people that are like, I'm holding, I'm not selling, and there's no one left to sell. There's not very many people selling, and then all of a sudden people's like, hey, it's the bottom. Well, those sellers ain't selling no more. So now as everybody starts to buy, and then it starts to move, and all those people that sold and sold and sold are like, oh, I better hurry up and buy. And then you've got more buyers, way more buyers than you got sellers. And then you got, like I said, you get 10, 20, 30, $40 million worth of inflows coming in a matter of 4 or 5 hours. The market cap's not going up 10, 12, 20 million. That's like a penny. Like $50 million is like 3 or 4 cents to XRP. That's it, 2 cents. But that's if it was 1-to-1, but it's not 1-to-1. If you see a 20 or $30 million inflow in XRP in 20 or 30 minutes, you're going to watch the market cap rise 10 billion, 5 billion. You're going to watch that coin jump up 15, 20 cents in a matter of 6 hours or so.
Okay, so let's just for instance, because I'm trying to entertain your idea here. So let's say that happens. People start, it hits the bottom, it has nowhere to go but up. People start FOMOing into it, and then now institutions are putting money through it. All right, the money going through it is not what's affecting the price. You already agreed with me earlier on that.
Yeah, like if I send you, for example, like if I know your wallet address and I send you $100 million worth of XRP, that's not going to affect the price of XRP at all. It's not going to do nothing for it.
Exactly.
Nothing.
Even a quadrillion dollars isn't what's going to affect
it. Doesn't matter what I send you. It's not going to do nothing for it, because it has to be on the exchange. So that's what's going on with all the institutions. Okay. If you go and you hunt down, they call them dark pools. So what they're doing,
dark pools are. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're buying from dark pools. That's why when the price goes down. So what they're doing is they go in on these exchanges. They put in buy orders down low, like, 75 cents lower than it is right now. And then the market makers go hunt down that liquidity. And then when they get down there, that's when they start buying. If they're not buying from dark pools. Because they have the money to drag it down there. Because that's market makers always going to chase the money. Like, they're always going to go after the money every time.
Let's just say you're right.
Have you ever watched? There's a video called.
I know what I'm trying to. This is my point: is where's that liquidity coming from? That's creating this FOMO and whatever. Because pretty much, XRP is topped. The people that are buying it are buying it. That's it. Maybe down the road, another 10% of the world's population will start to get into crypto in a decade or two. So
I don't think so. I mean, honestly, I honestly feel like it's coming. I feel like it's just going to be a matter of time that Granny's going to pull up to the gas station. She's going to swipe her card. She has no idea what crypto is, and in the background, there's instantaneous settlement inside of the banks. Instead of the gas station having to batch all of the receipts at the end of the day to save themselves for money, they're going to get instantaneous settlement as soon as she swipes her card, and she's not going to know nothing that's going on in the background, and it's going to be the banks that are using blockchain to make instantaneous settlement. That's how I feel this is going to end up.
Granny is not going to be using XRP. I'll tell you that.
No, Granny's going to swipe her card, her regular card.
Hold on. Yeah, you're just repeating yourself now. Just hold on. Granny is not going to be using this technology. They are going to, first of all, the people of that time frame, that era, the boomers, grandma, grandpa, all that, they are very anti digital currency. Okay,
absolutely.
99% of them think it's a scam, or they think
you misread me, bro. I think you misread me. Here's the kicker: she's gonna swipe her card, and she is going to use the money that's in her account, and she's not really realizing that the money in her account is actually a stable coin. And when she swipes her card, the rails in the background are going to be instantaneously settling her transaction. She don't like crypto, but it don't make a dang difference, because when she swipes her card, whether she knows it or not, that's what's going to be settling the transactions in the background when the banks are using it.
But why would Granny be using XRP if it's for institutions?
She would. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say. Is she's not actually, into her head, she thinks she's just paying $13 for a gallon for gas. She's just swiping her card and spending the money in her bank account. That's all she's doing. But when she does that, unknowns to her and unknowns to all these other 95% of the people out there that you're speaking about, they're not going to realize that their transactions are no longer being settled on a SWIFT system that takes 1%, 2%, 3% of the transaction fee, and they can't settle it during only business hours. They got to settle it the next morning. They're not going to get paid the next day. What's going to happen is, in the background, unknowns to 99% of the people out there, they're going to swipe their card. They're going to get instantaneous settlement. You're going to go to Walmart. You're going to swipe your card. You're going to buy a set of overalls, and the money's going to come instantaneously off your card and go instantaneously into their account via blockchain in the background.
All right. My turn. All right. Now, this is entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. Do I believe this? Possibly. And I kind of lean this direction, but it's also mildly like, let's just entertain this thought for a minute. Let's be open-minded, right? Right now, I can use PayPal. I can send money to my PayPal account where the liquidity sits, right? And if I transact with somebody from PayPal to PayPal anywhere in the world, I can transfer them money instantaneously right now.
Correct, PayPal. You can, but here's the thing: I have to trust PayPal, and you have to trust.
I'm just saying, like, what's
exactly?
The
point, I can tell you that right now. I trust PayPal, and you trust PayPal to be an intermediary between you and I. That means I've got my money on PayPal, so I trust PayPal. You've got money on PayPal, so you trust PayPal. The PayPal is actually hosting as an intermediary between those two. What's going to happen when Bank A in Arkansas needs to send Bank B in Canada $2 million? You think they're going to trust PayPal? You got to go on blockchain where there is no intermediary.
So I have bought through PayPal, okay, from people who are in Canada, Australia, UK, different items, and paid through PayPal instantaneously, because PayPal is one whole network. It doesn't matter that there's borders or transfers or whatever. PayPal is the intermediary. There were no fees at all. Instantaneous transaction. So I'm just saying, is what is the point? What do we need native tokens for, and cryptocurrency and all this stuff for, if we're basically already having it? Basically what I'm trying to say is, I think adoption already happened. I think we're already using digital currency, and we're seeing, and it's operating in the background without us knowing it. That's what I believe adoption is when people are using crypto and they don't even know it. I think that's what
we've been using a form of digital currency. But the thing is that you can't actually transfer value between point A and point B and make it disappear off the computer system. That's the issue. A bank in Oklahoma can't send $10 million to a bank in Arkansas without there being some intermediary that is settling that transaction. You may trust PayPal.
PayPal is literally does that, where
that takes two people trusting an intermediary. That's what's wrong with the SWIFT system right now.
That's the same thing as two people trusting XRP, two different banks trusting Ripple, right?
Okay, let's just
same thing.
Please hear me out for just 1 second.
Listening,
please.
I'm listening.
Okay, so I got $100 million and I need to buy 30,000 barrels of oil to China. Okay, when that transaction happens, okay, you got Nostro Vostro accounts, you've got intermediaries like JP Morgan and all these handling your transactions at 3% and 4%. The actual settlement time on those things are multiple days long. Okay, it costs them, like, just for example, if I want to send $1 million to China today, there's a 3% fee to swap from US dollars to yuan, and it takes like 3 to 5 days for the transaction to settle. Don't you think an institution would want to settle that in 3 to 5 seconds for a quarter or 25 cents or less?
Well, hear me out, and then I'm going to address the chat. So PayPal does it for free, no cost whatsoever, and it's instantaneous, within a second. So it's faster. But I want to look at this. So right here it says, I stopped using PayPal when they seized the money that was donated to the truckers' strike in Canada. Totally get that.
That's another reason right there, is because your money's regulated and they can control it.
I agree. However, are you really naive enough to think that is the direction they're headed with crypto, is to give us freedom or control? They're headed towards control. And with the Clarity Act, the way it's written right now, it is the foundation of moving towards control. Unless we can take it to the Senate and have it rewritten. Now, the Boozman-Booker draft has been written, okay? And if we can add that to the Clarity Act, now we're talking about having some security for the investors and not the institution. The way the Clarity Act is written right now, it takes all security away from the investor and the consumer and puts all the security on to the institution, right? Which
Correct.
is basically the system we have now, where the banks can fuck up and do whatever they want, and then we bail them out.
Okay. Yeah, and it's basically programmable money. That's the thing. Like, for example, if you got $1 million quant in your cold wallet, the government can't come and take it. Now, if it's on an exchange, they can. If you want to send it to someone else, you can, and they can't stop you. But if you have programmable money, that programmable money can be built on top of that blockchain, and then from there it can be regulated. You could tell all the people in China, you can have only up to $10,000. You can't ever save over $10,000, and you can't spend any money outside of your county in your state. That you cannot spend it past there. And if you try to spend money outside of that county, you can't. Whereas XRP, you can't. But here's the kicker: you can build that currency on top of the blockchain XRP. You can build it on top of the APIs inside of the Quant network. Somebody can send Quant and no one can stop them. Somebody can send XRP and no one can stop them. But if you build programmable money on top of those blockchains inherently with the smart contracts together, at that point you can say this wallet cannot hold more than 1,000 XRP, or I'm sorry, $1,000 worth of RLUSD or $1,000 worth of any other currency, and it can't make any transactions over $10,000. And if it ever gets over this much amount, you can't ever get over $10,000 in a wallet.
All right.
In other words, if you have 9,500, yeah, go ahead.
All right. So the Bank Security Act, BSA, now changes here in 2026. They pushed it out like a month or two, but it's supposed to be enacted. It's been in act since 1970. Ripple is applying to be a bank, and cryptocurrency falls under the BSA Act. Okay, which means that any transaction over $600 can be monitored and controlled by the U.S. government. So what about crypto tells you that you are going to have full control and they're not going to be able to stop you, and there's anything different than what PayPal's doing? It's the same thing with different letters and names, bro. Nothing's different.
Okay, it's like one way to look at it is imagine you investing into PayPal a long time ago when PayPal wasn't worth anything, and now your bags are worth a ton. And like people that are on top that are actually inside transferring money across can only send up to $800 at a time. I don't even know what the rules are, to be honest with you, but it's that's the thing, is the technology is built on top of the blockchain. The base version of that blockchain, nobody can stop you. There is nothing that they can do ever in the future that's going to stop me from sending someone $1 million worth of XRP. Now, if they build,
yes, they will. I guarantee you right now.
So you're telling you right now that they can go inside of people's wallets and that they can just take millions of dollars when you're not on an exchange?
Not yet.
Now, but they're going to have the only way that they would ever.
Hold on.
The only way they'd ever be able to do that.
Don't make me rug you, bro. Just listen to me for a second, okay? Right now, that's not the case. But we are marching in lockstep in that direction, all in the name of pumping our bags right now, is what I'm trying to say. That's the goal. If you think that crypto was originally invented to be about decentralization and control of our own finances and without regulation, but we are marching in lockstep towards regulation, institutional control, government regulation. Okay? It's a slippery slope. Once you start going, the idea was that we were supposed to regulate ourselves and our own finances without anybody coming in to give clarity, because we want institutions in on this so that we can pump our bags. No, the idea was to keep the institutions out of it, to keep the government out of it so that we could manage our own money where no one could touch it. But we are marching towards, now, obviously right now, if you got something, whatever, it's pretty much safe. That's going to go out the window soon. And if we continue on the path that we're headed now, say goodbye to decentralization, say goodbye to control of our finances, say goodbye to all of it. It'll be full control, cashless society, and that'll be it. They'll literally tell you what you can spend your money on, where you can spend it, and for when and however and how long, and they may even potentially make it to where you're capped at how much at what time.
I agree. And that's going to be built on that blockchain. Like, that is literally what programmable money, like Quant Network, being used to tokenize the sterling deposits inside of European countries and all of that. You can build a currency system on top of that blockchain, and you can regulate that stable coin and say Bob can't have more than $10,000 in a wallet. Bob can't spend that money outside of his zone. If he leaves the state without permission, he can't spend this money. We're going to lock his account up. He can't do anything. So now here you got a guy that can't send anything out of these wallets. Now, these wallets aren't cold wallets. These wallets are government wallets that they have full control of. These are not you have your own keys, your own crypto. We're talking like a bank. Your money's in the bank, it ain't your money. You don't pay your child support, they're going to come take it. You don't do this, they're going to come do that. You don't pay your child support and you have $100 million worth of crypto on a cold wallet, unless they got a quantum computer and 750,000 years to hack your account, they're never going to get that money, and you can die with it in there. There ain't nothing they can do about it.
As of right now, what they'll have is they'll have,
You're going to fire up a quantum computer to take your money?
No, what they'll do is, like here in California, if you have a wallet that's inactive for what's like 2 or 3 years, the state seizes those funds
on a exchange. That's right. Not a wallet. That's not even a wallet. The thing is all of that
too, bro. If you have a wallet inactive, they can seize those funds.
I promise you no. I promise you no.
Cold wallet, you can't hack cold wallets off chain.
As far as my concern is that they can seize that wallet. And so if you are a bad actor and you're in trouble, they'll just lock you up for 3 years and then seize your wallet.
Okay, if the technology was out there right now for people to use quantum computing and hack SHA 256 wallets, then Bitcoin would be at zero right now because everybody and their dog would be hacking stuff. You got people like, I can't even remember the girl's name, the rapping girl that stole $500-600 million off of an exchange back in 2014, and that money's still to this day stuck off in a wallet and they can't access it. There's people, I think 13 to 18% of Bitcoin right now is inside of wallets that they can't access. Don't you think the government would be accessing those wallets? Now, if it's on an exchange, that's a different story. But unless they can, there's not even quantum computing that even exists right now that they can hack all of the crypto wallets. Like it's not even possible. Like you'd have to, like you could go right now on AI and say, how hard would it be to crack a 24 word wallet? And they would literally say that it would take 500 years with the most powerful processing computer that even exists right now.
So self-custody moves assets off exchange in your own hardware software wallet where you hold the private keys. So it seems like you are correct there. It was my understanding that it was a different case. However, you know, the vision I have for the future is not tomorrow. I'm talking 20 to 50 years down the road. When quantum computing does exist, AI is running exponentially faster and is growing faster. We're going to have quantum computers that are, you know, going to be built and ran by AI within the next 10 years. And then those are going to grow exponentially faster. They say the timeline for quantum computers is, you know, 50 years, 100 years down the road. I believe that with AI technology, it's going to go faster. Everything's going to be accelerated over the next 10-year timeline because AI is now in the United States completely unregulated for the next 10 years.
We talked about this in the past and you kind of busted my balls when I said the word Bretton Woods 3.0. And it's another one of those things that I promise you, if you go diving into it, you'll be coming back tomorrow going, well, you were right.
Well, you know, I don't begin to say I know everything, right? But I understand the big picture here is, so maybe they can't take your wallet. What they can do is they will take your freedom. They'll just lock you up if you don't give up your keys. They'll put you in front of the wall and have the firing squad come around. And they'll just lock up those tokens forever, and they hold the balance. It's just going to raise they get it one way or another.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I get you. What they can do is, so let's say I got $10 million worth of XRP in my wallet, and they can lock up where I bought the XRP. They can go to Uphold and say, hey, this guy used Uphold, and boop, shut my account down. And then it's like, okay, well, I'm going to use MEXC. Boop, I create an account, try to attach it to my bank. They realize what I'm doing. They shut that account down. They can stop me from the off rails of getting out of that money. But if you're over here and you got a Ferrari and I want the Ferrari, I can just send you $180,000 worth of XRP. They cannot stop that. They can't stop that.
They can take your freedom, though. They can lock you up. That's what they can do.
I mean, you can go look in the BRICS partners right now. You can chase all of the BRICS central banking system and already see the Ripple partnerships if you chase that down. There's 1,600 NDAs. Obviously, you can't search NDAs, but you can hunt down the technology. You can find the 1988 patents.
I have an NDA with Ripple. So that tells me nothing. Literally every audio guy that's ever worked on a panel for them has an NDA. So 1,600 NDAs is nothing to me. That's normal business operation. Let's open up the floor to Tristan.
Hi, Tristan. Hi, Oz.
Yeah.
How are you? Good
What's
to
up,
talk
buddy?
to you again.
Hey,
Good, thanks.
yeah, we're kind of monopolized the conversation here. I want to open it up to you.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt, so I was just letting you guys have your back and forth there. But just to make a point there on, so some of the exchange, well, all of the exchanges now. So KYC is an important part of this conversation. So everybody that's joining a exchange at the moment has to pass the KYC on most exchanges. Yeah.
And for the noobs
in,
here, KYC is know your customer. You have to
yeah,
input your information, upload your ID, that stuff. Go ahead.
Sure. And in certain countries, like the UK and European countries at the moment, they have already capped how much crypto you can buy on the exchanges. So, say, for example, in the UK, the maximum amount of crypto you can hold on an exchange is, I believe it's 10,000 British pounds. And for an individual, and it's something like 10 million for a financial institution, you know. So that those caps already exist in some of the European countries. And the last time I was on your panel, I was talking to you about MICA. You might remember it's the European version of the Clarity Act. It's the regulation that already exists for the cryptocurrency space. So there are limitations already in play in certain countries for how much crypto you can have.
And they're only going to tighten it. They're only going to tighten those regulations.
I agree. And when the Clarity Act does eventually get passed, I believe it's going to be the same in the US as well. That will happen, you know.
Well, that's why I'm pushing with Stand with Crypto. I don't know if you guys know who Stand with Crypto is. I'm working directly with them. They're on Coinbase.
Yeah,
I'm educating them in what they're pushing. I literally had a meeting with the president of Stand with Crypto about a month ago, and the VP day before yesterday. All right, here on the live stream, and they don't even know what the Boozman Booker draft is. So that's why I'm plugged in. I'm trying to educate the people that they want the same things we want. They're just not as educated as we are. Everyone in this
the John Boozman Act is a very important part of the Clarity Act that's been established at the moment. Yeah, and I've read the Booker Act. Yeah.
Yeah. So and that gives us the clarity that we want, right, for institutions, and it also gives us the protections as the consumer, the investor. That's what we want, right? And then we can we need to build the right foundation here. And basically, Elon Musk, this is mostly directed to you, but it's also directed to everyone. The idea of me saying these things, I understand that you can disprove everything that I say or whatever. The idea is to get you to start thinking critically, to get you to start questioning everything around you, to start understanding that these are tools for control in the long run. And if we do it right and we come together as a community, we can make them tools for freedom. We can beat them at their own game. And the time is now. We are literally going into the primaries here in the US. This is the time where you can actually pick up the phone, make a phone call, and talk to your rep, talk to your senator, and tell them what you want. Tell them, hey, we want the Boozman Booker draft added to the Clarity Act. Now's the time to do it. All you have to do is go into Google. Now you can go to Stand with Crypto, and they've got a pre-typed out thing, but all it does is say, we want the Clarity Act. That's not what we want. We want the Boozman Booker draft, right? Take the extra initiative step, right? That's why I'm trying to work with Stand with Crypto so that we can amend that letter that they're having people sign and put out. Just go, how do I contact my state rep? And they're the first site that comes here. All right. I'm in California, but you can put your street address, city, zip code. Okay. and it'll give you the information. You can write a letter. It'll give you their phone number. All right. And you can push for these things. All right. So I'm calling the community, and I'm calling all creators to start pushing this information and educate your people on the Boozman Booker draft. Okay. The whole point of the conversation, Elon, I'm hyperbolic, bro. That's what I do. It's social media's rage bait, buddy. We had 4 people watching when you got here. Now we've got 40. That's the idea, is to get us talking. Okay. So don't get all, agitated with me. All right, buddy. Know that we're all on the same team here. We're all about educating each other.
Absolutely, bro. Have you ever looked at rwa.xyz by chance?
I have not, but we can pull it up real quick.
So it shows the live tokenization stack of tokenization of assets. So that's where you'll start learning about the Canton network. Have you heard about Canton CC yet?
I have it. That's the talk of the town right now. Everybody's talking about Canton right now.
So one of the first people that broke Canton network was Maximus Crypto, as far as I know, off in one of his paid things. As far as I know, I was one of the first people to locate Canton network inside of RWA. You can hunt it down. It's pretty interesting. You can watch the actual inflow of tokenization and watch like what currencies are built upon those tokenization. And there's a graph on there that's pretty interesting.
This one right here, right? This is what you're talking about, the graph?
Yes, sir. Yeah, now you can start clicking around the top and you can start seeing what's built on what, like how much is on Ethereum, how much is on the Canton network, how much of it is a stable coin, and everything else.
Interesting. All right, walk me through something here. Let's pull something up. Stable coins. Let's look at, I guess, Tether, right? Actually, let's go back. Let's look at Circle. Where'd that go? Stable coins, Circle. Look at that. Circle's got its own stable coin. All right, so what am I supposed to be looking at here? The
So
average,
you
gotta remember, the average person watching the show has no idea what we're looking for.
Okay, so you got to remember that every dollar that is a stable coin, according to, I believe, whatever act it was that Trump passed, has to be backed by an actual dollar in a reserve or a tokenized bond. Okay, so if there's a dollar stable coin that exists, then in the background there's a tokenized bond that backs that stable coin. That's what happens when we print money, is they create bonds and then they print money for those bonds. It's the same way with stable coins. When a stable coin is out there floating, it's just like a dollar out there floating. You got a dollar in your hand, it's backed by a bond. You've got a $1 stable coin, it's also backed by a utility bond. So what happens is, as those stable coins are created, there's more bonds being created, and those stable coins are getting 3 and 4% APY. So what happens in that case is holding U.S. debt becomes something somebody wants. If you can gain 3 or 4% instead of putting it in a bank and gaining 0.25% over a year, if you can gain 4%, 3, 4, 5% on a stable coin, then that's going to influence you to buy government debt in a version of a stable coin. And when you do that,
literally the video we just watched earlier, right? So they want us to buy stable coins, hold them, earn that APY, and then they're just Tether's taking it and turning around and buying U.S. Treasuries. And that's everything we were just talking about. 100%. So I agree with you.
So now you get to see it in action. It's kind of cool watching that chart, looking at this year and this year and this year, and then boom, all of a sudden in the last year and a half, it's just exploded. That's what you're gonna, if you're clicking around at the top over there on that rwa.xyz, I would save that, because it's a pretty
Yeah,
it's
it's
essential.
in my computer now. It's not going anywhere. I'm gonna
So
dive into that some more. So
you'll click around and
hold
you'll
on,
find Canton
real quick.
Network, and that's what you're going to find that it's tokenized like $300 billion or something like that already.
So let's talk about the logistics of this. How do they force people to onboard into stablecoins? Because that's what they need people to do. Most people are invested into native tokens, right? So let's understand how obviously the government wants us to shift from native tokens into stable coins. How do they do that? By crashing the market.
Yeah, and see, that's another thing. Like the banks, for example, you put $100,000 in the bank loans 90,000 out, 95,000 out to someone else on a piece of paper. You go to pick up $100,000. The bank tells you, I can only give you 10 today, and if you wait here 4 or 5 hours, we're going to go collect 90 grand from these other 3 or 4 banks and pay you, but they're going to try to pay you in a cashier's check. That's the thing with, oh my gosh, I'm going blank on the name of it, but as far as actual currency that exists, let's say there's 5 quadrillion worth of dollars out there. I'm sure there's more, obviously. In all reality, there's way, way, way less actual liquidity there. That's what happens with the bank runs. When people run on banks, you got if 1% of the people go right now to the banks and say they want their money out of the bank, there will be no more money in the bank.
Absolutely.
But on stablecoins, you don't have that problem. You don't have that problem with stablecoins. So why would you hold your money
there's
inside
a story,
of the bank?
Before we had internet and telephones and stuff like that, right? There was a guy that went to a bank. I forget where it was or whatever, but basically he went to the bank and they didn't have any money, and they sent out like a message to the other bank, like not to give out any more money. So he jumped on horseback and rode to the next town to the bank before the message got there and was able to get all of his money out of the bank. We don't have that anymore. It's instantaneous, right? But back to what I'm saying here is, and this is what I've been telling everybody, is more than likely they're going to crash these markets. It's the fourth turning. If you know anything about it, everything in the world, in the charts, society works in cycles. And the fourth turning is a cycle of great turmoil. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. We are in the hard times right now. And that cycle ends around 2028, right? So in my opinion, I believe that they're going to be either dumping the market, crashing it, or running it sideways. So if that's the case, and that's the play that's happening here, and they want people to stable coin up, why would you hold a coin like XRP, Cardano, Bitcoin, when you could literally stable coin up, take no risk, 4% APY, right? And then in a few years, once the market's bottomed out and we know we're either in the crab market or we're at the bottom, then buy and deploy. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely. So let's just say this. Let's say that something happens inside of the government and they're basically saying the banks don't have money. The banks don't have money. And let's just say it's Saturday at 1:00 and everybody runs and they empty the ATMs out. There's nothing in the ATMs. Now everybody's like biting at the chomp Monday morning, sitting outside of the bank because they want to get their money out before everyone else does. Me, on Sunday night, I went and bought all stables. You know what I'm saying? Like, I done spent everything in my bank, attached my card, bought stables with it. I'm good. Like, I'd rather draw 4% APY anyway. I only keep enough money. And
you know what I'm doing right now? Because you've seen the price of gold, silver, copper, nickel is next. Okay. Any metal, right? So we can all agree that we're moving towards a cashless society, correct? Everybody here agrees with that sentiment. We're moving cashless.
Yeah, or tokenized versions of things.
How do you get rid of all the money, right? The paper's just paper. But the change, the coins have value because they are made of metal. Even the shit coins that are coming out right now that they're making, the zinc has value.
That's
right?
why they're ending pennies, because it
Well,
takes 3 cents to make a penny.
They're remaking pennies now. They actually changed that because there's such a penny shortage right now that they started production again. But for me, I'm taking cash because me personally, right? I made my money in crypto. I'm pretty much out of it. I'm looking for real world assets, not tokenized real world assets, but real world assets to hold. So I'm buying land. Don't buy Lambos, buy land, bros. I'm buying land, property. I own a silver mine. I'm buying classic cars, and I'm taking my cash, and when I go to places and I find a rare coin, right? Silver or something, whatever, I buy all their change, right? So I give them $20 and I buy all their dimes and their quarters or whatever, or I buy a few rolls from them. And then I even go to the bank and I'll cash out $100 into coins. And I'm stacking up coins because the reason why they are raising the price of all these precious metals is because that's the first way to phase out coins. They're going to get you to get all your coins together, and it's going to be more lucrative for you to melt them down yourself and sell them as a bar than they are as change. And that's where we're headed. They want you to melt it down for them.
Yeah, exactly. And another thing is too, like if you go back in history and you look at how much actual money is actually flowing, we're already at a 97% digital currency right now. It's just it's not blockchain based yet, and it's failing. Like that, they have to change the way that they're moving currency from one place to another. They have to transfer because it's taking time. It's not backed by anything anymore since 1971, when it was since they took us off the gold reserve or the whatever in 1971 when Nixon took us off of it. I feel like we're going to go to a commodity backed. So you're going to be able to hold, hey, I'm holding a stable coin that's backed by silver. Hey, I'm holding stable coins backed by gold or oil or energy or whatever it may be.
Yeah. And that's where I'm at is I think we should, in this phase, an era of adoption, right? The adoption phase of crypto, you should be more focused on turning your crypto into a way to earn liquidity, collateral, money, whatever you want to call it, fiat, to exchange for real world assets that you can then tokenize. Be the owner of the tokenized asset, not the owner of the tokenization of the asset. That's the goal here, because that's what adoption will really pay off, are the people that actually own something. So we should be focused right now on turning our fiat into a real world asset that in turn can be tokenized later on down the road, because those are going to be the real players in this game. It's not going to be the people holding all the tokenized assets. It's going to be the people holding all the assets that are tokenized. Do you understand?
Yo, host.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
Yo, did you see that video?
Hey, that's a nice
that...
dress you got on there, buddy.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Did you see that video of that Russian finance minister accusing Trump of trying to devaluate the 36 trillion in debt using stablecoins?
I did not, but you know what? Join the Discord, and you can post that in one of the sections on Discord. And I take a look at all those stuff, and I cover them here on the show. So if you're not in the Discord yet, click the link in my bio and get plugged in, because we got a lot going on in there, all kinds of stuff. And we have a whole section for news and rabbit hole stories or whatever it may be. There's a section where you can put that in there. And I look at everything.
That's what that come out about 2 or 3 months ago. And that's basically, they accused Trump of doing what I was saying a minute ago, where they're going to create where people want to own U.S. debt, because right now everybody's selling U.S. debt. China's dumping debt. Everybody's dumping debt because they don't trust the dollar.
Well, that's because of Japan.
They're trying to create a vacuum.
Japan stopped buying treasuries, right? So because of that, that's what's happening. But as long as with that happening is all that's doing is driving people into stable coins, which is going to be then turned around into buying treasuries, like we were talking about earlier. So over time, yeah, it's going to be great. It looks bad right now, but it's like I said, it's the fourth turning. We've got like a few years left of hardship, right? They're 20-year segments. For the last 20 years, we have been in trash, turmoil economically, right? Would you agree? 2008 to 2028, that's 20 years. Okay? So that's why I believe after 20 years is that fourth turning ends and we go into the first turning, which is a time of prosperity. So how we position ourselves now over the next couple years is going to make and break everyone. Tristan, you look like you got something to say.
Yeah, I might just add a little bit to that because, like, if you look at the U.S. debt, okay, it's like what 38 trillion debt at the moment. I think most people don't even understand who that debt is owed to. And I'd probably suggest to everybody to go off and research that. Like even
we
if
owe
you
the
do...
Decepticons, man. We don't owe anybody technically. It's the same money moving around.
Yeah,
in a circle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like when you're talking about U.S. treasuries and whatnot, you have the U.S. buying back their own treasuries and paying interest on those treasuries, and who are they paying that interest to? Themselves. You know
exactly.
So people need to understand what 38 trillion of debt actually is when you do a deep dive into it, you know, and when you understand that, you know, the US doesn't actually owe anybody 38 trillion, that they're actually making money on the fact that that debt exists, you know. People need to be educated about things like that to understand, you know, how money and the financial systems work. You know,
Black XXOR says GDP is debt. Exactly.
Yeah,
you know what?
Yeah.
Unemployment is GDP.
Yes.
Yeah, and like right now, every dollar that's in existence right now is debt. Like when I go to buy a milk up at Brahms, which you don't, or you go buy some at McDonald's. I go buy a hamburger at McDonald's. I'm buying a hamburger with debt that's backed by a bond. Like that is, it's debt. Every dollar that exists is debt.
Yeah, and when you're talking about precious metals and like gold and silver or copper or whatever, is actually there's a guy in the chat, Scotty Dog, really good guy to talk to.
Oh yeah, I love Scotty Dog. That's my boy. That's my dog right there.
Anything you want to know about precious metals, he's your man. But you know, like precious metals are a store of value, like gold, silver, whatnot. You know, so you're correct in what you're saying. You know about transferring fiat currency into metals or coins or silver or copper or whatever it is. You know, I agree with that. And then yeah, what you said about, you know, trying to move towards owning assets and eventually they becoming digital real world assets on chain and whatnot. That's definitely good advice, you know.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
You know what? Everyone here, you're all here for financial reasons, right? Me, I'm here because I'm using your wallet to get your attention, that I am leading the resistance. And the resistance, the people that have change, coin money, the resistance will operate with coin money when everything is cashless.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in the resistance, you better have coins, because that's how we're going to transact. Your quarter, your penny, your nickel are going to be far more valuable than any paper dollar.
And that's shown to prove, I mean, that's a fact, because the quarter, like my great grandpa went to the gas station with the quarter and could get a gallon of gas in the 1950s. And here's the kicker. I can take that same quarter today that he spent back then. Now I can't hand it to the lady at the pump, but I can take it up to somewhere pawn shop and exchange it and get $6 for it and buy 3 gallons of gas now, because what that piece of silver was back in 1958, that quarter to grandpa got a gallon of gas with, I can buy 3 gallons of gas today with it.
Exactly. And here's another thing is to understand is that all metals will be going up in value, not just silver. And a lot of people, they're looking for 1964 earlier because they're 90% silver coins, right? The coins from the 70s, they've got silver in them, baby. It's not 90%, but it's still in there. And everyone is naive to the fact that those are still going to be very valuable. There is a large percentage of silver in those compared to what you make today. But even what you get today, it's got zinc in it, it's got copper in it. It's money. Zinc and copper are going up too, and they're going to be more valuable than the face value of the coins that are coming out right now.
I don't know.
Well, hold on a second. Tristan, what were you saying?
The utility of silver at the moment is what's driving the price of silver.
Absolutely. Silver is in everything. It's in medicine. It's in computers. It's in thermocouplers. It's in breakers. It's in everything we use. It's in chemtrails.
It's the biggest contributor to the utility of silver at the moment is the push on defense in worldwide with the creation of like all these missiles and drones and bombs. Do you know that there's like nearly 500 ounces of silver alone in one missile?
Yeah. And you know what? I actually, in my Discord, I have videos and information on how to extract these precious metals and where to find them in everyday garbage for free right now. And I have videos on how to prospect for it as well. I have a silver mine. I'm going to begin prospecting. Like, why wouldn't I right now, right? Am I going to open a silver mine on a major scale? Absolutely not. I'll probably sell the land by that point. But in the meantime, I'm going to pull out a little bit of dust. Why not? I got time on my hands. I'll probably live stream it while I'm out there shaking the dirt with you guys. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Green Hornet. Green Hornet, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for joining. Appreciate having you, brother.
Yeah, man. I was just sitting here listening to the panel here. Sounds like a great conversation. I'm just gonna jump up and join in whenever I had an opportunity to, but I don't have that opportunity right now. I gotta answer my daughter's question, so
hey, absolutely.
I'm gonna back up.
Just wanted to give you a welcome since you came on the panel here where I had an opportunity to reset the room. Let me reset the room for a second, guys. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. And don't forget to click the link in my bio, join the Discord. There's a lot of information in there. We have a section that's called #knowledge, and it's nothing but audiobooks, how to navigate the legal system, the financial system. We have #survival skills that will teach you not only like tactical for playing Call of Duty or airsoft, how to dress wounds, things like that. We're doing a lot over there. So Jeff, definitely join the Discord. Elon Muff, I believe you had something to say, but I think you muted yourself.
Yeah, I noticed I stepped on someone and I respectfully stepped back. It was an accident.
No worries, man.
I didn't know if. I mean, I'm hoping you look. I'm hoping you could, if you don't want to do it right now, maybe another time. If you was to just possibly go to Grok and say, "What is Bretton Woods 3.0?" and or Grok or something else, you can do whatever.
This is an anti-AI show, but I'll tell you what. If Jesse is in the chat right now, I did have to lay Jessie off. So she's the fact checker for the show. I'm hoping to, now that we've boosted the show up and we're earning an income again, I'll continue to bring her on and pay her. If Jessie is in the chat, she is our fact checker. I don't like AI because AI will go down whatever rabbit hole you lead it into. So that's why we have a real human to fact check for us. But whatever you're talking about or whatever, man, I know you're in the Discord. Message me and I'll have Jesse look into it, and then we can talk about it the next time.
Yeah, because like it was a Bretton Woods 1.0, and then in 1971 we become a Bretton Woods 2.0, and then what I'm speaking of is the Bretton Woods 3.0 society. Like we have literally been through a Bretton Woods 1, through a Bretton Woods 2 from 71 and up, and you could basically just ask the question, what is Bretton Woods 3.0 and how would that apply to crypto? And say, please deep dive it. Like, just give it a little read, a little just simple read, and go, okay, this makes sense.
I'll look into it some more. I mean, I understand what happened in the 70s, and we kind of see that playing out again. Someone in the chat said Bretton Woods is done and over with, but I agree with you. We're having history doesn't repeat itself; it rhymes. So there's definitely some similarities happening right now. But for me, like, I see the big picture. I zoom out, right? And when I came to this realization that we were having a cashless society, I was working at, and this is why I keep these items back here. Everything back here has meaning, everything that you see. So this is from the 2022 All-Star Game. I had this signed by Mike Trout. I worked the audio for the 2022 All-Star Game. That was the first time I had come into contact with basically the beta test of a cashless society. And if you go to any sporting game now, anything sports is 100% cashless. You cannot spend cash there. All right. Now, I had plenty of credit card money, or excuse me, cash. I've always operated with cash. I didn't have any money in my bank account or in credit card, right? I couldn't buy anything. I actually bought this baseball prior to going to there and carried this around in my fanny pack for a week, waiting for an opportunity for somebody to sign it. And that's how I got it. I did not purchase that. All right. And I even have video of all of it going down. Anyway, in that moment, I wanted to get a hat, right? I'm a hat guy. I got a stack of hats, right? I wanted to get a hat and jersey and some stuff, right? I couldn't spend a dime there. I had plenty of money, couldn't buy anything. And I had this realization that the only place that I could spend money within a 10-block radius in LA, literally every storefront, everything went completely cashless. It was not just the All-Star Game. And mind you, the All-Star Game was not just at the field. It was downtown LA. A whole 10-block radius was completely closed off, and every business within that 10-block radius had to be cashless. And I was like, wow, they're beta testing this idea of no cash. Will people accept it? And people accepted it with open arms. I hated it. The only place that I could spend money were the Mexican hot dog vendors. It was the only place I could get anything with cash. And that's when I had the realization that we were headed to this, because that's how they do it. They start with sports. Anyway, just a little story for you guys.
Can I just ask, Elon, so you're talking about the Bretton Woods 2.0. In what context?
Well, I mean, the Bretton Woods 2.0 started in 1971 when we became when our currency was no longer backed by gold. Now, if you go look what is Bretton Woods 3.0 and how it applies to crypto, just hop on, next time you got a minute, hop on an AI and ask that. Just read what it says.
Yeah, because I know there is mention in the Bretton Woods 2.0 in terms of tokenization and cryptocurrencies and so on, and real world assets and so on. What's different about the Bretton Woods 3.0? Just out of curiosity, I'm just asking the question.
Okay, so right now, If are you in the States? Are you in the U.S.?
No, I'm in Europe, in Ireland.
Okay. Okay, well, you know, the United States is the reserve currency of the world, even though it's probably losing its status daily. But basically, that has been the reserve currency for the last 50 years, ever since the UAE signed the treaty saying that they were going to, or not treaty, but signed the contract saying they were going to buy everything, all the oil in dollars, and it became, became the petrodollar. On our dollars used to say this is backed by gold, this is backed by silver, whatever, silver certificates and whatnot. Now it just says this is legal tender. Okay, so currency is not backed by anything. At one point, they came through the United States and they told everyone, turn in your gold, turn in these precious metals, and we're going to give you these basically bonds, these dollars in exchange for it. And if you don't, then you're going to jail. That literally happened.
Okay, it wasn't necessarily jail. It was based on the fear-mongering idea that you could be stuck holding an asset that we're no longer going to buy back.
Yeah.
No, there was it was literally under fear of jailing. The fines would put someone so far back they would be slave to a system for the rest of their life, basically.
Yeah, a fine, not jail. It was never jail. So let's be factual here. Basically, it was under threatened arrest, coercion, the fact that if you're going to hold on to this gold, you could potentially not be able to spend it anywhere. No one will take it.
Yeah.
And this is your one opportunity to give it to us. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck holding the bag. Let's just, keep it factual here. You're not wrong, but you're also slight detail. I pay attention to detail here, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Join the Discord link in my bio. The Discord is goated, ladies and gentlemen. And also, shout out to Bright Aesthetics. She says that Knott's Berry Farm is also cashless. That is correct. If you live in California and you need an esthetician, give Bright Aesthetics a follow. Great esthetician. Quality work. Keeps your skin glowing. No filters here, chat.
Okay, so, moment, just 1 second.
I want to interject something to Tristan there. Talking about backing of the dollar, what is it backed by now? We were backed by gold. Would you agree, or would you say it's backed by confidence? Like the global, the dollar backs everything. It's the reserve currency. It's essentially confidence in a nation, right? That's essentially what's backing your currency. I just wanted to interject that, and I'm going to listen. Do you guys agree with that?
To a point.
Our currency says it's not backed by anything anymore. There's nothing backing it.
Well, it's like a piece of paper is a piece of paper, but why don't people buy as much of China's piece of paper as they do ours? Because there's more confidence in the way we operate. There's more confidence in our economy. There's more confidence in the U.S., right? So it's essentially confidence in it's essentially someone's word still. That's what it is. Because, that's the way I view it. That's the way I look at it. But I wanted to interject that, just listen to your comments.
Yeah, and you're correct in saying that. Yeah, I would agree with your assessment on that.
Okay, so I want to go over the Executive Order 6102. Executive Order is not law. Okay, it is not a lawful order. It is a temporary emergency order. So just because something is written in pen, even Donald Trump signing no CBDCs law, whatever, it's a temporary thing in place, and it can be overturned in court. So it was never actually had any validity or standing to it. It was a threat. There was never actually any form of basically imprisonment from this, just so you know.
Yeah, I think at the moment a big threat to the dollar is, the BRICS being established, and there's a lot of, on the macroeconomic scale, political scale, and geopolitical scale, there's a lot of things happening at the moment that are putting a pressure on the dollar. I don't know. You could spend hours and hours talking about that,
Right. Honestly, yes, confidence is part of what drives the US dollar. And we've lost a bit of confidence because Japan stopped buying treasuries, right? And bonds, right?
Well, let me
But
ask you
that's
something.
just
Let me
based off of,
interject.
hold on. That's just based off of economy. The real value that the dollar is backed by is by oil, because we force countries to buy oil with the US dollar. That's where it gets its confidence from. Go ahead, Green Hornet.
Well, I was going to say Japan sold off very little of their bonds. So when you look at what they sold off, it was minuscule. So
Well, they're not
that's
buying
something
them
that
anymore,
people,
is what I said. They're not buying any new bonds.
yeah, but they're still the largest or second largest holder in the world. They don't need to buy any more bonds. That's what this move to stable coins. I've been listening to you guys talk about that. The way I see everything, I've listened to the way everyone's views. This is my view and what I think is happening. Do you guys remember, if you're a student of history, you remember how the railroads would pay their workers in their own currency, right? Essentially, like back then, the big industrialized employers had their own currency. Essentially, they paid you in their currency. Because a lot of the times you worked, your life was with that employer. So essentially, it's a form of that with the stable coins. What I see is in the future, I believe every employer will have a stable coin. Every bank will have their own stable coin. And the rule is it's going to be backed by the rush. What is the rush right now? What's the true gold rush? What I think is happening is the backing of those stable coins. And so when you look at this administration, the rule is going to be one bond per one. If you're going to mint 500 million tokens, 500 million stable coins on Binance, then it's got to be backed 1-to-1. What does that do? That ensures that confidence. That also allows them to essentially pay off debt. If you look into fractional transactions, that's what everybody's going to. That's why you may have a bank and 3 companies that are involved in a transaction, and each one of them in the future will have their own stable coin, because as money flows through to complete that transaction, that's going to be instantaneous, but everyone garners a yield off of that. And that's what we're moving to. I would venture to say in the future, I don't know when, in the future, we're all going to have essentially, you're going to be able to see when you go and trade time for whatever value you create in your life. Like if you're an oil and gas worker like I am, you get paid every 2 weeks. I get paid every 2 weeks. I think in the future, you're going to see the time as you accrue it, you're going to see it in your wallet. I think that's essentially what we're going to have. That's what we're going to. So you'll get paid. There won't be a paycheck when you come and trade your time. You're going to be able to see it accrue by the minute.
It's in stream pay. That's like ZBCN and ADP work.
That is reality. That's what's happening now. And why are they going to do that? Because the infrastructure of the current way that we trade value in this world, whether it be gold, silver, paper, it's not efficient. Look, just think of the infrastructure of the banking system. They don't have to have all this money that's got to be shipped around from bank to bank. Shipping, all the infrastructure of moving and running around goes away with digital currencies. And that's why they're going to it.
Hundreds of trillions of dollars in the Nostro Vostro accounts right now.
Is it about control? I think it's more about efficiency and them, like everything, making more money. That's what I think it's about.
I want to push back on that a little
view.
bit, real quick, if you don't mind. I think it's about control, because right now you're forced to save 2 weeks' pay, right? So when you get that paycheck, you've got a lump sum of money that now you can pay bills and actually have something. The average person, obviously most of us here, we're at least somewhat good with money because we've got something to invest. We're at least talking about it and thinking about investing. That's the first step, right? The average person does not invest, does not save, does not know how to manage money whatsoever. You will literally see the average person working themselves into deeper debt this way by getting paid instantaneously, because they'll say, man, I want a candy bar right now, but I don't got enough. I got 10 more minutes before I can buy a candy bar. They will spend their money up and it will be gone. And then they'll have to take out more debt in order to pay their bills and so on and so forth. And debt is what slavery is. It's a way to keep people from getting out of debt and getting them deeper into slave like behavior.
I have multiple businesses, and
you know,
it's
can I respond?
Hold on. Let him respond real quick, Elon.
Man, I completely agree with that. I don't disagree with what you're saying there. I almost think of, like, I have multiple views on what we're going. If I'm going to compartmentalize the conversation to what I think ultimately they're doing, I think we got to a point where it was too easy to move between the classes, and they said, you know what, we're not going to allow that. And they're essentially, the world is, the movement we have right now is for you to stay. It is a form of control. I agree with you 100%. You control the debt, you control people. What are you doing there on a larger scale? You're keeping people in the classes you want them in. You're making it harder. You're not saying they can't move between the classes, but classism fundamentally is where you make it hard to move between them. And I think that's essentially what we're doing. I relate it all to that movie, The Hunger Games, where you had all those districts, the worker districts. That's what we're moving into, and that's what it looks like, man. So I don't disagree with a lot of your view or anything. I just don't think that we'll be able to stop it. Essentially, like, for instance, you mentioned the currency will be gold and silver. I would argue, because of the lack of confidence going forward, if the world did collapse, essentially, the value would be bullets and knowledge.
Absolutely. I think bullets is a good form of currency in a state of collapse. However, in a state of collapse, you will not see me trading bullets whatsoever, because once they're gone, they're gone. All right. And obviously you can do reloads or whatever, but why would I give somebody the means to come and take from me? So the real currency is food and water in that situation, not bullets. You want to have bullets because, you know, it only takes one bullet to take all of somebody else's resources.
It'll be what you want, but you can't get it. So obviously food, water, you'll trade, you know what I mean? But yeah, I like a lot of what I've not seen anyone on the app doing what you're doing here. This is pretty cool, man. I'm going to give you a follow and join your Discord, man, or something, have more interactions. I've heard of Elon, and I know Tristan. I've seen him well. If you guys don't know who Tristan is, I don't know if y'all know his background, but he's an intelligent person and has a lot of information regarding trading. If you guys don't know who it is, so y'all should give him a follow as well.
Everyone follow everyone in the chat here. Give everyone a follow here. They're all great people. Down the rabbit hole on the bottom there, that's my other channel where we deep dive into more of this conspiracy stuff, whatever we go into, the Illuminati and the moon landing and whatnot. But in the Discord, and click the Discord link in my bio, join the Discord, guys. There's a section under survival skills where I, give detailed information and breaks down how things would work in societal collapse. And it also breaks down why you don't want to trade ammunition as currency. Because like I said, when you give in full-blown societal collapse, and you've got two separate factions, two different families, two different people fighting for resources to survive, you do not want to give them the means to attack you and take your resources. So bullets is not the currency, in my opinion. I think bullets is a good thing to have, but I would...
to me, it kind of depends on how much you have. I mean, if you're sitting there with 10 bullets and stuff's going on all the way around you, that's one thing. If you've been stacking bullets for 40 years and you know you can trade a little pew pew one out of 100,000 of these things you got for dinner for your
I
family
can
for a week.
have 100,000 bullets racked up and sell one 30-06 round and get sniped and lose it all. It only takes one bullet to end it all.
I might just tell you a little story that will put things into perspective about bullets. So, a little bit of my background is I spent 12 years in the Special Forces, and I served in some pretty wild places. 1994 in Rwanda was one of them. I worked with the UN peacekeepers, and when some of our guys would be kidnapped and whatnot, it was our job to go and find them and get them back. So I would be out walking through villages and stuff like that where thousands and thousands and thousands of people, women, children, whatnot, were basically just slaughtered with machetes and whatnot and dumped in ditches all along both sides of the road. And at the end of that genocide, you had kids walking around with AK-47s and bags of bullets and whatnot. And they would try and trade those bullets and AK-47s for something as simple as a small loaf of bread.
There's your answer right there. Real world situation played out in the past, and it'll happen again. It just don't work like that. Everyone wants to say bullets. Bullets is a great thing to have, but it's not a great thing to trade. Food and water, canned goods,
exactly.
dried beans, and rice.
Yeah.
The long shelf life, basically, if it's stored properly, it will last indefinitely, and it costs nothing. And
Honey, peanut butter.
Stockpile it. And I do that here. So, like, we stockpile all kinds of stuff here, and, we're set up. We get the water from the ground and the energy from the sun. We grow our own food, and we got our own thing going on here, isolated from everything, and no debt, no one to tell me what to do. That's why I can go live here and do this all the time and be retired. I don't need a lot to survive and to live off of. I can do a lot with a couple bucks. It don't take much. The idea is, if you want to be free, you got to get out of debt, ladies and gentlemen. Debt is slavery.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think key is, and Green Hornet said there, knowledge. Education is a huge thing that I'm a champion of. Educating people about how to make money and how to make use of the little money that they are earning. That's a big thing for me. Like, if somebody is only earning a couple of $100 every week, it's very, very, very hard to get out of poverty, And if you can educate someone to be smart about how they're using money and how not to buy things that you don't need, you might eventually be able to climb out that poverty trap. And that's something that I'm a huge ambassador of that.
One of the things I say in the hashtag knowledge and in the Discord a lot is I tell people, because a lot of people, they're all over the crypto stuff. They're all over that stuff. I'm like, guys, you need to get in the knowledge section. Start reading these books. Start educating yourself, because knowledge is the sharpest weapon you will ever wield in this life. Because this war is not being fought with handguns and cannon fodder. It's being fought on your phone, on your TV screen. It's being fought here on TikTok. We are on the front lines of freedom right here. That's what this is. Information and intelligence is what wins wars, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think I'm trying to do here? The whole purpose of the crypto financial thing is just to get your attention. I care less about any of that, but I'm good at it. So I figured I'll make you guys some money so that you guys can put yourselves in an advantageous position to actually be the change that we need, be the resistance.
Well, that's what I think a lot of people need. The people that have already, acquired wealth from, trading or crypto or investing or whatever, really need to try and educate people about how to do it. Me personally, I'm not interested in likes or gifts or becoming an influencer or anything like that. My one interest is trying to help people to understand what cryptocurrency is, how to invest, how to do it properly, how to actually make some money, how to learn trading analysis, how to do it properly. My mantra is learn before you earn.
Yeah. I tell people this all the time. I'm like, invest in yourself and your knowledge before you invest in the market. And, I want y'all to make it. I want y'all to make money. That's all part of it, because you can't be a slave to the system and fight against it at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that 100%.
Elon, I think you had something to say. It says, I want to speak on the stream play.
Yeah, we were talking about stream pay. So like you actually go look into the use case of ZBCN and go chase and find its links into ADP, which ADP is used for payment all over the place for like people's jobs. At the end of the week, they get paid every Friday. I have had and have multiple businesses, even having 10 or 12 employees. I have to tie up one of my office people on Thursday to sit there and go through everybody's hours, go through everything, and then I have to pay ACH fees each time I paid that employee. Now, just that one employee working on Friday was costing me $250 a day. And then the ACH fees to pay 15 employees was $60, $50, something to the nature almost every time I did that. Now, StreamPay, the more you look into it, you can get paid by the second. You could clock in, walk to the bathroom, sit on the toilet, check your bank account, and you done made $1.25 from the clock to the toilet. And at the end of the week, that's less costly than having that employee sit there and have to work the hours all day long. It's as soon as you clock in, stream pay happens. That's literally going live. Now, if you start to look at the daily jobs, I don't know what companies you have.
Does
there.
that pay you in stablecoin or does it pay you in native token?
Honestly, I'd have to go look and see exactly because it's not really live.
It's with the ZBEC network. It's in stablecoin.
Yeah, it's in and it's already linked into ADP.
That's not bad. See, like, so I live stream on Abstract. We're actually the #1 live stream on Abstract 6 days in a row. Abstract is a layer 2 technology on the Ethereum network where I can live stream on the blockchain. There's no algorithm to hold me back. It's all based off of engagement and performance, right? So the more likes I get, the more viewership I get, the more I get paid. And I get paid in crypto. Here, I'm going to pull it up for you guys here to take a look at this. So this is the live stream that's going down right now. My wallet's linked to it. Now, I've been doing this for about a month or so. I only got like $18, but that's because I'm getting paid in Pengu and Ethereum and Newt, and they're mostly meme coins, and they've been on the downs right now. But it's all pretty much bottomed out. The way I see it is I'll accumulate this for a while, for the next 10, 20 years, or however long till the next cycle, right? And this 18 is probably going to be looking more like $18,000. So for me, because I don't need the money, this is lucrative to me. I want to hold those meme coins. I want to get paid in meme coins because I know that with Abstract, Abstract Pengu has utility. I get more payment. I can get a 50x multiplier on my payment for the time that I live stream, the more Pengu I hold. And as Abstract gets adopted with more live streamers, you're going to see more people wanting to hold more of that Pengu in order to boost their lives, right? So I see the big picture down the road. But obviously, somebody who's, you know, getting paid and needs to pay their bills tomorrow, that's not lucrative. I've lost money over the last couple months live streaming because it keeps going down. But having a system that pays in stablecoin that earns APY, now we're talking. That sounds great, you know, for the average everyday person.
And I feel that's what's inevitably, that's what the banks are trying to do, is hold your stable coin. They want to hold your stable coin, and they want to get that 4.5 APY.
Right.
And they're trying to stop us from getting it.
And that's part of why they're pushing the Clarity Act. And if you guys missed the show, the last couple shows that I've had Stand with Crypto on the show. Okay, the president of Stand with Crypto, Wendy's moderator, and I believe he's VP or big player in Stand with Crypto, on the show the last couple days. It's all on YouTube, so you can find me on YouTube at Ozthecryptogoat. Go watch those shows. Okay,
It's actually great. I was actually on the panel with you that night she was on.
Right, exactly. And you know, there's a lot of good stuff, but you got to understand these people, they don't understand the Boozman Booker draft. They didn't even know it existed. And these are the people pushing the Clarity Act. That's where I come in. I'm rubbing elbows with the most powerful and influential people in the world. I've been doing it since I started my career. That's just my niche in the system here. I've got a lot of powerful, influential connections, and I've been pulling strings over the last year, right? Trying to make this happen, everything we're doing here. So I'm trying to educate the people that are pushing all this stuff. That's why I've been so, like, I have a stack of leads right here on my desk of people to get on the show here. Major people. We're talking about big names. All right. But I'm not focused on them because that's not what's important. What's important is this Clarity Act right now. The legislation that's getting passed. We need to get this right, ladies and gentlemen. This is our one chance to lay a solid foundation. Any building built without a solid foundation will crumble. And so that's why I'm working really hard to educate our most influential people in the space. That's why I'm deep diving into this stuff so hard, and I'm pushing, guys. I know I took 2 months off from doing this show, and my algorithm has suffered for it, but I never stopped working. I just been grinding somewhere else. I've been touching grass and making connections in real life in order to make the change that we need in this space. Not just me interviewing other people on TikTok, you know, and don't take this the wrong way. I love having all of you guys here in the panel. I love talking back and forth with the different creators that are here. But the conversation has to expand outside of that. And that's why I encourage every single one of you to go onto Google, find out who your rep is, and message them. Get educated in the Boozman Booker draft. See if it's something you align with, which I'm sure you will, and push that. But it's something that no one's even talking about. And it wouldn't even be relevant in this space if I hadn't brought it up. So that's the whole idea here, guys. That's my main focus and goal in basically over the next 6 months to a year, whenever this legislation gets passed, because they're predicting 2027 is when it's going to get passed, and 2029 is when it gets implemented. So we've got 1 year to make it happen, Captain. So, and really we don't have that much time. We've got till primaries to make it happen, because that's the only time they're going to listen to the little people like us. After that, it won't matter. So let your voices be heard. Anyway, that's my little rant.
Yeah, I applaud you on that, Oz. I agree with what you're saying there. And I when I was on the panel with you, when you were talking to Wendy, was it her name, the girl from Stand with Crypto? She had put me onto the Stand with Crypto Europe So there is an actual Stand with Crypto
It's
Europe
global.
forum as well. Yeah. And I've been interacting with them a lot over the last month or so.
And we need to educate them that we want to lay a foundation that is not just beneficial to institutions, but also to investors as well. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. But yeah, it is very important, and like I'll tell you how important it is. Like, I'm from Ireland, and even from Ireland, I'm paying close attention to what's going on in the US, and especially with the likes of the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, you know, Boozman Act, all of that kind of stuff. So traders across the world are paying attention to what's going on. So it is vitally important that it's done and done right, you know.
The problem is the people that have the influence and the power to make it change have no idea. Us here on TikTok, these communities that we have are the most educated people in crypto I've ever come across. I go to these major events with some of the developers of this technology, and you know, they don't even, as far as the legislation side, they don't know. They're nerds. Like, they know how to code, but they don't understand, you know, politics. And that's the idea is we need to educate the politics on the technology and educate the people making the technology on politics. And that's what I'm trying to do, is bridge that gap here, baby.
Yeah, a lot of those nerds could be literally sitting there building a weapon of their own demise and not even realizing it. They're sitting there doing something for the government, doing nerd work, and they're going to hand the weapon off that controls everyone in the end. And they don't
Absolutely.
realize they're even doing it.
Exactly.
And that's why, and it's also important for, you know, like people that are watching like these lives and these panels to kind of understand the importance of educating themselves and kind of creating their own network of people that they can trust and to learn from, you know. So you, because there are an awful lot of, I'm going to call it BS guys on these platforms too, that just want to take your money and sell you this bot and this trade in. So be careful of that kind of stuff too, you know. Just learn and pay attention to the correct people. Don't be just following every Tom, Dick, and Harry on TikTok, you know.
Any influencer that is shilling something to you is probably paid or has some type of contract with whatever. And if you are an influencer with a contract and you are shilling something, you have a duty to divulge that information to the community that you are paid to do this stuff. Look at Zach Rector and what's his name? The guy that looks like he's got to take a shit all the time. Jake Claver. Yep, that's him.
Oh. I thought you
it's all come out.
I thought you was talking about the cokehead Crypto Hulk.
Oh yeah, Crypto Hulk, and what about Crypto Psycho or Psycho Crypto? You know, that dude's a freaking. We got to be careful the words but he's on something for sure. You know, these people, a lot of them are users. You know, that's why they're influencers. That's why they can have the personality that they have. And they're literally using you to support their habits.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, and people are naive to this. They just follow this stuff. Like, look at gosh, what's his name? See, and I don't want to talk too bad about certain people. Wendy O, she used to be out there with the XRP stuff. She's reeled it in quite a bit, and she kind of understands and gets the whole thing. And I'm really excited to bring her on the show here, or at least come onto her show and talk to her. I've talked with her a few times. I met her in person. Great lady. But it wasn't until we had a conversation that the script changed, because everyone's been sold a bill of goods and everyone's concerned about pumping their bags. Look at the chat. Most of what you see in there is, what do I buy? What should I be holding? They don't care about the real issues that we're talking about here. They care about pumping their bags. They will vote for whatever and stand behind whatever pumps their bags. And that's the rhetoric I'm trying to break. Think more longevity, guys. We understand that this is all going somewhere. You're going to make it eventually if you're here now. Be patient and let's build the foundation the way it should be built.
Absolutely. There's some great content creators on the likes of TikTok, you know, that I've got to know over the last however long I've been using this platform. I don't go on TikTok very often, but I do often listen into lives, you know, if I'm doing whatever I'm doing or business. And there are some really, really good content creators.
Absolutely.
Like Green Hornet was on there a while ago, very good guy. Waddy, you know him. You've been on some of his lives with. I've been on them with you a few times. Like there's some really really good guys out there that want to educate people about cryptocurrency and investing and whatnot. So, kind of get to know the people that you're following, and as Oz says, you know, if they're trying to shill you something, stay clear.
Yeah.
You know,
And you know, I was in Waddy's life, and this is not on Waddy. This is what the chat was saying, right? But
Yeah.
everything I've been saying about the Clarity Act and what we've been talking about, I started pushing a few months ago, right? And talking about it, and it's something I've been working on, and I'm very passionate about, right? And I went up there, and all the creators are in the panel, and they're all talking, and I get up there, and I basically am like, shame on you guys. Have you even read the Clarity Act? Do you know anything about it? No, you're just pushing something because you know it's going to pump your bags. And I'm like, you have an opportunity to have your voice be heard. I'm like, which of you have, contacted your senator or your congressman? Which of you have actually written an email or picked up the phone? None of them. And they all literally said, well, there's nothing we can do about it because the lobbyists have all the control and the institutions have all the control. We might as well just go along with it. I'm like, fuck that. Like, and like I been saying is, we are going into primaries right now. This is our opportunity to have some leverage to make them do what we want to do. We have a small window here, and then once that window closes, it's done and over with. We're done. And everyone just wants to roll over and take it and say, well, I need my bags to pump right now. And they literally started attacking me for it.
And I agree. And also, it's important to understand that, for people that are going on to have live or panel discussions and whatnot, there are a lot of, I call them bluffers, but there's guys that will spend half a day trolling through TikTok and listening to every bloody video that they can see, and then they go on to some lads live and they'll just spoof off a load of stuff that they're after hearing that day. You really kind of need to know that the people that you want to get education from are people that have already become wealthy, and have already been there, done that, wore the t-shirt,
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not going to go on to somebody's panel and pretend I'm something I'm not, because I've spent years doing the groundwork and educating myself to become a good day trader. That's my expertise. I have several businesses that turn over six-figure sums every year, so I have the wealth, I have the knowledge and whatnot behind me to be able to come on here and talk about whatever it is you want to talk about in terms of investing or finance or crypto or different projects that are going on in cryptocurrencies and so on, because I've already spent time to research them,
Yeah.
and know what I'm talking about before I go on to somebody's live. So it's really important to pay attention to who you're listening to, and as like you're saying, Oz, if you're going to spend some time to talk about the Clarity Act because you've already researched it and you've read it, as have I.
Yeah. Most people haven't even read it.
Yeah, and
Most
if
people here
I'm
talking about it haven't even read it.
exactly, and I'm one of those people that is I'm into the fine detail. I'll spend time to like read it section by section, go through it, understand it, research it, and see what are the amendments that are taking place already, why did they take place, what's coming down the way, what possible amendments need to take place before it's passed. That's the kind of depth of research I'll do with something. So it's really, really important to educate yourselves on every aspect of cryptocurrency and the like, and the legislation attached to it before you start investing your hard-earned money into it, because it's very easy to lose it.
Exactly. I want to address Third Eye in the chat says, I thought your bags pump the more you fill your bags. These are the people that are literally buying cryptocurrency. Either that's being hyperbolic, but I think that's most people actually. They're just keep throwing more money at it. Never take any profits, hold it forever. I'm not going to spend it until I can spend it when it's adopted.
Yeah, my answer to that is, me personally, I'll just talk about me, what I do. I don't hold cryptocurrencies apart from Bitcoin, but I bought Bitcoin when it was way lower than it is now. It was like 20 something thousand. Okay. I day trade regularly cryptocurrencies. It's only part of my portfolio, but I do day trade various different cryptos, and I make a lot of money from trading cryptos rather than buying and just holding. Because if you buy something and then you're holding it and then the price is going down and you're trying to DCA in and all this waffle that does be going around,
you just round trip, baby.
Exactly. You're just costing yourself money in the long term,
Right.
If you want to really make sense of how to make money with cryptocurrency in terms of holding it, and as you were saying earlier, APYs and staking and so on, how to make money with your crypto, start looking into, DeFi banking and projects like Hyperliquid and stuff like that, and understand how they work and how you can actually make your crypto bags, as you call it, make money for you. That would be a suggestion that I would probably make.
For me personally, not financial advice, but probably the best advice you're going to hear is the idea is to make a risky investment with a small amount of money and a less risky investment with a large amount of money. The idea is to use a small amount of money to gain a lot of money and offboard it out of crypto and put it into something real and tangible. Not just put it in your bank account, buy land, buy whatever it is, a real world asset. And this is the confusing part and I think why they've added the real world asset part to it. Obviously there's more to it than that, but it confuses the normal everyday person. They're like, okay, well, I'll just invest into tokenized RWAs. No, the people holding real world assets that tokenize them will be the true wealthy people. The people that hold tokenized real world assets will not be the wealthy people. The idea is to get into crypto, get out of it, and offboard it into something tangible. And then if you like to play the markets, which I do too, we're traders, obviously. I see your setup in the back, goated. You should see mine, man. It's pretty sick right here. I got all the screens and everything. I got it all going on. But my system is for my trading, right? Because I also have like my real world assets, but that's all separate, right? So what I trade, most of my portfolio is in the stock market earning dividends. And I have to look into this because I think Trump said the other day, no dividends on defense stocks. Most of what I hold is defense stocks, right? So I might have to get out of that. But, I'll get into something else. Probably, and I think the reason that is to push precious metals, right? Because I'm looking at copper, I'm looking at silver, I'm looking at palladium. Precious metals is what is on my radar now. Okay. And
Commodities
yeah.
is something I invest in, but again, it's part of my portfolio. I diversify my portfolio across a wide spread of things.
Right.
Like commodities, as in, you know, metals, oil, sugar, wheat, soybeans, all this kind of stuff. Then I like the stock markets. I'm into like certain AI stocks.
Well, I see a technology collapse coming in the markets.
It's interesting
the
because
tech
actually
bubble.
I was reading several different articles about that particular thing recently about Michael Burrell.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He's betting against AI and the burst of the AI bubble.
And he's
coming
the guy
soon.
that shorted the market in 2008, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been watching that too, bro. Like I'm on it.
Yeah. So that one's a kind of interesting, but there is like it's a gamble. Everything is a gamble.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you know you have to. If you're not in it, you won't win it. So you have to have some part of your kind of investment into that aspect of you know, because it could take off as well in the opposite direction,
Yeah.
in the good direction. You
And
know, so you just don't know.
I'm okay with missing out on major moves on things.
Yeah.
Because I have security, because I know that it doesn't matter. I have accumulated enough in the market where I only need 2% to do all right. And I'm basically living off the dividends. It pays my bills and everything. I have no debt, right? So I just take the dividends, and I take 1% of my dividends pays for my living for the quarter, and then the rest goes into crypto. I take it and whatever I can get out of that, and then I put it back into the stock market, and it's a revolving cycle, you know?
Yeah, and I do something similar. You know, I have dividends and yields coming from different stock market stocks that I'm invested in, and I have different high yield accounts that I work with. You know, and they all complement each other. One pays the other, and so on. And I'm constantly moving stuff around to kind of. I'm not going to say cheat the tax man, but
yeah, I know what you're talking about, bro. Like I have my ways.
The tax man less friendly to me, but that one. Yeah.
You think I spent $15,000 on building this studio for no reason? For I made $15 today. Like,
yeah.
I know what I'm doing.
Exactly. Yeah. You know the score. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And you know what's crazy is the whole like computer and technology setup and everything that I spent on all this tech here, all new equipment. It's now used and worth double than when I bought it, because I literally bought it back in like February, like right when everything was starting to hit, and I was like, oh, I better buy all this and all the building material and everything that I spent. I'd be probably spending 2 to 3 times as much now. So I did pretty well on that investment as well.
I've just noticed that there's somebody on the panel below me. I didn't see it because it's black in the corner, but if you want to,
oh, that's me.
Oh, is that you?
That's
DOW,
me.
Is it?
Yeah,
that's my somebody else that was just sitting there, and we were just hogging the mic.
That's my conspiracy show, and it's my other platform. And so this platform has been under attack because of We Speak Truth here, right?
Sure.
So that is my backup profile. So in case something ever happens to this profile, so I leave it up there so that people can follow it. They know where it's at. So make sure you follow it down here, guys. Down the rabbit hole. That's my other channel right there. So make sure you send it a follow. Appreciate you.
I pressed the plus on it, but I don't think it's allowing me to follow it.
It's like a little plus sign next to the name.
Yeah. I pressed the little plus on it. Okay. But anyway, it's 4 a.m. in Ireland, so I'm going to thank you for having me on, and it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, man. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And,
I'll rug you, all right?
Cheers.
Cheers. All right, guys, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. Hit the follow button. Also, hit the little alarm bell up here when you follow, so you get notified when I go live. join the Discord link in my bio, and that way you'll get notified when I go live, because TikTok doesn't always do it. And I am bringing back the email alert system. If you want to get alerted to when I post something, or because like I've predicted every major market crash last year. So if you want to get notified when that's going to happen, send me a DM with your email address and I'll add you to the email alert system. So that way when a big move is about to happen, you're going to know it before it happens. And that goes both ways, whether it's up or down, right? But we predicted every major market crash. I predicted the largest crash in crypto history, ladies and gentlemen. And if you had been in the Discord, you would have known. So join the Discord link in my bio and get in the email alert system. We've got like over 100 people on the email alert system. Yes, Third Eye, I predicted the largest crash in crypto history days before it happened. So you would have been able to sell the top, let it crash, and you would have known exactly where to buy the bottom. And for anyone that's a super fan or a subscriber to me here on TikTok, you can message me any time of the day in Discord, and I will do TA for you on any project you like. So also become a super fan. I predicted Zcash a day before it happened. Yes, dude, everyone that takes my TA class is on my level. They see what I see. And it's like a 4-month course, TikTok seller? It's 4 months, 4 classes a month, right? So that's 24 classes total. And so if you're looking to learn technical analysis and be goated at it, because like people are going to teach you all kinds of nonsense out there. I've yet to find anyone that trades my style and is as accurate as I am, because we don't just do technical analysis. We're looking at macroeconomics. We're looking at the big picture of how everything works together. And because we zoom out and we look at the picture that way, we are able to make these major predictions. I literally was able, XRP right here, in January of 2025, I predicted the drop of XRP to 160. Like, and if you don't believe me, in my profile that you're watching right now, you can go back and you can see where I predicted that. I predicted 163 and 130. 130 is the next zone on the way down. We have to hit 130 before we can head up again and get out of this bearish trend. So get ready for the roller coaster, baby. But if you, and not only does my TA teach you that, I can literally predict the day and the time these moves happen. Like that's how on point we are. And TikTok Seller can do it too. TikTok Seller, please tell them that it works, right? It's literally that good, that accurate. And honestly, I would say TikTok Seller in just the last couple months of taking my class, he's just as good as at TA as I am. This is a system that I've developed over a lifetime of trading. It works. That's why we added the wins channel. I know. You know what? I want to add a losses channel. Let's add a losses channel to the Discord to see. Let's see what losses people are taking. But it's pretty much wins. I would say the percentage of losses to wins is minuscule to the wins that we're getting. And I mean, we're talking about 200-300% wins in a matter of hours on these coins. And we're throwing them out. And anyone that is in the TA class, we have a private channel for group trading. You want me to? Yeah, if you want to add losses, that'd be cool. I think it'd be fun, right? Let's see who lost the most. Whoever loses the most in trades this year will get like a prize or something, or like I'll turn you into a meme, something like that. We turned Josh into a meme. I made a bet with Josh about XRP, and basically he wouldn't take the bet. So I said, all right, if you don't take the bet, then I'm going to turn you into a meme when I'm right. And I was right. So he got turned into a meme. But yeah, we have a good time in the Discord. So make sure you click the Discord link in our bio. And, learn technical analysis. You know, everything is pre-recorded. Okay, so these are past classes you're going to be watching. And we're, putting new classes together. I have the CEO of Wi-Fi Finance. He's a hedge fund manager. He comes on from time to time and teaches us about macroeconomics and stuff and how to TA as well. So he's partnered with me there, comes on once in a while. So there are new classes that pop up from time to time, but most of it's already pre-recorded and established, and the foundation is there. That's all you need to make money. All the information's there. Take you a couple months, once a week for an hour, to learn quite a bit. And so, take some time to invest into your education. The cost was discounted 50% off. It's back to regular price, but because it is recorded content, the recorded content will be on discount, but you won't be able to get the lifetime membership for free. So everyone that signed up in January and completed the full course gets a lifetime of technical analysis classes for free. Like whatever comes up and that we do, you're going to be able to get into it. And maybe I'll do a lifetime subscription for the rest of it. Come talk to me, okay? I'm here. I'm in the Discord. You can message me directly, but you got to be a super fan here or a subscriber in order to DM me. I don't answer DMs to anyone. Cold storage devices, yeah, I will help you set up cold storage devices. I will help you if you're having trouble. You need like not just technical analysis, but you need like help. I have an IT guy here that works so with all those technicals as well as me. I can help you figure out if you're having problems onboarding, offboarding, any questions like that. If you want to know what exchanges are going to be best for your situation, because everyone's different, right? Everyone's situation is different. So when you are a super fan or you're a subscriber and you're messaging me directly and I get a clear picture of who you are, what you're doing, and what your goals are, then we can help you develop a strategy that works for you. Because any creator on here that's throwing out blanket strategies for people, don't listen to them. Everyone's situation is different. Everyone bought at a different price. Everyone's holding a different amount. Everyone's financial situation is different. You need something that works for where you're at, what level you're at. And I mean, even just FOMO control, right? We have people that literally just message me and they're like, hey, I'm about to just sell at a loss right now. What should I do? And I take a look at it for them and I'm like, hey, this is, what I see. Obviously, not everything's going to be perfect all the time, but the idea is getting control over that FOMO, having a strategy that works and gets you paid, right? Because that's what we want. We want to make money, right? Is XRP going to an all-time high this year? Probably not. Probably not. It could. I'm not saying it can't, but probably not. I would say it's more likely to see $1 than to see $4 right now. Okay? And it's more likely to just kind of run along between $1.50 and $2 than to see $4 or $5. Unfortunately, that's just the fact of the matter. So we shall see. A lot of things change, That's just where I'm at right now. Any person that just says, this is my prediction, what it is, the markets are ever changing. The news is ever changing. The economic situation is ever changing. So what I tell you right now, you can't just take it as that's what the gospel is, because I adapt. I change with the sentiment. But as of right now, this is what I see. So when that changes, I'll let you know, but I'm only going to let people that are in my Discord, that are in my TA class, or they're subscribers, or they're super fans. Those are the people that are going to know. Raymond, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate that. If you haven't sent a heart me yet, much appreciated. If you want to send any gifts, but if you want the gift that gives back to you, that's going to be becoming a super fan. That's the way that you're going to add value to. It's basically an investment for yourself, right? It's not just a tip or whatever. You're investing into yourself. You're getting one-on-one coaching with me. All right. You can reach out to me and I will coach you and help you out. Just the tip. Yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you all for hanging out. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I think we're going to hop on. We're going to play some Call of Duty. That's another thing. Join the Discord link in my bio, and we hang out there. We have phone calls, and we have trading groups. I'll play video games, and you can watch me play Call of Duty while we have like chats, and we literally onboard normies into crypto through gaming. As well as we're having like these deep discussions like we had today in the show. We're doing the same thing. So get in the Discord. The Discord is goated. It is not your average, everyday, simple Discord. It is set up to be awesome. Can you fly a helicopter? I absolutely can fly a helicopter. Absolutely. I can actually fly an airplane. I have simulation hours on airplane. I want to get my pilot's license, but I can't pass the physical because I do have disabilities. I don't know if you see me, sometimes I'm squirming around like this and I'm like doing like this and that. That's because like I can't sit still for a long time. That's why they won't give me my pilot's license. So I'm trying to get a sports pilot license or get an ultralight so that way I can still fly. So it is in the works. Why do you ask? That's a strange question to ask somebody. Let's see. Let's listen to a cool song. Actually, hold on. Let's do that instead. Battlefield 6 helicopter. Oh, dude. In a game, absolutely I can fly a helicopter. I thought you were talking about in real life. But yeah, I can fly. For sure. There's another game that I've been playing with the TA guy. And I forget what it's called. I just downloaded it and played with it. But it's flying a spaceship, and it literally maneuvers like you're in space. So it's definitely a hard thing to pilot, and I pilot it just fine. Let's see here. Let's watch. Let's see here. Oh, it's in shorts, that's why.
What is real? How do you define real?
Take care, chat. I'll see y'all next time. Join the Discord link in my bio. Follow me. Send a gift. Super chat. Or not super chat. We're on YouTube.
This world got me questioning consuming.
Become
Stuck in the matrix, feeling like I'm
super
fuming. So
fan.
upside down, disconnected from the human. But Morpheus is here now, you ready to go. The red or blue pill, you already know. Down the rabbit hole, we going below. Layers they can't see, I'm going to show you what is real, what is fake, take it slow. Been doing it for years and now I'm a pro. Fiat the fake, it's a sham, it's a scam. 2.3 trillion a supply like goddamn. They print and they steal as much as they want. But old Uncle Sam, he just runs a front for the shadiest scheme you've ever seen. Completely worthless, worse than a shit meme. Coin got us all stuck in the system. Crypto the fix, let me give you some wisdom. Bitcoin and Cardano use
The Discord link
XRP
is in
a
my
lot of
bio.
force speed, I suppose. Assets that go up, not down overnight, but the system won't die without a big fight. That's why they delay, that's why they keep stalling, but nothing can stop destruction from falling. So let's quietly build.
Hey, thank you for becoming a super fan.
Let's
Appreciate
exit
you.
the matrix. It's about
Raymond,
to
make sure you
crack.
join the Discord, bro. I got you.
Exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away. All I'm offering's the truth, yeah, that's what we say. No more lies, no more fake shit. Man, I really can't take it. I know what is real, so please don't mistake it for new cars and new clothes with next level flows. I try to compose this life that we chose. The matrix is everywhere, it's all around us. Even in this room, it must surround us. You can't see it, you feel it, it's in your soul. Breaking the matrix, they losing control. Politicians and judges, they have the role to keep you in line. Yeah, that's the goal. But when you wake up and then you bake up, you must shake up the matrix and break up. You see the code, not Haskell or no, but the system they built, it's gonna explode. You're faster than this, so upgrade your mode. Don't think no, you are ain't Get your knowledge bestowed. Don't listen to media. Turn off the TV. Don't watch that fake news. They'll have you believe lie after lie. That's all that they doing to keep you from chasing that dream you're pursuing. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away. All I'm offering is the truth, yeah, that's what we say. Only show you the door, you gotta walk through it. I'm scrolling Big D, now you got me confusing. The shape of the earth, no way that we moving. Long distance test, that's how he can prove it. Starting to be like my big homie Wiz. He thinks that his flat and handles his biz. Just sound like the dumbest thing I ever heard. Read a book, check the net, just follow the herd. But Google be playing with your search results. They be gang gang, I'm sure just a cult. So no matter how many times they insult, we think for ourselves, not a stupid adult. Is it true, IDK? Yeah, I really would've doubted. Check the views on YouTube, they really ain't about it. On the news, blew a fuse, yeah, that's when the dreaded is controlled. No excuse, that's why they freaking the ladder. Breaking through, no kung fu. Yeah, I see the Matrix falling. Payphone crew, deja vu. With Agent Smith, I'm brawling. So don't give up, say what's up. If you still stuck in the Matrix, the end is near. Have no fear, just keep building and lay bricks.
My heart's beating, my hands are shaking. My hands.
Little bitch asshole. Go tribe, go tribe. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Crypto vibes on the track and you know we tryna stack. Bitcoin, Solana, and Ether, some ADA. Bitch, I am the alpha and you are the beta. You think you are great, I promise I'm greater. Just check my tray, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto vibes are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person. And yeah, my ass sticker, loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper, so don't miss my words by the throw a no-hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, he pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Another verse, better take another lap. Around you putting Go Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah, we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap. To help me catch these little girls in the act. Creating fake drama, yeah, I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack. But can't take anymore, boy, I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me. Try and lie, spread these rumors about me. But they can't see, that bullshit sets me free. Girl, I decree, you gone, you better flee. Yeah, I'm a wife, you know he put a ring on it. Big ass rock sold, NFTs until the profit headed to the bank. Got more to deposit, Go Tribe to the moon, yeah, we bout to rock it. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish.
Let's get money, motherfucker, get money. Get money, motherfucker, get money.
How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Oz the Crypto Goat. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and we're about to get going here pretty soon. I'll tell you though, viewership has been way down. Way down. What's going on? I'm in profits. Looking good, baby. Looking good. We're in profits, baby. Hi, Joe. How you doing? I'm feeling pretty bullish. At least for today. At least for today, I'm feeling bullish. We could see a pullback tomorrow, but I think overall, yeah, I'm bullish now. I think we finally, at least for the rest of the month, feeling bullish. I always got the money face going when we're making money. What's up, TikTok seller? How you doing? Everybody smash the like button. Tap, tap, taps. Double tapping. Let's see here. Is it buy time? I mean, we'll probably get a pullback, but yeah, I think it's pretty much buy time, at least till the end of the month. I wouldn't say it's buy time right now, but I have a feeling things are looking pretty bullish for the next couple weeks. Marco, thank you for the heart me. I have the white light on because we don't have confirmation of alt season yet. That's really what we're waiting for, right? Of course, I believe that we're gonna get ups and downs until then, but if you're talking about God candles, we're talking about alt season, right? So I think there's a potential that it may be buy time, or buy some now and maybe buy some next month. Up like 17%. I know, right? SXT did phenomenal. I'm super excited on the performance that SXT has been doing. Not gonna lie, I bought more. I bought more SXT. I bought more. I'm in a bullish buying mood, and not just because it's going up. This is confirmation that things are turning around, right? Because the news is bad. Okay, the charts were not looking great, and yet we're still going. So that's a good thing. What's up, Crypto Slayer? Thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you, buddy. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty bullish, man. I'm feeling really bullish, actually. Is it confirmation of alt season yet? No, but I'd rather be in it early. So I figured I'd get in a little bit now, and then next month a little bit more, and just kind of start accumulating again, Start accumulating again. It's nice to be back in the market. It's nice to be watching the charts again, because it was unpredictable for a while there. I couldn't even see it anymore, right? I felt like I was losing my edge, and then today happened. I was like, finally, we're turning around. Something's gonna be different. I sold today. Green days like this, I sell. Yeah, that's what I do too. Okay. However, I've been sidelined for a while, so I'm waiting for a little pullback, and then I'll be buying more. But I did buy some SXT late last night. I'm holding on to it. I'm trying to accumulate for alt season, because I'm completely out of the market. So I'm not really day trading so much. I do have, like the moon bags in there, and I'm taking profits from that to pay the staff. But I'm out of the market. I've been out of the market for months, really. So I'm looking for confirmation that we've pretty much hit the bottom, that tariffs and war are no longer affecting the markets, and I think that's where we're at. Because I mean, it's been nothing but bad news, and we're still going up. That's what I've been looking for. I've been waiting for people to be desensitized. You know, so I think we're reaching that point. Either that or it's the bull trap. But I think we're just reaching desensitization. It doesn't hit like it used to. You know what I mean? It was new and fresh in January. Oh, the tariffs and everything. Oh, what was me, right? And then now it's like business as usual. Nothing's really changed because of it, and no one really cares. They're like, you know what? I'm tired of the tariff nonsense ruining my chances in this. I just wanted to pump, and people are just sick of it. They wanted to pump. And I think that's where we're at. I think even big whales are kind of with that. They're just like sick of the tariff thing. It's time to make some money, you know? $1.50 XRP never came. I mean, $1.60 did. $1.60 did. And I'll tell you this right now. After the cycle, you'll see $1. You'll see under $1.50. I believe my price prediction for XRP was 163, and that's where it hit, and then it turned up from there. Now, I did say that there was a potential for it to come back further, but I said about like 180, we hit 190. Okay, so I was about 10 cents off. I was a little bit more bearish, but it is what it is. You know, you can't catch every prediction to the cent like that crazy move to 163. Francesca, how you doing? By the way, Jessie's not in today. She's taking a little bit of time off. And I'm going on vacation with Big Baller. We're going to Pachanga. And I want to thank Big Baller for taking me on a vacation, all expenses paid. That's awesome. Appreciate that, man. Francesca, thank you for the heart me and the donut. How long will Jessie be gone? I think she'll be back next week. She just needs some time. I'm great. Oh, but hope she enjoyed her time off. Yeah, I hope she's enjoying it too. She's just dealing with some things right now, and we need to be sensitive to that, but she will be back. Okay, I promise she will be back. She'll be back tomorrow. Okay, she promised me she'll be in for when we have the special guest shows. But she's kind of just, she got some things to deal with. You know, everyone has their personal things they got to deal with. And let's be sensitive to that. I'm trying to be less of a tyrant of a boss. I'm trying to be the cool guy and be like, you know what, take as much time as you need and be cool with it. And also, like, it's money saved when I don't have to spend it, you know, so, but we do need Jessie here, okay? We do need Jessie, so she will be here. I'm hoping next week it'll be every day. She'll be back and back to it as normal, and she'll be starting her new show as well. So just give it some time. She's got to get her affairs in order, because she's going to be doing a live show now herself, and we're going to be doing live 7 days a week, basically. Obviously not counting, you know, the Sunday is the TA class, but we're just, bear with us, okay? She's not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. Francesca, thank you for the donut. MVP, thank you for the heart me. So we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. Markets. Let's put on my favorite song. This one's my favorite. Can you guess which one? All right. Let's not get too excited, though. We're probably going to see a pullback. but I think we're getting close. I think we're getting close to alt season. Don't get too ahead of yourself. You know, I was thinking hindsight's 2020. Remember Chelsea came on the charts or the other night, and late at night, Bullish Babe gets on and she's like, "Hey, I'm seeing this," and you know, we're counting on the moon cycle, right? We're counting on the moon cycle. And so I know we're going to be bullish till then. But I noticed she came in and she was like showing me what she's seeing, like the cup and handle and stuff on XRP. And I'm like, okay, like I see that. And that's why everyone's like got these big projected numbers, right? Okay, I get that. But until like I have that confirmation of alt season, we're day trading, right? We're day trading. So I'm not so much focused on what's going to happen over the next 3 months. I'm trying to figure out what's going to happen over the next several days so that way we can trade and grow our bags. And then when it's time, boom, to the moon with a big old bag. What's the confirmation of alt season? That's a great question. Right here. And I'll tell you, we're getting close. You can go to alt season index on Google, and it's at CoinMarketCap. All right. And look at, we just crossed over this line. That's what I've been waiting to see. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see it really good. Okay. When you're zoomed in, you can't see it as well. But when you zoom out, we've crossed over this point right here, right where the cursor's at. Just crossed over. So that is a good indication that we're moving towards the middle. Let me tell you, once it gets to the middle right here, it's going to go bam and just slam into this side and everything's going to take off. So I just wanted to see Bitcoin lose a bit of dominance, see more upward movement, see Bitcoin reaching that top. And that's where I'm kind of seeing. And, you know, I may need to buy a little bit more later so I'm spreading it out, you know. I want to spread it out a little bit. Oh, wow. Look at all the gifts coming in here. Revolution. Oh, wow. MVP, thank you for the heart me and the hat and mustache. Revolution, thank you for the heart me. The 19 popular votes. Francesca with the 25 popular votes, and MVP with 5 popular votes. Thank you guys so much. Let's set up a live goal here. Hopefully you made some money today. If you made some money today, send a galaxy. Let's do galaxies. If you made some money today, send a galaxy, right? Hopefully you made some money. Look at Syrup. Top 100 coin performance over the last 90 days. Syrup just did crazy. Pengu as well. I had a little bit of Pengu. I made a little bit off of this one. And you know what I'm excited for? You know what I'm really excited for? After alt season, I know I'm not a meme buyer, but after alt season comes meme coin season. And that's when Pepe, Syrup, Pengu, Doge, those ones, ooh, they're gonna do, you're talking about big X's, baby. Big X's. TikTok seller, thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate you. Thoughts on Dej? I mean, I think it's just the next meme thing. That's what I think. Look at you, MVP, all into the crypto now. I think Dej is a meme coin. I don't know about any utility on that. Let's look at Dej utility. Is it the alt index? What do you mean? I gotta catch up to you guys. You guys are flying with the chat here. DEGE. Crypto coin. Utility. Based on the search results, it appears there might be some confusion about the specific crypto coin inquired. There are two projects, the DEGE ticker and the Dogecoin DEGEN. However, based on the context, and this is not good. So if there's a discrepancy of which one's which, it could lower the amount of, because people will buy the wrong thing. So it is a DEGE is a zero utility meme coin. It explicitly states that it has no roadmap, no dApps, no staking mechanics. Its purpose is to go viral rather than to provide any specific utility or real world value. So MVP, there's your answer. It really has no value. It has value because we say it has value. That's pretty much it. It's a meme. Not too much to work with there. So keep that in mind. Trade at your own risk, guys. And that doesn't mean that later on it couldn't get some, but yeah, it's a meme. Doge has more utility than this does. So be careful out there, people. What happened to 160? We hit it. We hit a 160 price for XRP. We did that already. Old news. You're a little late to the party on that one. 160 came and went. Let's see. How long will you and Jesse be gone? What do you mean? Jesse's not going to be gone. I'm leaving, and I'm going to be doing the live from Pachanga. I'm going to take the Nintendo Switch with me, and we're going to go old school. Jesse's going to be at home with her kids. I'm great. Oh no, but hope she enjoyed the time off. I'm sure she's enjoying her time off. I'm sure she's having a good time. I'll tell you this. Jesse keeps messaging me on when to take profits on everything, and she didn't even renew her subscription. Shame on her. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me and the 2 popular votes. Let's see here. Let's do a money gun. Let's see. I finally set a date for Queens, rebranded Queens of the Chain. Nice. Nice. Let me get on that show. I'm a queen. Hey, like, let's go. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm definitely a degenerate. That's for sure. I would love to watch the show though. What's the confirmation of alt season? Okay, we did that. I'm way behind. I hit almost all my price points. Thank you for that. Great calls. I almost panicked and sold too soon. No problem. Hopefully you're making some money. That's the goal here, right? We want to make some money, but we don't want to be too greedy. That's the main thing to take from all this, right? Like, don't be too greedy. Take some profits. Make it real. Make it real. I'm not saying that things can't go parabolic, okay? I'm not saying that XRP can't hit $5, $10. But at the same time, let's be realistic. It's not happening tomorrow. And it's not going to 10K. Maybe not in this generation. UB, what's going on, man? I seen you, bro. UB, I feel like I rubbed off on you a little bit, man, because you're just such a gentleman now. I'm so proud of you. UB's become such a gentleman. I'll tell you what, the best way to argue with somebody is calm and collected. The moment you start arguing with somebody, you raise your voice, you call them names, you get agitated, they see that and they latch onto it and they manipulate that. But if you're like very calm, you have to be a debating Jedi. All right. That's why I keep little Yoda on the desk to remind me to be a Jedi. Okay, we have to be Jedis. We have to have strong influence over the weak mind. We have to win our arguments with collected thoughts, right? And not get angry because of frustration. You know what I learned? Because I had to learn to debate, you know, because I was in politics and all this stuff. And you know what I learned is that frustration and anger in an argument stems from the lack of ability to communicate a thought to another person. They're not grasping it, right? They're not grasping the thought or understanding or even listening sometimes, right? And it can become very frustrating. And when we learn in that moment of frustration to breathe, be calm, slow down, you actually grab the other person's attention better. And if you don't grab their attention, you definitely grab the audience. So one thing I've learned, because I'll tell you what, I dated this one girl and she was so educated. She was so smart, right? She had more degrees than I do. She was just on another level of smart. And I have an IQ of 142, right? So she was just on another level of smart. And for the first time in my life, I felt like the dumb person in the room. And but the thing was, it wasn't that she was smarter, is she knew how to argue with complete control of her emotions. And she taught me by learning to argue with her intellectually. It taught me how to manage my emotions and manage how to deal with arguing with people. And it's not really arguing, it's debating. It becomes arguing once you raise your voice, once you move into that realm, right? So once I realized that this was not about that, and it was about getting a point across and understanding, because another thing that I used to do is I would be too focused on thinking about what I want to say in rebuttal instead of listening to what they had to say. And so what I learned is that I needed to receive their information, take a pause, process it, and then speak, and not try to formulate my thought while they're speaking, but actually try to listen. What's up, Oz? Did we hit the top? Obviously, we have not hit the top. Maybe for today, okay? This is what I will tell you, is things look bullish for at least the rest of this month. Yes, we will have pullbacks. Not financial advice. Take profits. All right? We want to be taking profits along the way. Make it real, okay? Make it real, ladies and gentlemen. Do not be greedy. Greed is what will kill you in this market, right? No problem, UB. By the way, that advice was for everyone, not just you, UB. I just thought of it because I'm so proud of you, UB. You've come such a long way. And by the way, if you guys don't follow UB, give him a follow. I just adore this man. Every time he talks in a live, man, I'm just like, Dude is on point. Listen to what he has to say. Listen to what he has to say. And like I say, I give credit where credit's due. Okay. Some of the things that I have regurgitated come from Yubi because I listen to him like daily. Every day he's in there and he's talking to different people and, doing his thing in the panels. And my guy is on point. I obviously kind of morph some of the things he says and I say them in my own way, but we are very aligned in our thinking for sure. I would say that in some aspects he's more educated than I am in the crypto financial world, and in other places I'm more educated. And that's what's great about having this community is everybody has their strengths and their weaknesses. Florian Max says bull run ? We have been in the bull run since July of 2024. We have been in the bull run for a while. And you could even say that alt season started in July of last year. I would be willing to argue with that. Anyone back me up on that? We are in it. We've been in it. Okay. Could it go parabolic from here? Obviously, yes, it can. Anything can happen. It's all about likelihood. But, I mean, is it likely that XRP is going to see $10,000 this year? Highly unlikely. I would say nearly impossible. Obviously, that some things are speculative. Who knows? Yes, it's possible if all of a sudden every single dollar in the entire world flowed into XRP, but is that going to happen? Probably not, and most likely not. That's where I'm at with it. Revolution, thank you for the 10 clubs. Cheers. TikTok Seller, thank you for the 2 popular votes, and TikTok Seller, thank you for the heart me. If you made some money, send a money gun. That's a 2030 prediction. Dude, I don't think XRP sees $10,000 by 2030. I think that is a pipe dream. Maybe in like 100 years, it could see that price. 2030, I could see potentially $10 to $25. And that's if something doesn't move in and take its place. Right? But look at this. We're moving towards alt season. That's what I want to see. I want to see it get like right here, like close to the middle, baby. And then it's on like Donkey Kong. It could still rubber band back over here. But I think we're getting close. I think we're going to just keep inching this way. And then once we cross over this line, it's probably just going to shoot over. Boom. And that'll be all she wrote. New all-time high for what coin, Jason? No new all-time high. For what? I think you'll definitely see some things do all-time highs. But I would say unlikely. And let me tell you why. There is more people into crypto than there was last season, but the liquidity is more spread out over a much broader spectrum of projects. So we need more people in crypto in order for that to happen. And that's pretty much it. We need more liquidity. I just don't. It's more spread out. I just don't see it. I think some will see all-time highs. XRP in particular could potentially, because of the rhetoric around it. But I think more or less, certain ones are and certain ones won't. I think Ethereum could. You know what? I used to be not so much about Ethereum, and I'm starting to lean towards Ethereum again. I'm starting to like Ethereum more because of SXT, obviously. And that doesn't mean that, XRP ledger won't come up with a version of this, but they're behind. And the thing is, Ethereum is very secure. And I think that that's the real issue we have with crypto right now, is the lack of security, right? And that's what we need. Obviously, we want speed, right? We want speed, we want efficiency, we want cheap gas fees, we want all that stuff, but it comes at a cost. And if we're talking about a new financial system shift, it needs to be secure. And so I've been thinking about, and I believe that they will come out with new technology that will bring the gas fees down on Ethereum. I really do. I used to be very anti-Ethereum until I found SXT. Solana has cheap fees, yes, but Solana is not as secure as Ethereum. That's the difference. Is you're giving up speed and value for security. But that doesn't mean that Ethereum can't create speed and efficiency, right? So we're going to have to see. But it's an ecosystem, okay? It's an ecosystem. I think many other technologies, blockchains, layer 1s, 2s, 3s, and so on, AI agents, all these different things, they're all going to play a role. A lot of things are going to disappear and fall to the wayside, definitely. But I think many of them will serve a purpose and come together. That's why I like Chainlink so much. Didn't Algo solve the trilemma? Revolution, if you're watching, can you fact check that and put it in the chat? If you're not, no big deal. I did not know that. If they did, that's amazing. I do like Algo, okay? I'm a huge Algo fan. I think Algo is going to reign supreme next bull run. I think it's going to be one of those big movers. It could this run too, you know. I think the potential for it to see new all-time highs is going to be a little sketchy because it's like number 54 on the list. But it's a good project. I really like it. I'll tell you, anything that's RWA, I'm all about it. Here's my thing with Ondo, though. Ondo is a security. Ondo is a security. However, they did file for a license with the SEC to deal with securities. Basically, so that they don't end up in the same hot seat that XRP did. But securities are more heavily regulated than commodities are. But that doesn't mean that it won't reign supreme. I think it's got a leg up on all of that. So I think Ondo is going to do very well. Things are looking good, though. Revolution says Algo is trying. Algo, the last statement was they seem to have almost accomplished it. Oh, thank you, Revolution, for fact checking that. So they have not solved the issue. What was the issue? I forgot what it was. I think it was Jason. Trilemma, right? So they have not solved the trilemma yet, but they're working on it. But they can always say whatever they want. Oh yeah, we're so close. That's like Trump coming out and saying, we're so close to making a deal. It's going to be beautiful. Everyone's going to love it. You know, anyone can say anything. So that's very speculative. Hi, Giddy Marie. How are you? I always get a big smile when Giddy Marie comes in to the live. She tried to run away and not be my friend anymore, but she came back because we love her. Canada, 35%. I know you're busy and you got an early bedtime, but you know what? Revolution, Jesse's show, at Jesse the Fact Checker, her live will be from 3 to 7. So it'll be a little bit earlier. So you will be able to watch her show and get to bed a little bit earlier. So, and that'll be Wednesdays and Saturdays. I know it's a better time for you, but everyone's different. I do this time because it works for me, but also I do it because the show starts at the start of the new day candle. What is going on? Why didn't SXT get a new day candle? I think it's frozen. That's weird. SXT did really good today, and I think it will continue. Revolution, thank you for the money gun. Much appreciated. Money guns are cool. I want to do the dragon. Let's do the dragon crown. Dragon crown is probably my favorite one. That and the jellyfish. Geemery, thank you for the heart me. Look at, we got the dragon crown. And here's the thing is, I know Jesse's not in the office today, but she's still in the chat and doing fact checking. Thank you, Jesse, for doing that on your own time. So that should go to show you that Jesse's not going anywhere. She's a part of what we're doing here. So even with her not being here in the office, she is still fulfilling that role. And I want to give a special thanks and shout out to Revolution Starts Now. That's Jesse, our fact checker. Thank you, Jesse. You did not have to do that. And I appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Of course, got to take care of stuff at home, but I got your back. Thank you. I appreciate you. Much appreciated. Don't we all just love Jesse? Gina Marie, thank you for the backing monkey. I like the monkey one too. It like hangs out on your back. If you made some money today, please make sure you take some profits, because the moon cycle would indicate we're going to come back down now. Look at, I've got the moon cycle indicator. Oh, that's not the right one. So look at, this is cool. It shows us, look at, here it dropped, and then it was opposite, and then it flipped. It flipped around, and this is a bad one to use. I think it's now within the cycle. When they're new, they don't really line up. But let's look at Bitcoin, okay? Bitcoin. And let's put in the moon. So there's the moon phases, right? And look at moon phase, it pumped everywhere. It's like right before sometimes. Obviously, the news will turn things around a little bit, but look at this one right here. Pumped to the full moon, and then it even got some more. Full moon, pumped, got some more. The news can obviously disrupt that, but look at, Full moon, pump. Full moon, pump. Full moon, pump. Web3 glossary, how you doing, buddy? Are we coming back down? We don't know. Okay. But I think that we're going to be moving upward at least till the end of the month with some pullback. Obviously, it's not going to be straight up. But I think, in my opinion, we're going to keep moving upward. I think Bitcoin does about 120, maybe 125. So is Bitcoin done? I don't think so. But I'll tell you this. We are moving closer to the alt season on the index here. Moving closer. Gold. We do crypto on this show, man. This is a crypto show. I mean, I do look at gold. You guys want to chat? You guys want to look at gold supply shock? Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Fingers crossed too. I've been waiting for this to kind of move over this line right here and get to where it's at right now. Now I'm looking to enter back into the market. I've been basically out of the market since January. So a lot of people have done the same thing. You know, there's trillions of dollars sidelined right now, and I think that those trillions are going to start getting into alts, or even Bitcoin, and then alts if the rhetoric starts changing. But I'll tell you this, bad news. We've had war, we've had tariffs, retaliatory tariffs, and nothing happened. We pumped instead. That is the confirmation I've been looking for, that people are desensitized to it enough that they do not care, they're not scared anymore, and they're ready to put their money in the market. And now that I see that, I'm like, okay, now end of the month, that rhetoric could change with the tariffs actually coming in on the 1st, but that deadline could get pushed back again. I think people are just, they don't care anymore. 95 billion flowed into Bitcoin today. Ooh, and you know what? When Bitcoin loses its dominance, where do you think that money's going to go? Alts. I'm feeling the alts. Web3, thank you for the heart, me. Appreciate you, buddy. If you guys don't follow Web3 Glossary, make sure you give him a follow. Great creator. Pump my bags, Oz. Let's go. Yeah, dude. Heck yeah. I'm excited, man. For the first time in a long time, I'm very optimistic. Look at, there's that little pullback, huh? But this could bull flag, you know, over the next day or so, and then take off. Same with Bitcoin. And I think that that's probably what's going to happen. I think we're going to get a bit of a pullback, not a lot. I don't think we're coming down on SXT in particular. I don't think we're coming down to 8 cents. I think we could come down to like 8.5. I think that's where it's at right now. It could potentially come down to a little more, like 8.2. But I don't think it comes all the way down to like 0.076. Heck yeah, we needed this, dude. I needed this so that I could pay the staff here, man. Like, I've been IOUing everybody. I'm like, hey, like, I want to put the money and have it in because I think we're going to pump and things are going to go up. And I want to make sure that I have the money in the bags so that way I can pay you guys more. And so I've been paying based off of IOUs so that that way I can actually potentially pay more. So it's an investment for the staff as well. And that's where I'm at with it. And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. It's a beautiful day in crypto today. Everyone should be celebrating. Everyone should be cheering. Make sure you're taking profits, not financial advice. But we know views are back. Yesterday was a hard one. Yeah, I know, right? We had a hater. And I'll tell you why it happened. Because of this picture right here. This is what did it. People don't want to see this. People don't like that picture. It's rage bait, okay? It's a bit of rage bait. I love XRP, okay? But it gets people talking. What alts am I buying? SXT for sure. Algo, Ondo, HBAR, Chainlink, XRP. That's pretty much where I'm at with it. XLM. I got a few others, but a lot of these I've been holding for a long time. I'll accumulate some more, but I'm just gonna be, we ran up. I took out my profits. It dipped down. I'm basically gonna be buying this dip and seeing where it goes from there. So yeah, that's just how I do it. It's just instead of doing it daily, I'm doing it over a long stretch. Revolution says miner STX, SUI, XLM, and Ethereum. Oh yeah, STX, guys. Jesse turned me on to this one. I really like STX. It actually gives Bitcoin utility. Jesse, tell the chat what it's about. I'm super excited about Bitcoin actually having some utility for sure. STX makes me money. Yeah, that's all you know, right? That's all you know. Let's look it up. Let's take a look at STX, right? Get rid of our moon phases here. We already know when the full moon is. I mean, you don't need a freaking you can literally Google that. All right. I'll look at the wick on the bottom of this one. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. All right, let's look at STX. I'm super dyslexic, so every time Jesse would be like, look at STX for me, I'd look at SXT. Look at this one. Look at, you got your classic double bottom right here. It had its head and shoulders, came down. This one looks like Algo, Ondo, same thing. This one is coming up here. All right. Jesse, if you're watching this one's going to $1.21 minimum. Minimum. All right. Hold on to that one. Take some profits and buy the dips if you want. But I'll tell you what, this looks bullish as hell. Bullish as hell. And look at, it's a diamond bottom. So even right here, this diamond bottom says it's coming up to 80 cents, right? You got it set at 120. I would adjust that. I'd adjust it. And you want to put it just to make sure it hits 116. Sui the Queen. Yeah, Sui's a cool one. That one did pretty well. Yeah. Does Sui have utility, Revolution? Let me tell you this. I know the coins that I know. I'm very bullish on certain ones, and that's really all I look into. And so if you know a good project, turn me on to it. TikTok seller, thank you for the 6 roses. Appreciate you. You good, bro? IT guy just showed up. What's going on, broski? The IT broski is in the house. Welcome. I thought I was going to be here all alone today. Agent Tank. Woodcutter says SEI. Okay. Yeah, by the way, if the live is glitching and you're having issues with the audio or the video or anything like that on TikTok, you can always come watch it on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Only if you're having, issues, obviously. But we sometimes go there and we do the live there because we can talk about things that we can't say on TikTok. And it's our little safe haven. We're pretty much basically on TikTok, but we do have it as a backup because sometimes the quality is just so poor that we got to do something. Nope, didn't want to do that. So Woodcutter says SEI. Woodcutter is a subscriber, so I'll do Woodcutters. I fixed my TikTok issue by going to the App Store and updating it manually, and it actually worked. Interesting. Maybe I need to do, well, it's on my PC. I keep having issues where it keeps disconnecting on my end. It's constantly popping up. It seems like there's problems with your live quality. See how you can improve it. And it basically says, oh, do a speed test on your internet. But my internet is great. I have, and nothing's wrong with OBS. It's just TikTok Studio sucks. Let me see here. So SEI for Woodcutter. How you doing, Woodcutter? I haven't seen you around in a while. I see you in other people's lives, but I haven't seen you here. Glad to have you back. Always appreciate you. Look at SEI, man. SEI is the same thing. Double bottom right here. I'd even say this is an inverted Head and Shoulders. That's an inverted Head and Shoulders. It looks like it played out. But this one could potentially go higher. And then look, it had a descending channel and a pump up. It could double top here at 33 or where it's at right now and come back down. All right. But if it does, like, maybe anywhere between, I would say probably like 21 cents to 19 cents. Yeah, it's been a minute, Woodcutter. I'm glad to have you back. Much appreciate you. Same here, but that actually fixed it. I seen it video on it. Oh, okay. That's good, man. So if you're having issues with TikTok and the quality, I guess update it in the App Store. I'll tell you this, viewership is up. And why? Because the markets are up. Isn't it a beautiful thing? Here's the thing. I have the white light on because this is what I've decided, okay? With the light in the back. I'm going to use that to indicate whether or not we're going up or down, obviously. But the white light is is a symbol of indecision of whether or not we're moving into alt season yet. And that's kind of where I'm at. I do think that we are going to pump we're going to get a pullback here, okay? But I think we're going to pump to the end of the month, basically. And then we should see either a collapse or we continue and we're just moving into alt season. It's just going to be up. So we'll have to see. Bitcoin is the determining factor here. If Bitcoin just keeps hitting new all-time highs, say goodbye to your alt season, okay? Arrest before November adoption. Okay, there is no adoption in November, Woodcutter. Okay? ISO 222 is adopted globally, but that's just ISO 222. Yes, there will be a speculative pump because of it, but that does not mean that crypto is being adopted. It means that ISO is being adopted, and there are some cryptos that are ISO compliant. Yeah, I'll look at virtual for you. So understand that, Woodcutter, that ISO 222 actually has nothing to do with crypto. It's not the switch getting flipped. People believe that. So yes, it's going to make it pump, but wire transfers will all be the same. Everything will be the same until we have clear regulation, and then you'll start seeing banks start adopting it over the next 5 years. But there is no proverbial switch. Woodcutter, thank you for the rose. Neo, thank you for the 5 popular votes and the heart me. Much appreciated. You guys are amazing. Let's get a dragon crown. I want to breathe fire. Right? Let's see. Somebody wanted to see one. Virtual, right? Oh, I missed it. Woodcutter, thank you for the dragon. Appreciate you. That's my favorite one, by the way. That one and the jellyfish. So let me set up a new live goal here. And then we shall do the virtual. Let's do a fun one. Galaxy Globe. I'm gonna do Galaxy Globe. Lil Pepe right now pumping. Bruh, not this guy not seen my comments. I literally just read them. Okay. You're not a subscriber, so you don't have priority in the chat. Okay. So you got to be a subscriber in order to get that priority. So, it was Cmont is our longtime subscriber, been subscribed since the very beginning of the show. Would like to see virtual, so we'll do virtual. Virtual. Okay. Looks like it had like a double bottom here. It pumped up. It fulfilled its pattern. It's pulling back now. Let me see this a little bit better here. So it had this head and shoulders that played out. This kind of looks like a crown. That's concerning. Okay. You see the crown? So keep an eye out for that. This one could break structure, and that would bring it down to, I'd say like $1. I would bring it down to $1. If it does. But I think things are bullish. I think this one could potentially see new all-time highs. It's only been out since February. not a lot to see from it. Let me look at it for a minute here. Because this should be bearish and it pumped anyway, so let me look in the 1 hour. And that's a descending. This thing's going to see 186 again. Or I would say probably 185. That one will see 185.5 probably. And then potentially come back down, double top, and then could make a head and shoulders here, or it just keeps doing what it's doing and just keeps going up, 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 up. But this wick is a bit concerning. But I think it's going to retrace back up. Is that Bitcoin you're talking about? We'll definitely buy for $1. No, we're talking about virtual, Alan. Not Bitcoin. This is virtual. Keyboard warriors. It's funny, you want to troll, right? But at least get your information right. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Really? Troll me. I love it. I love to be trolled. It's been so long since I've been trolled. As long as you're not, bananaing me, I love it. I welcome it. I think it's funny. But you should be wrong, Alan, because this is not Bitcoin. You would be wrong. Anyway, CMOT. I think this at least retraces to 185. If it goes past from there, your next point of resistance would be obviously 188, 190. But this could, I'm not really seeing any pattern here. I think that this is what it's gonna do. Okay, this is what I think it's gonna do, CMOT. I think this is gonna turn into a cup and handle. If it does turn into a cup and handle, expect to see a price of $3. Something like that. We shall see. It's funny how you guys always ask me the same projects all the time. I wonder if my prices ever change, or is it always on point? Is it always the same thing? Who's that walking on my bridge? Trit trot on my bridge. Oh my God, because the troll. Oh. Alan. That was funny. All right. I give you that one. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Who's got me with this awesome galaxy globe? Somebody hooked me up with the galaxy globe. I know you're all making money today. All right. I know y'all making money. Hook it up. Hook a brother up. Woodcutter said, wait for my brother. Why, is he a troll? Is your brother a troll? All right, now that we're chilling and we don't have any new stuff coming in, I guess we can take a look at Little Pepe. Little Peepee. Let's look at Little Peepee. I wonder if this is going to be a cup and handle. I think it's more double bottom. Chelsea pointed that out to me. Double bottom. I thought it was going to fall down here lower and be a double bottom. You know what? I think it's safe to say we're removing the magnet for now. We're removing the magnet for now. I'm not removing the rest in peace, though, because I do think there is a possibility that XRP is dead. Obviously, it's going to pump, but I don't think that XRP's utility is what people think it is. Mother Dragons, thank you for the heart me. Welcome, Mother Dragons. Always a pleasure. Oh my God, magnet gone finally. Yeah, it's gone for now. All right. For now, it could potentially come back. I'll tell you what, when you see this ghost disappear, it's on like Donkey Kong. All right. When you see that ghost, actually the ghost will stay, but this guy will be over his face. When you see this, then you'll know. All right. Then you'll know. Because we're never going to get rid of the ghost. We've had the ghost since day one, right? I kind of just want to put that there anyway. I think we're potentially going to see all-time highs in September for XRP. September, maybe October, November. It continues from there. We'll have to wait and see, but there we go. These little auto clickers not working. We need the auto clicker to work, right? That's better. Day trade for now. I'm used to that. Yeah. What's the most stressful coin? XRP. 100%. XRP is the most stressful coin. I can't stand it. Mother Dragons, thank you for the popular vote. I chose XRP because of how challenging it is, but at the same time, everyone's like, "Where's my price points at?" I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm not a machine. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, SXT did very well. If you bought SXT, you did better than you did with XRP. Let me see here. What's going on with this stupid thing? Mother Dragons, did you get SXT? Oh my God, Alan, you're such a troll. Alan says, Mother Dragons, awesome to see you're off witness protection. Alan, come on, bro. Mother Dragon says, sure did, lots of it. I know, I bought more. I bought more. I'm getting bullish now, finally. Thank God. I'm in profits from what I just bought last night. On top of what I had before. Ooh, let's look at SXT in the hour. Oh man, is that a flag? Kind of a flag. This is a good sign. This is probably going to break upward. It'll at least see .088. Nat, you got to become a subscriber if you want priority, man. I'm trying here, but subscribers have priority. So you either got to stick around or send a gift. If you send the live goal gift, I got you, bro. But here, I'll pin it there for you. Otherwise, you got to be patient, man, because there's lots of other people that are subscribers that pay for that priority. All right, so hold tight. All right. What was the one I was supposed to look at? Revolution, thank you for the let 'em cook. Appreciate it. All right, Nat, I got you with the FET. All right. All right. Are you going to stop yelling at me now? Bullish bro, what is up? Cosmic Crypto in the house. He's now bullish bro. What's going on, man? I'm bullish. I actually bought more last night. So I'm now transitioning into moving back into the market. So yeah, caught this pump. Loving it, doing great. I was waiting for the 9th to see what would happen on the 9th. And so with the whole tariff thing, tariffs got postponed again. I'm bullish at least till the end of the month. But I think overall, as you can see, I've got the altcoin season index pulled up here. We're starting to creep over to where I want to be. Right? So I am on the bullish train now. All right. I think at least for now until August 1st, I'm bullish. ISO and all that stuff coming into play is going to cause a pump. I do think we get some bit of a pullback after that. I'll take profits, buy the dip again, but I'm pretty much bullish till September. Really, if we're going into alt season, especially, we could potentially be bullish to November. So, I'm there. All right. And I've been kind of leaning that. I've just been waiting for confirmation. I'm not a greedy trader, bro. I have to be a smart money investor because if I fuck up, people's jobs are at stake here. Henry, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? I'm wondering where Big Baller's at. Big Baller and I are going on vacation next week. Big Baller's taking me on vacation. It's more of like a business meeting, but it's also a vacation. Like he's meeting me there. We're gonna do whatever, and then he just blessed me with a whole vacation for the week and stuff. So, but we're gonna be working on Beer Gator. Gonna be working on Beer Gator. Come on, Oz. Time to wake up from hibernation. I know, right? The bear has left the building. You have the most patience with crypto. I know, right? It takes time. You will learn it. You gotta understand, I've been in crypto for a very long time. I think the only person that's a creator on here that I know of that's been in crypto almost as long as me is Brooke Odyssey. And Brooke Odyssey will be on the show tomorrow. So we're going to argue and fight over things and agree on things, and it's going to be a great show. I will tell you this right now. Do not miss tomorrow's live. Tomorrow's live is going to be phenomenal. All right. You are going to see a great debate. And I'm hoping it. Let me tell you right now, if anyone can change my mind about XRP, it's Brooke Odyssey. And I told her, I said, look, we're going to argue about XRP. Change my mind. And she's like, challenge accepted. I was like, please, like, I want to believe. I'm not over here that like trying to be Mr. Pessimistic about everything. I want to believe, but I'm just not seeing it. Woodcutter says Brooke is one of the strongest minds in crypto and finance. Yeah, she's up there. I do, in my opinion, I do think she's a little spoon-fed with the moon cheese. However, if she can give me the facts and turn me onto it, I will take down the tombstone on XRP. Let's see. I was supposed to be looking at somebody's project. I got okay. FET. All right, I got you. I got you on FET. Hold on. FET's coming down, bro. This is I'd say a broadening wedge. Let me double check that one. Let me double check because that could be one of the bullish ones. Because it's a flat bottom. No, well, hold on. It's a drop in. Technically, it's a pump into it. So it's a pump into a broadening wedge. But technically, it's down into a flat bottom. It could either be this or it could be this. I think it's this right here. There's your pattern right here. All right. That's what I think it's at. That looks about right. So that would be bullish. And that would take it to... That's a pretty good size pattern. I would say... Yeah, like 80 to 85 cents. I do have a YouTube channel. It's at Ozthecryptogoat. I have YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. So all of these are recorded and posted to YouTube. She was anti-moon cheese forever. She finally saw the light. What do you mean, woodcutter? With Brook Odyssey? I think that's the problem, is moon cheese is not a good thing. But Brooke is amazing, and she's very smart. And that's why I'm like, okay, Brooke, I want you to come on, convince me. Okay? If Brooke can convince me the XRP is everything that they're saying it is, I will take down the tombstone. TikTok freezes when you give the price points. Well, that's the beauty of being a deluxe subscriber. When you're a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly if you miss something. Which one did you want me to do, Seamont? She was not about the big price point. Then she put the pieces together. Well, I'm excited to talk about that tomorrow. And I'll tell you this. If she can convince me, I will take down the tombstone. However, I'm not completely convinced. I hope she can convince me because I want to buy and hold XRP. I own a lot of it, right? I want to hold it and not sell it too low. I want to be a billionaire, of course. Who doesn't, right? You missed the price for FET. I think it's going to be 80 to 85 cents minimum. And that's like minimum, okay? 84, probably like 84, 85 cents, maybe 80. But this is kind of a difficult pattern because is it falling into this pattern or is it pumping into it? That's the question. And this is a downward trend here, but this is an up pump. So it's kind of, it could go either way. I'll tell you what the downside is on this one though. If it does drop down, it's coming down to like 57. Maybe it comes to like 60. Right? It could 60 to 57 cents. I'd be happy just to have $1 million and don't worry about bills. Let me tell you something. $1 million is not a lot of money, and $1 million is not enough to make you not have to worry about bills. I can tell you that right now. And the only reason why in my situation it's a little bit different for me. I don't need as much to be in that situation because everything I own. I've never had any credit. So I have no bills, no nothing. Like I pay for Hulu, the internet, and the electricity, and I'm soon to not have to pay the electricity anymore. So, and I grow a lot of my own food here. I get my water out of the ground. You know, I got to pay for trash disposal, stuff like that. But my house is paid off. My cars are all paid off. All my toys are paid off. Everything I have is paid off. So, yeah, $1 million is a lot of money if that's the situation you're in. But if you're in debt and you want to have expensive toys and all these things, $1 million ain't gonna cut it for you. You need at least like 5 or 10. Yeah, Kodak says one medical bill could be $250K intensive care. Exactly. So true, Kodak. You said it better than I could have. Let's see here. Can we get a gift goal? Is anybody gonna send the gift? Is it too much? Is it too outlandish? Me too, don't have money till alt season, but we don't owe anyone anything. That's where I'm at, Alan. I don't own anything, but I also have no money till alt season. I'm moving all my money back into the market. I've been out basically since January. So now I really don't have any money. Mother Dragons, thank you for the perfume. Do I stink? Is that why I got perfume? Because I'm a stinky one? Mother Dragons, thank you for the hand heart. Revolution, thank you for the 10. You're awesomes. Revolution thinks not Revolution. Mother Dragons thinks I stink. Hopefully I stink good, not bad. I'm just messing with you, Mother Dragons. When are we going to have another chat on Francesca's Live, Mother Dragons, and drink wine and laugh all night? That was so much fun. I had a great time. So much fun. Let's see here. Seamont, thank you for the Galaxy Globe. Appreciate you. Woodcutter said, oh, really? Why y'all did what? Where? What are you talking about, Woodcutter? Thanks, Mother. Now he's not too smelly. Alan is my troll. I'm glad. I love having a troll. Trolls are the best. It's entertaining. All right, let me set a new goal and then I'll do XRP for user. TikTok seller, thank you for the 5 roses. Let's do a new goal. Let's do a new one. Nothing too crazy. We'll do something Oh, this one's cool. Tiny Dino Hot Dog. Crypto Pro, thank you for the heart me and the 2 popular votes. Appreciate you. Revolution with the tiny hot dog. All right, let's do a new one. That one was too easy. Too easy. All right, I like this one. A swan. Let's do a swan. Slim Bud, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. Who's got me with the swan? I thought I heard some crazy stories about my friend. Oh. You've been in Fran After Dark, Woody. Yep. Francesca's After Dark show is just on another level. Kodak, thank you for the heart me, the dolphin, the chili pepper, and the tiny dino. We have a good time in Francesca's life, and that's the place. Okay, I get to be more myself, right? So when I'm on this live, I'm very professional. Yeah, we joke around or whatever, but I'm a little bit different in real life. And when I'm on Francesca's live, I get to be my actual crazy self, and I can say some pretty outlandish things. You know, this show is, I try to be professional and, you know, whatnot, but there I have a chance for people to actually get to know me, or for who I actually really am, my actual personality. I'll do the swan for under 5-star pick. What do you mean? Undervalued 5-star pick? Oh, dude, H-bar. H-bar is probably the most undervalued crypto as far as ISO goes. Let me pull it up. If you want something that's going to pump like crazy, that's super undervalued, obviously SXT. SXT is going to perform phenomenal, right? But I think as far as top 5, top 10 ISO projects undervalued, H-bar. And look, it's a textbook double bottom. It's going anywhere from 26 to 28 cents, but this one could possibly do all-time highs. And look, this one got a cup and handle, pumped, it ran down, double bottom. We'll see what else it does. H-bar just reversed. I know, right? Look at it. It's starting to pump again. And that's a good sign that other things are going to pump. But this one has a long way to go to fulfill this double bottom pattern. It's funny, I just mentioned something and it pumps like that. That's the influence I have, ladies and gentlemen. There are some big whales watching this show. Pi network to the moon, over 70 million active miners. Yeah, Pi's cool. It's about to have a big candle. That's a possibility for sure. Obviously, it's not going to be straight up, okay? But give this one time. End of July, July 30th, 26 to like 20. Let's go with, I think 26 is probably it, but it could maybe 28, but and it could just stop at the psychological 30 cents, right? But I don't see it. I think it would stop here at 29.5. Dude, everything looks good, man. Chainlink is another good one though. Chainlink is awesome. Let's look at Link. Link. It looks like everything else. Double bottom. And Chainlink is more defined. It's going to 19 to 20 cents. Okay. Danny Gibson, thank you very much. Appreciate the swan. You're awesome, man. Risky Sneak says, much respect to you, my bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll tell you what, some days I'm just like, man, like, what am I doing? And it's comments like that that really just, thank you. It keeps me going. Let me see here. Let's find a new goal. I don't want to do something too crazy, but I want to get something like new, and I want to try to meet TikTok's expectations. Here, let's do the live ranking crown. There. Let's do that one. Alan says you do great, Oz. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Chainlink is falling on support in the 15-minute. Yeah, but that's if you're day trading. That even matters. Get off the lower time frame, man. I'll tell you that right now. Crypto Pro, unless you're day trading, like you're trading multiple times a day, you shouldn't even be that low of a time frame. Yeah, it could double top right here and then come back down. Like 14.9 to 14. Set the pars, push the limits, break it. Exactly. I'm at work, lying tiles and tapping. Thank you. Thank you, Butchie Boy. Appreciate it. Risky Sneaks, thank you for the crown. Appreciate it. All of you that are at work just tapping away, thank you so much. We're at 71K likes. 71K. We're going to hit 100K. I'll tell you, crypto's booming. The viewership is up. Let's do the floating octopus. I don't know why I like all of the jellyfish and octopus ones. I think jellyfish are pretty neat, right? Obviously they sting, but are they not just so beautiful? Like when I see them in like an aquarium tank and the way they just float around, it's just something so majestic. Dogecoin is a meme coin, has no utility. That's my opinion. I'll tell you this though, my other opinion is everyone's talking about it, but that's only because TikTok is pumping it. It'll fall short eventually. Crypto Pro says wrong. Is that on Dogecoin? Because I'll tell you what, I just looked it up. And by the way, there are 2 Dogecoins. Okay, you may be referring to a different project. And that's another problem with Dogecoin is that there's another project that's similar to it. So that will spread out the liquidity because people will click on the wrong one and buy the wrong one. What are they going to do with it, mate? What do you mean, Dogecoin? It's a meme coin. I literally fact checked this and did this earlier. Okay, I'll tell you what. If you subscribe, I'll get into all of it with you. But I already did this, man. No utility. Have you looked at Cardano yet? Let's take a look. Cardano looks good. Same thing. Double bottom here. You could even argue it's a triple bottom, but it's a double bottom. And that's going to take it up to 98 cents to $1 for this pattern. It could potentially go higher. What's going on, random guy on the internet? What's up, viewer description? How you doing? Mother Dragons, thank you for the floating octopus. You guys are amazing. I absolutely adore you. Let's do the DJ glasses. DJ glasses. Right? DJ glasses. What's going on? Viewer description, my random friend on the internet. Cheers to you. Everything looks bullish. Everything looks bullish. And I think that no one cares about tariffs anymore. Desensitized. Everyone is desensitized to the tariffs. They're, yes, this is Cardano. Everyone's desensitized to the war and everything. They don't care anymore. Which is, I mean, is it good? It's good for the market. Green screen? What do you mean green screen? Should I put the green light on, you mean? I guess I should. I do think that there's a potential for things to crash on August 1st. That's why I have the white. Okay. But yeah, and there's a potential for things to pull back right now. So I'm going to turn the green light on when have confirmation that alt season is happening. That's what I'm going to do. Risky Sneak says tariffs are strategically placed to follow charts accurately. I agree with that 100%. They allow it to pump and then they allow it to happen just enough to bring it back down that it doesn't crash the market. That's why I think we're going to pump until the end of the month. Degen official listing on the 20th. Okay, Degen and Dogecoin are two different things. You just confirmed what I was saying. Two different projects. Degen and Dogecoin are two different things. Okay, just because something has an official listing does not mean that it has utility. No utility on Dej. Okay? It is a meme coin. Period. Algo's pumping. Algo. Oh yeah. Yep, things are going to keep pumping. I think we keep pumping. We'll get some pullback, but we will keep pumping. So Algo is coming to like 29, 30 cents according to this pattern. That doesn't mean that it can't go higher, but that would be where you would take some profits, expect a pullback by the dip. That could also just be the end of it. Okay, it just depends. JFM, yeah, become a subscriber and I'll put you at the top of the list. Otherwise, you'll have to be patient and wait for me. A friend of mine told us that Dej was a meme and a rug scam. It is. Dej is a rug. That doesn't mean that it won't pump and you can't make money off of it, but someone has to lose, all right? Someone has to lose. Big Baller says, playing poker, we're going to the moon. Yeah, baby. Where are you playing poker at, man? I want to play poker. Texas Hold'em? That's my game, dude. Texas Hold'em is my game. And you know what? I finally had a loss in Vegas, so I'm sure that I'm going to do well the next time I play. Hawaiian Gardens, nice. I'm not a huge gambler. Like, I don't do slots and stuff like that, but I like to roll dice. I love to play poker. But I'm not like, I'm an investor, you know, so I play those games for the entertainment and love of it. I don't care about making money doing it, you know, that. And I think that's part of why I'm such a good poker player. I do it for the love of the game. I'm playing the people, not the cards. Where do I see XRP going? I see that depends on the time frame. What do you mean, like 20 years? 100 years? 5 years? 5 days? Hyper. Hyper looks good. Is this a meme coin? It hasn't been around really long enough for it to be chartable, dude. Unchartable. Look at this is what I mean. An ascending channel and then a pump. You can't chart these things. Short term, 5 years. So you think 5 years is short term for XRP? I think in 5 years XRP could be $10 to $25. Unless Brooke changes my mind and is like, gets me to eat the moon cheese. I think everything's about to get another pump right now. Let me tell you this. If there's gonna be a sell-off in crypto, it's gonna happen at 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. All right? Yeah, exactly. Alan, and let me tell you this. I want to be schooled, okay? Because I know a lot about XRP. But I also am not going to feed into speculative nonsense. If somebody can give me factual information that is on point, I will change my stance. So far, no one has given me that. They've given me speculative information. I need facts. And it can't be Brad Garlinghouse said this. That is not a fact. The dude has everything to gain by pumping the price. Alan says after tomorrow he'll be saying 5 to 20K. I hope so. I hope so, because if that's the case, I am very rich. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being wrong. Being wrong in my case makes me rich. All right? I'm totally fine with it. 2 times I always watch crypto is 3 a.m. and 9 a.m. Exactly. Exactly. Very smart. You notice I put out a lot of my price point videos at like 3, 4 in the morning. That's because I'm up watching, waiting for confirmation, waiting for markets to open in different time zones. Revolution says, or the people who get their news from X, it's not real news, it's opinions and fake news. Exactly. AB Ryder, what's going on? I'm just going to start calling you AB Ryder. SXS is a tongue twister. We shall see. But I'll tell you this, tomorrow, Brooke will be on the show. And Revolution will be here fact-checking, and we'll get to the bottom of this. I'm telling you right now, if any creator that's going to come on this show can change my mind, it's going to be Brooke. So if Brooke can't change my mind, I don't think there's any hope, unless some new information comes out. AB, thank you for the heart me. Mother Dragon says, I hope she brings baby goats. That would be awesome. Baby goats. I'm getting some feedback. There we go. Can you guys hear the feedback click, 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 click in the audio? Or is it just in my headphones? Rydog says Brooke is going to blow my mind. I'll tell you what, I have been sitting in the lives. I've been watching her show. So far, nothing has been said. I haven't been there to argue the things yet. Nothing has been said to change my mind yet. But I want to believe. I tell Mega Crypto this all the time. I tell all the creators. I tell Caveman. I'm like, I want to believe, man. I want to believe. Because if it's true, I'm freaking rich. All right? And I'll hold longer. I'm just not there yet. Convince me. Use facts. Convince me. And I will scream it from the rooftops. I will join. And let me tell you right now, this show will do so much better if I'm on the XRP to the moon train, okay? We get suppressed a lot because that's not the rhetoric here. So, change my mind. I want to be on that train. I want to be loved and adored by the XRP community, not where I'm at right now. All right? I want that, but at the same time, I have integrity in what I do, and I'm not going to just change where I'm at because somebody said something speculative. Look at everything pumped more than XRP did already, just in the last couple hours. It's getting dumped on. Brad Garlinghouse is dumping on XRP now. I gotta save this. Okay, saved. Look at this is a bit of an inverted head and shoulders. Kind of, not really. I think this is a cup. Cup and handle. See, this could have been a cup and handle, but it just wasn't. Big Baller says Jerome Powell is going bye-bye. No, he's not. Listen to me. Jerome Powell is not the one making these decisions. It is a board. Jerome Powell is just the Fed chair. There's a group of people that vote on these things, and the votes have been unanimous. Fartcoin is farting. Is XRP going bye-bye? What do you mean, Brian? What do you mean XRP going bye-bye? I don't think that XRP has the use case that everyone says it does. Yeah, Revolution says that's not going to happen. He gives the news. Exactly. I think that their figures that they use to get their whatever is skewed. But legitimately, I think that it's a board. It's a group of people. It's not just one guy. Why is the Federal Reserve updating wire transfer system at this moment? Because they're implementing ISO. They're going digital. That has nothing to do with XRP, though, or crypto. Can you explain ISO? Yes. What crypto is a part of ISO? Well, okay. No crypto is a part of ISO. Okay. Hear me out. Okay. ISO will cause a pump in the markets. Okay. Because people don't understand it. Okay. But the banks are changing the system in which the way their computers communicate with each other. That is what ISO 222 is. It is the way that the computers communicate for the banks. All right? And that is all happening, I think it's like the 12th or the 14th of this month in the US. And globally, it happens November 22nd. All right? Here's the thing. Just because the banks are changing the way their computers talk to each other does not mean mass implementation of crypto into the bank, okay? What will spark mass adoption would be regulation, okay? And clarity and banks' willingness to want to use it, all right? So ISO is the way the computers are going to talk to each other. That is it. It is the language that the computer speaks. All right? That's all ISO is. Banks are going to be using that now. Okay, great. The reason why people correlate it to crypto and think that this is when the switch get flipped and all this is happening and this and that and whatever, okay? It's false. All right. It does not, wire transfers are still going to be handled the same way. Obviously, it could change over time, but I believe banks are waiting for more clarity and stability in legislation for crypto before they even are going to attempt to do something like that, if at all. They may just do stable coins, right? So ISO is the language the computer speaks. What does that have to do with crypto? Okay, there are certain coins that are ISO compliant, which means they can operate on that system. But just because something can operate on that system doesn't mean that they will use it. Obviously, I think in the future they will, but not right now. I'm rooting for XRP. It's used by an American company. That's where you're wrong, Ryan. It's not used at all. It's speculated that it could be used, but it actually has not been used yet. There are some very small banks that have less than 100 employees that are using it, but it's not being used. Okay? But yeah, an American company, great. I love that idea, right? But Circle can do all the same things now. XRP may not even have the utility that it has anymore because of RLUSD. It'll have some utility, but it won't skyrocket the value because XRP will not be the placeholder, I guess is the best way to say it. But just because ISO is being implemented does not mean that crypto is being adopted. All right? Wake up and smell the moon cheese. Algorand's going right now? I'll tell you, this picture really causes the rage bait on XRP. People do not want to believe that XRP could potentially pretty much be useless. Obviously, it's speculative, but from what I'm seeing, I'm leaning towards it's obsolete, dead technology. There's no real use case for XRP now because we have RLUSD. It serves as a liquidity pool. That's it. The money flows through it. It doesn't sit in it. XRP gets its value from the people that hold it, not from the liquidity that flows through it. It's like trying to fill a bucket that doesn't have a bottom in it. What do you mean it doesn't matter about use case? Of course it does. The market goes when it goes, all one big trade. No. The money goes into XRP and the smart contract fills and instantly comes out of it. I'm not telling you to sell your XRP. Listen to me. XRP will do phenomenal things because the moon cheese is real, the rhetoric is real, the narrative is there. Okay? But when it comes to mass adoption and all of that, I don't believe it actually sees a $10,000 price point, okay? It could see $20 maybe years and years from now. SA702, if you need help, I recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you one-on-one. Okay, you can message me directly and we can come up with a strategy catered to your specific needs. Everyone bought at a different time. Everyone owns a different amount. Everyone is different. So there's not a blanket that you can throw over something and then that's what's going to happen. Okay, so if you're struggling with that and you need help, I would recommend become a deluxe subscriber and we'll find out what works best for you. XRP will not get to 10,000. I need only to get to 8 or 10 to be a millionaire. Okay. It could potentially go to 8 or 10. Potentially. I'm leaning more towards 5 to 8. But make sure you take profits, okay? Make sure you take profits. I don't have anything to start, sadly. Okay, if you don't have money to pay for a $10 subscription, you don't have money to invest into XRP. And people have messaged me, they're like, hey, can you just help me for free? I need to know. And I'm just like, if you don't have money to invest, what good is the information? And I'm wasting my time. I'll tell you what, though. SA702, maybe someone in the chat will bless you with a subscription, but I don't know if they will if you don't have money to invest. It's not going to help you. Revolution says, from everything I've read and seen, XRP is a stepping stone, but will probably be dead tech by 2030. That's what I think. That's what I think. But it's speculative. We don't know. All right. But I'll tell you this. XRP is not Ripple. They're two different things. And I'll tell you what, if Ripple goes public, I will buy Ripple. All right. But XRP is not Ripple. It is different. All right, let's see if we can get this live goal met here. Who's got me with the DJ glasses? Somebody hook me up. DJ glasses me. Let me get the goggles. Where are we at? Who's got me out there? Who's got me with the DJ glasses? What coin should I go for? Portfield. Best I can say is become a deluxe subscriber. All right. Become a subscriber and you can talk with me. I'll message you after the show and we can work on something, okay? Do I just spot trade? No, I'm a smart money investor. I'm a smart money investor. And then I do day trade small amounts. But let me tell you this. Crypto is a high risk asset, okay? High risk. In order to become wealthy, you need to take high risks with a small amount of money. And then when you become wealthy, you want to take low risks with a large amount of money. That's why I'm not really super into crypto right now, because it's very high risk. And once I feel like it's not very high risk and that there's confirmation of alt season, yes, I will part a large portion in there. But most of my money is going to be in defense contracts. Dividends. All right, let's get into the news. Take a look at SXT real quick. I'm in profits. I'll tell you though, this is concerning. Looks like we got an ascending channel here. I think that this will retrace up here. Will it go all the way up? Probably not. It could hit 0.086 and come back down. I think it goes to 0.08775, but it could continue just on from there. All right, let's read the news. All right. I'm not saying I believe what this guy says, okay? chat, hear me out. I'm not saying I agree with him. However, these are things that you need to understand and you need to consider when you're in crypto, especially if you're already very wealthy. Daniel, thank you for the heart me.
Stablecoin work that is being done in Congress, I think few understand the way that it could start to shift the winds of American finance. What worries you?
What worries me is that the Genius Act or any other act in this space that's being pushed by the very deeply pocketed and influential crypto lobby creates a kind of imprimatur, a kind of government stamp of approval for a set of assets that are highly risky. Of course, crypto is an extremely volatile piece of work, and stable coins, on the other hand, are allegedly tethered to the dollar, connected to the value of the dollar. But the fact is we already have a dollar, and I just don't see, and this was another point of the article you just mentioned, I just see zero use case with really very high risks. We are, in my view, once again, entertaining deeply risky finance without the kind of guardrails that it requires.
Let's talk about stablecoins because that's probably the safest of the group given the association with U.S. Treasuries. If you're the administration, there's a sense here that the stablecoin industry could fill in where others might be stepping back. For example, if you're worried about foreign buyers of Treasuries, then stablecoins can be bigger and bigger holders in the future instead. Is that a safer or less safe financial system?
Much less safe, a much less safe financial system. And here's why I think that. First of all, let's recognize that a few times in pretty recent history, stablecoins have traded well below a dollar. In May 2022, Tether fell to 95 cents. In March 23, and this was around the time of Silicon Valley Bank, Circle's USDC coin fell below 87 cents on the dollar. What happens if we now have hundreds, maybe thousands of new stablecoins issued because of the government imprimatur and the aspects of the Genius Act that facilitate that? Imagine some of those currencies break the buck. Their value falls below a dollar. They trade below a dollar. I think this is a highly runnable problem, and that's not guesswork. That's empirical based on what I just described. Suppose you start having a run on 2 or 3 or 4 or 10 of these stable coins, and there's hundreds out there. What if it cascades to many, many more than that? What you might then see, this gets to your question, is that these companies, in order to make good on their linking to the dollar, would have to sell massive amounts of U.S. treasuries. All right, that would mean a spike in interest rates. It would mean a kind of recessionary dynamic, and it would really redound to the harm of lots and lots of Americans, even if they had nothing to do with crypto. So I think it's a much less safe system we're contemplating.
Does it leave the country vulnerable to the potential for bailouts? The reason I ask that is I remember very closely where I was. I remembered the room I was in when the Silicon Valley Bank rescue happened, and I was watching the Circle USDC price retether to the dollar at the same time of the rescue. Now, do you think that this means in the future, if stablecoins experience issues, it was going to require federal intervention?
Exactly the scenario I just outlined. This is a runnable problem. When stablecoins break the buck, and if there's thousands of them out there or hundreds of them out there, I worry about a cascading run on stablecoins. You'd have to see all of these companies, and they might be Amazon and Meta, and who knows, obviously lots of financial institutions. The Genius Act gives them the permission to issue these coins. You might see them having to do fire sales of U.S. treasuries. And no government, I was in government during the during the Silicon Valley Bank bankruptcy, and no government wants to sit there or is able to sit there and watch that happen. So yes, I think there's run risk. I think there's treasury interest rate spiking risk, and all of that leads to bailout risk.
All right, did you catch that?
So let's talk.
You catch that? Is this actually being adopted? Maybe. Probably. But crypto is a high risk. High risk. Even stablecoins are high risk. Now, because stablecoins hold a higher yield, there's a possibility that it keeps it afloat. But we have to understand that these are real things that he's talking about. Revolution says he could be right or horrifically wrong. Okay? I think that the move that they're going towards is digital currency. I do believe that. But you need to understand that crypto is very high risk. It is a pyramid scheme. In order for you to make money, somebody has to lose money. Okay? And it generally ends up being retail. All right? Keep that in mind. Understand the risks that are involved with crypto. Does it mean that you can't make money? Obviously not. Cooper says CBDC is the end game. I agree 100% with that. Satoshi says just buy Bitcoin. What if Bitcoin crashes? Which it will. It's just like the dot-com bubble. These are bubbles. In order for someone to win, someone must lose. That's the name of the game. So understand that these are risky things. It's only making new highs. Yeah, right now. Satoshi, it's only doing that right now. Eventually, it will pull back. Okay? We will go into alt season. It is a cycle. There could come a time where it just dominates and takes over, and that's just what it is. But you have to understand, Bitcoin is just as volatile and risky DCA over the long term. I will never condone that. Maybe with Bitcoin, but when Bitcoin loses dominance, Bitcoin is coming down. It's coming down hard. Satoshi, if your name is Satoshi Nakamoto, right? So you should understand what the bull run cycle is. You should understand that. You should understand that these things will come down. I get what you're saying over the long term. But a lot of people don't understand what it is they're holding. They don't understand crypto. Some of us do. Yes, the 4-year cycle is fueled by the Bitcoin halving. I get it, right? And that makes it more valuable. But also, Satoshi, there is a wallet out there, many wallets out there actually, that are from the Satoshi era of wallets that are holding massive amounts of Bitcoin. You don't think eventually they'll liquidate? You don't think that they'll sell that? Whoever Satoshi is has a wallet with, I don't even know what the amount of Bitcoin is in it. That's too much control that one person can have. Yeah, 1 million coins. We don't know who it is. We don't know who's holding that, which makes it highly risky. At any given moment, they could rug pull crypto. He's never moved any since creation. That doesn't mean anything, though. Just because he hasn't moved it yet doesn't mean that he won't. They moved BTC recently. Okay, that's not true. The Satoshi wallet has not moved any yet, but there is a Satoshi Arrow wallet that has recently moved to the exchange. Yes, Ziggy, I understand what you're saying, but it can also lose its value at the same time. It's very volatile and high risk. Over the long term, yes, it can be a place to store your money, okay? It is still volatile. And we have to understand that. Crypto Pro says FUD BTC is crazy, bro, on the same day of new high and alts. I'm just saying, I don't know about Mega Cycle. I don't know about that. It could. What's up, Josh? Hey, Josh, you want to come on the show? Let's talk, buddy. I'm just saying that we need to understand that as of right now, it is a pyramid scheme. Okay? Everyone's situation is different. All right, Josh, just hit me up. I got to get through the news too, though. It's still pretty early, so I'll get through the news. I'm just saying, okay? Everyone is preaching Bitcoin, crypto, whatever, XRP to the moon, right? Revolution, Bernie Madoff, exactly. Okay? Just understand that these are volatile, high risk investments, which is great. If you don't have a lot of money, this is an opportunity. But everyone's situation is different. And just don't be, listen to everything, believe nothing, okay? Do your own research, but understand how these things work. And a lot of you crypto maxis, okay, you understand how this works. Somebody has to lose in order for you to win. Cooper says it's like buying a lottery ticket if you don't know what you're doing. Exactly. And this message is for those people that do not know what they're doing. A lot of people in the chat today are just like, I don't know what I should do. I don't know what I should buy. Especially because things are pumping right now. The FOMO is real out there. So if you are not understanding this system, if you don't know what you're doing, you're new to crypto, I recommend become a deluxe subscriber. Let me coach you one-on-one. There is money to be made here. Even on the way down, there is money to be made, okay? But especially if you're new, you're going to need help. And I've been doing crypto since 2016. I'm 37 years old and I'm retired because of crypto. There is money to be made, but I'm telling you, a lot of people lost a lot of money because of me. Okay? Because I bought early and I sold. They bought the top. Cooper says, exactly. You have to go with the trend. Exactly. You have to know what's going on. So if you are new to crypto or you're new to trading or you're just confused on something, become a deluxe subscriber. Let me help you out because there is money to be made here, okay? And I'm not fudding it, okay? I'll tell you right now, you know what my last name is? I'm doxing myself. My last name is Fudder, all right? I'm living up to my potential. But I'm just being realistic, okay? And there are too many people that are unrealistic in this space, and it's designed that way on purpose because it is a pyramid scheme. They need to convince you to hold forever. TikTok says, I saw the Venmo. Yeah. That is legitimately my last name is Fudder. All right? Understand that this is a volatile space and you need to know what you're doing. It's a constant pump and dump. That's how they make their money. Exactly. Do not become somebody's exit liquidity. All right? Let me help you. Because there is money to be made here. I'm not fudding this and saying that things aren't going to do different things, but just going off of the rhetoric will burn you. All right? We need to learn to become smart money investors, not buy the tops of these things. All right. More news. South Korea plans to lift crypto venture business restrictions.
South Korea plans to lift crypto venture business restrictions. South Korea's Ministry of SMEs and Startups announced Wednesday that it plans to lift restrictions preventing crypto-related businesses from qualifying as venture companies. Currently, firms operating in the virtual asset sector are excluded from the government's venture classification, which limits their access to various tax breaks and financial support. The ministry said the proposed amendment reflects a shift in perception of the digital asset industry and the establishment of legal and institutional safeguards aimed at protecting users. The announcement further states that the government is currently focusing on nurturing the digital asset industry, and following last year's implementation of crypto regulations, legal protections for users are already in place. For this reason, restricting the industry is inappropriate, it states. The ministry will accept public comments on the proposal until August 18th. A final enforcement date has not yet been announced. Related, 27% of Koreans aged 20 to 50 hold crypto, 70% own more investments. Report. The implications for South Korea's crypto industry. The proposed change would allow crypto businesses to be qualified as venture companies. Furthermore, existing venture companies will be able to expand into the digital asset space without losing their classification. This is expected to revitalize and expand the venture ecosystem and support the growth of the virtual asset industry. Being qualified as a venture allows companies in South Korea to access a series of government benefits. Those include a 50% corporate income tax cut for 5 years, a 75% business real estate acquisition tax cut, and broadcast ad discounts of up to 70%. Related, South Korean banks plan one pegged stablecoin launch by 2026. South Korea bets on crypto. The proposed changes follow a growing trend of crypto-friendly policies in South Korea. On Sunday, the Bank of Korea informed commercial banks participating in its central bank digital currency, CBDC, pilot that the trials were temporarily suspended. A senior official from one of the banks told local media that the pause is meant to give the government time to clarify its stablecoin policy and how a CBDC might fit into the broader digital finance ecosystem. Newly elected President Lee Jae-myung campaigned on a list of crypto promises. Among those was allowing the issuance of stablecoins pegged to the local fiat currency. Lee Jae-myung made multiple crypto-related promises during his presidential campaign, including allowing stablecoins. Source: Cointelegraph. On Tuesday, Cointelegraph reported that shares of Kakao Bank, Kookmin Bank, and the Industrial Bank of Korea rose by 10% to 19%, following stablecoin trademark applications, signaling growing investor confidence in the country's crypto direction. Magazine, Genius Act reopens the door for a meta stablecoin, but will it work?
Stablecoin CBDCs. That's the end game here. That's the end game. All your crypto coins that you're holding right now eventually will go away. That is the end game. For now, there's money to be made. This bull run, next bull run, may be your last opportunities to make money here.
Trump's crypto agenda is rigged for the rich. Opinion by Pauline Shangat, Chief Strategy Officer at Change Now. Bitcoin optimism is naturally running high. U.S. President Donald Trump's trade agreement with the UK has provided a jolt of confidence in global markets,
Jakob, if you're asking that question, can I sell my Ethereum now? I think what you meant to say is, should you sell your Ethereum now? Obviously you can, but should you? If you're asking that question, I would suggest become a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you one-on-one, because everyone's financial situation is different. Everyone bought it at a different price. So what I would say is become a deluxe subscriber and you can send me a direct message and we can go over what your situation is and we can come up with a strategy specific to your needs. So become a deluxe subscriber and I can help you out and answer that question for you.
And Bitcoin, BTC, as the ultimate borderless asset, is reaping the benefits. Unfolding behind the Trump administration's aggressive push to deregulate the crypto industry, however, is a consolidation of power that favors the few while ignoring the many. Cryptocurrency was designed for the everyday person, those who had had enough of opaque financial systems that prioritize profit over the interest of the people. Bitcoin emerged from the ashes of the 2008 financial crisis as a radical experiment in financial sovereignty, not an exercise in empowering hedge funds and political elites. That's exactly what's happening. Trump's administration has taken steps to rapidly deregulate the industry behind a crypto-friendly agenda. His family's crypto venture, World Liberty Financial, is a clear example. With direct ties to Trump's sons, WLF launched its own stablecoin and digital tokens just as the administration began loosening oversight. At the same time, the Department of Justice disbanded its National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, scrapping investigations that once targeted money laundering and fraud. From financial freedom to political favoritism, watchdogs and critics are raising alarms about conflicts of interest. Trump's public enthusiasm for digital currencies is a business strategy. His administration's aggressive deregulation benefits WLF and others like it, insulating them from scrutiny while they expand their financial reach. What's worse is the politicization of crypto itself. Coins linked to political figures, like Trump, are flooding the market. The rally around these so-called politico coins concerns loyalty and influence. There's growing concern that political actors leverage crypto to build new forms of centralized influence. Related, Trump family's company cuts stake in World Liberty Financial by 20%, report. Trump's administration has painted itself as the great liberator of blockchain, but the final result looks more like capitalism, with the promise of financial empowerment being overshadowed by speculative gains. World Liberty Financial, flush with new capital, charges ahead while everyday investors are left navigating a landscape designed to keep them at a disadvantage. Everyone is receiving the message that financial freedom is for sale, but only if you're in the right circle. The unbanked deserve better than this. This isn't the financial revolution crypto promised. It's a rerun of the same old game. The powerful get richer, the regulators turn a blind eye, and the rest of us are left holding the bag. It's time for the unbanked, the underrepresented, and those who have been failed by traditional finance to get their voice heard. We must strip away the political branding and return to the core mission of providing real financial access to those most in need. That means showing people how crypto can help them in their daily lives instead of only talking about it conceptually as an investment. It
There
looks
you
like
go.
sending money home to family without losing
That part.
20% to remittance fees or saving in stable digital dollars when your local currency is crashing. Trump's take on crypto talks a big game about freedom, but underneath it, you'll find the same old power structures at play. If crypto is ever going to live up to its potential, the community has to get back to what it set out to do in the first place: break the mold, not reinforce it. Opinion by Pauline Shanget, Chief Strategy Officer of Change Now. This article is for general information purposes and is not intended to be and should not be taken as legal or investment advice.
Boom. So understand the rhetoric here. Do you guys understand that this is a Ponzi scheme? Okay? Someone has to lose. That's why the narrative is XRP is going to 10K. That gets normal people to buy and hold without selling or taking profits. Justin Kelly, you missed a lot of good stuff. But I'll tell you what, tomorrow's live is going to be epic. Do not miss tomorrow's live. Brook Odyssey will be special guest on the live. Do not miss it. But Justin Kelly, also, if you missed the live, everything is recorded and posted to YouTube, so you can go and watch it later on if you miss a live. So everything is there and available. XRP news today. Ripple plans XRP ledger upgrades to compete with Ethereum. Ripple, the company behind the cryptocurrency XRP, is planning to implement multiple upgrades to the XRP ledger following in the footsteps of Ethereum. These upgrades are aimed at enhancing functionality and efficiency of the XRP ledger, making it more competitive in the rapidly evolving blockchain landscape. The proposed upgrades includes integration of smart contract capabilities, which will allow developers to build and deploy decentralized applications on the XRP ledger. This move is significant in its positions. XRP has a more versatile platform capable of supporting a wider range of use cases beyond its traditional role in cross-border payments. The integration of smart contracts on the XRP ledger is a direct response to the growing demand for blockchain platforms that can support complex financial transactions and decentralized applications. Ethereum has long been the dominant player in this space, but Ripple's upgrades aim to challenge this dominance by offering a more efficient, scalable alternative. The XRP ledger's EVM compatible sidechain has already seen significant number of smart contract deployments, indicating strong developer interest and activity. This sidechain allows for the execution of Ethereum smart contracts, providing a seamless transition for developers familiar with Ethereum's ecosystem. Here's the difference. Have you taken profits? Oh yeah, I took profits, but I also I've been re-entering. I'm re-entering the market. Who is Brook Odyssey? Oh, Brook Odyssey is another creator on the space here. Very knowledgeable. And that's why we're going to have it out, because we have difference of opinions. And I'm hoping if anyone can change my mind about XRP, it's going to be Brook. She's on a live right now. That's why viewership's down. That's awesome. Tomorrow's going to be a great show. Don't miss tomorrow's show. It's going to be awesome. She's a tough cookie for sure. Oh yeah, Brook Odyssey is not her real name. I know her real name, but yeah. That's her creator name. But yeah, she's smart, okay? And if she can give me something factual to change my mind, I will take down the tombstone on the XRP. All right, Josh, I'll bring you up right now. I can't remember how to do a phone call. There it is. Hello. Josh, are you there, my guy?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I was enjoying the Bitcoin pump today.
Yeah, right? Everything's pumping. I'll tell you what.
I got my green lights and everything.
You got your green light on? I still have the white light on because, I mean, I think that we pump until the end of the month and then we see what happens with tariffs. I'm going to bring you on so people can see your young face.
I think like even like long term, this, massive green candles that we've had, I'm looking for another entry spot. So I'm a little, I'm thinking they're probably going to try and take out that last high, but I think that there's going to be I think there's going to be another entry zone. I don't know by how much, but that'll probably be a good time to get in.
I agree.
Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Hey, remember when we were talking about the moon cycle?
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, I found this. Check it out. It's an indicator that indicates the moon cycle. This just adds more validity to it, if you ask me.
They have it on TradingView?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So look at the full moon. You have your crescent, new moon. Look at new moon, dump. Full moon, pump.
That's crazy.
Right? Okay. So it's a real thing. It gives it some validity, right? So here's my thing is I think we pump possibly. So this moon, this full moon that we're having is called the buck moon. And we all know what bulls do, right? They buck, right? Bucking bull. So I'm wondering how long it's going to continue to push like this. I'm in massive profits on SXT right now. But generally, after the full moon, you get that pullback, and it's all downhill from there until the new moon, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it doesn't have to mean like all the way back down to where it started, but I'm thinking more like traditional, like maybe halfway possibly.
yeah, and that's a normal correction. Like
Yeah.
with SXT, for instance, it'll come back down to 0.085, right?
I'm definitely going to be looking to buy more at that price for sure.
I agree. And
Oh,
here's
wow. Yeah, I just checked it today. It's up like 44%. Dude, you had a great call with that. I'm not going to lie.
yeah, much better than XRP, right?
Yeah, those returns are good.
Yeah. And that's the rhetoric that I'm trying to say is like the market cap is so high on XRP, like it just takes a lot. And then with Ripple dumping on XRP constantly, it makes it very hard for it to move up. And that's the whole purpose of Ripple holding 44% of the supply is to keep it less volatile. So
yeah,
that's where I'm at with it. Okay. But this is very low market cap. It's very low supply. It's brand new. It just hit a nice bottom. Boom, we bought it, and we're looking good on it, right? Beautiful returns. Can't complain, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing is, one of two things is going to happen here, and I think the latter is what's going to happen. Either we're going to start pulling back tonight because of the full moon cycle, and we get that retracement back, that healthy correction, or we continue pumping. I think we do get some correction, but I think it's going to be more of consolidation than correction. And if that, and I'll tell you why. And dude, I'm leaning towards alt season, bro. I'm leaning towards it, and I mean that's a good thing and a bad thing, right? Because we talked about the scenario of the mega cycle that alt season would potentially need to be pushed off for a while, and basically not happen this year.
Yeah,
which is speculative. We don't really know, but I'm leaning towards we're moving towards alt season. Let me pull this up real quick. So look at the alt season index. You see it right here? We have moved over this line. We were like right here. We've come this far over, and that's what I've been waiting to see is for it to come over here and be right about there. Because once it gets to like the middle, it's just going to slam over into this side like really quickly. So I want to see this hold here. But I'm starting to accumulate. I'm starting to accumulate again. I'm getting there. But here's the thing is ISO has nothing to do with crypto, but nobody really knows that. So
I think it's more people are just gonna FUD into it on the 14th is what I think is gonna happen. But like in terms it's like it's just an update, but that doesn't mean they need to switch to these coins on the 14th. So
Exactly. But it'll create FOMO.
Yeah.
It will create FOMO, which is great. We're going to catch that FOMO. I'm all about it. They will be our exit liquidity. Let it happen.
Are you I think I think altcoin season will probably last for the rest of the year, to be honest. I mean, I put Mega Cycle in the chat, but there are a couple things I would have to see for that because, like, let me just be clear. I think we pass like previous all-time highs. Like ADA, I think it could smash $3.10 easily. I don't think in the shortest time frame. I think for sure we're seeing new all-time highs on these top coins. Whether or not we continue past that, we'll have to see. So, I mean, you're definitely gonna have to watch the charts because we're just gonna have to see. I mean, I saw influencers switching their positions now. They're bull posting, they're talking about huge cycles. And usually when they start doing that, especially these bigger names, it's coordinated. And so I'm getting this feeling like, yeah, I think this year could be it. If we do see a super cycle, we're just gonna have to see what these charts do. Like if we get to all-time highs and we start to dump from there, I'm gonna be honest, I'd probably start telling everybody to take profits, but it's gonna come down to charts because I mean we saw what happened to XRP last time where it went to 330 and dumped back down. This time I think will be the last one. If when it starts to move down this time, that'll probably be the last time before a bear market. And I could be wrong, but that's just what I'm thinking.
I think we move upward until September. Like
Yeah.
obviously there'll be some pullback in there, but that's if we're moving into all season.
Yeah.
But the tariff thing, there's it being delayed is what's causing a lot of this. But I also feel like maybe people are becoming desensitized because the news is
Yeah.
not good as far as tariffs go.
I think like the tariffs like on August 1st are for smaller countries because they've already made deals with the bigger countries. And Trump has already announced on August 1st, and the fact that people are already buying is kind of interesting. And I agree with you. I think, people don't really care anymore. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if come August 1st, people still don't care. So
or
that's
it's
a
a
real
bull trap,
possibility.
or it's the bull trap.
It's definitely a date to look at for sure. And you never know what type of deals get pulled off before then. Uh, but the fact that some of these larger countries have deals now is definitely a good sign to me, because those affect the market the most. And I don't know. I honestly I want a dip, a little bit of a dip, right? And normally nobody wants to say this, but I am looking to accumulate more in here around like a week or so, and I definitely don't want to be like, I'm gonna be really mad if we get 5 consecutive days of 10% gainers. It's like, I kind of want to accumulate more, and I think a lot of other whale investors will too. So I'm looking for these dips. I called the very bottom dip for everybody, like that's in my channels. But I'm very honest, like I think there's gonna be at least a couple more entry points. There kind of has to because if you look at the chart, I don't really think we start really ripping to the upside until we pass some of these past highs or lower highs. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens, but I'm definitely gonna be looking out for these like entry points because I don't think they're gonna stay there very long if we do get them. I mean, I've seen so many whales minting money today; it's like absolutely crazy. So
Yeah. Real crypto bros love the dips.
yeah,
Real crypto bros do. But I think with ISO and it's just been good crypto news and
yeah,
then bad tariff news not affecting the market and crypto week coming up at the end of the month here and then legislation coming in and getting passed. It's what's driving this, right? And obviously the
yeah,
moon cycle too. But
yeah.
it's like a perfect storm. Everything just lined up perfectly, which was great. It fell right within my timeline. I think I said I was like, I'm going to buy on the 9th and see what happens with tariffs. I bought on the 9th last night. We caught the pump. It lined up perfectly. It's kind of crazy how perfectly it lined up.
Yeah, yeah.
But I am still giving some validity to August 1st being a bit of a pullback. They tend to, when a big dip is about to come, allow things to run like this to get retail
Yeah.
to FOMO in, so that when the whales pull out, they can pull out of the market at a much higher price. So I
Yeah.
am expecting that pullback to happen, but I think overall we're probably pumping at least till September. And rate cuts, that's another big thing here is
Yeah.
I think we get rate cuts in September, and that's probably what's going to fuel the God candles. Maybe we
Yeah.
get them here in July, but I'm not really convinced. We shall see. What do you think
I think
about?
July is still accumulation just because we still have to break the last high of XRP, which is 330, right? I mean, ADA needs to go back. Bitcoin is in free zone, but Bitcoin is Bitcoin. So I think overall, I even if we dip come August 1st, I'm gonna buy that dip for sure. Like
Yeah.
any dips we get now, I'm buying every single dip.
Agreed.
And I think this is what I've been saying could probably happen, and now it's happening. But at the same time, I was posting and this is a good example. I posted in my group and on my Snapchat story and everywhere the last red candle that you can see on your screen right there, kind of at the bottom of the moon. I told everybody to get in right there, and nobody did. Okay, few people did, but everybody waited, right? And then I posted today about the absolute candles we got, and everybody was asking me about is now a good time to get in. And I don't want people to buy the tops because you need to buy the reds. When you buy
Right.
the greens, you get terrible entries, and then there's for sure going to be more entry zones. I would be honestly shocked if there's not going to be more entry zones because it has to follow pattern charts. So I think July, at least like the first couple weeks, is going to be accumulation. I think it's going to be a big accumulation though, and I'm also interested to see how everything plays out regulation wise because I was very biased when I said that we were going to get regulation sooner than later, and I think we will based off what I'm seeing. I wasn't expecting Brad Garlinghouse to talk in front of the U.S. Senate. I think that went well. I mean, just seeing the senators kind of argue and most of these crypto CEOs being professional, I think that put a pretty bad light on the senators on that note. And I was very happy with how that went. Originally, I'm going to be honest, I thought Brad Garlinghouse is going to talk because the market pumped the day before. I thought this is going to be one of those, pump, buy on the news, or I mean, sorry, buy on the rumors, sell on the news, right?
Right.
And I thought for sure when he talked that it was going to go south and we were going to dump. So I was surprised to see that it actually went up. And I think it was because, he talked about XRP being used for payments, which was a big question that was hanging around the corner. And the fact that that's now for sure, I think a lot of people are going to FOMO in. But I think besides just July overall, the whole world is now looking at crypto. It's every single company. And I was talking about this with my dad. I don't think, and I think a lot of these younger people, especially the ones that bought Bitcoin early, they're in a dilemma right now. Do I sell or do I hold? Because right now you're in a position where if you sell your Bitcoin, a institution is coming up to buy your Bitcoin at any dip you give them, which means there's a risk of you never being able to buy in at that price again. And I think that FOMO is carrying heavily. And I think that a lot of these countries are now FOMOing in because you see day after day companies announcing they're going to buy Bitcoin with their treasuries, and it's causing huge FOMO. And we've never seen worldwide FOMO like this before, ever. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. But people are going to be slow. And I think overall, these dips are going to be generational because you're going to get so many opportunities to add to your portfolio. And as long as you're paying attention, you're signed up for the subscription that you have, you'll know when it's time to sell and you'll know when it's time to buy, and there's a lot of money to be made, and especially on the way back down. I mean, I can't even get into that right now because the higher we go, the easier it will be to make money on the way down. That's something else to think about, because if we go super super high and we break new all-time highs, that'll be the easiest shorts of a lifetime right there.
Yep.
But if you're not paying attention, you're not going to catch those. And I'm honestly, I hate to say this, but I'm more excited to short the market at the end of this bull run than I am on the way up.
Yes,
And
sir.
I have this weird feeling that I'm going to make more money on the way down than I will on the way up because of how easy it is going to be to short. it's so much easier to know when we're about to dip. So
Yep.
much easier because you'll get like that double top like we saw last time. And I think there's going to be a couple fake outs. I think there's going to be a couple times where we get double tops and then break higher, but you're going to be able to know for sure. And the sentiment is going to change and you're going to tell. I would also say track the big whale wallets too, because whatever they do is a pretty strong indication. I wouldn't wait for retail.
Right.
Waiting for retail is a bad idea. You want to watch, and dude, they're free.
Yeah.
You can track wallets. You can even track when people open long positions, all of it. So pay attention.
Whalewatcher.com.
Yep.
Yep.
I think it's going to be easy money. I wouldn't say easy money, but it's definitely easy money. And I think for right now, as long as everybody's paying attention, this is definitely going to be probably, I would say, and again, I could be a little bit biased, but I think we could see one of the largest runs we've had before, just because everybody's FOMOing, everybody's talking about Bitcoin, banks are talking about Bitcoin. I mean, they were talking trash about it not even 3 months ago. So,
That's what
I
has
mean,
me
which kind of
worried.
also, yeah.
That's what has me
Yeah.
worried, man. Because I'm like, the reverse psychology in it. When the institutions are telling
Yeah.
you something, they're doing the opposite. So
And they're doing it for profit too.
yeah, totally,
I mean,
totally.
they would never touch Bitcoin within a million years, if they didn't know for sure retail was going to flood in. So, I mean, it's legislation. I mean, you even saw, Warren was talking about we need to ban politicians from trading crypto. And I mean, I thought it was a little bit hypocritical because they all trade stocks and we know that they manipulate with stocks. So I was like, well,
Well, they're
with
trying
that
to take
logic,
that away too.
yeah. And I mean, I'm just saying she built a lot of her wealth with it too. So, I would just say, we're always talking about retail coming out on the short end side of this, but I think it's mostly because they're too lazy to get educated. Because
Yeah.
if you were educated and you didn't just look at your phone and you didn't look at your news, the news is news, right? An event happens and then it's broadcasted on the news, which means you're too late. By the time you're hearing about it, it's already happened.
Mhm.
So that's, I think, the biggest. I think a lot of people are also going to get wrecked this cycle because of how high it's going to go. And we're going to break new all time highs. And people are, I think it's great to be conservative, but I'm going to have my stop losses. Like, I will have my stop losses. That's for sure.
I don't do stop losses, man. I know where it's going
I'm
to
going to inch them up,
Yeah.
but I'm talking about like if we break all time highs and we continue to send, I'll
Oh,
just be
yeah,
inching
yeah.
my stop loss up. Like more like that. Because once you're past all time highs, there's nothing to chart off of. So
There
it's free.
is.
I
There
mean,
is. It's psychological numbers. 007, 555, 666, so on and so forth.
I
1, 2, 3. It's always
what's your thoughts
psychological
on
numbers.
people were talking about Bitcoin was going to go to 50K. I don't know if you saw like all the James Wynn posts where he's talking about shorting Bitcoin. He got completely wrecked. And
yeah,
I think I was looking at it. I saw Bitcoin 115,000, 116,000. I was like, there's no way this is the top, right? Like, it's such an odd number. They're going to be targeting things like 130, 150.
120
like,
maybe, 125.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
psychological numbers.
I think we could see more though. I think 250. I think we could see 250 just because of the fact of like institutions are still buying. They're still raising capital. They're still moving investments around. And as long as they keep buying and BlackRock keeps buying, people are going to continue to FOMO in. So,
Here's the thing is, the US hasn't even created the Bitcoin reserve yet. There's no Bitcoin
that's
reserve.
true. Yeah, so
that could potentially take it up to those high numbers when that happens. But at the same time, buy the rumor, sell the news, people believe that it exists now. So when it comes out that it's like,
Yeah.
oh, we have it, they're going to be like, I thought we already had it kind of thing. And it's like, oh shit, sell the news. You know what I mean? Who knows? But I'm kind of leaning the other direction, and I'm conservative, right? And I think it's smart to not be greedy. Greed is what will burn you in this market, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we want to see those crazy numbers. Keep a moon bag for that, But at the same time,
100%.
as it's going up, be taking those profits buying the dips and putting it back in if that's what you fancy, or hold it and wait to buy in the smart money entry zone all the way at the bottom after the bull run. But if you're greedy, you're going to get burned. And I'm worried, like we talked about, that one, either Bitcoin just doesn't really lose dominance, and this is the simul cycle, the unicycle, and everything will move with it, but we don't actually get that alt season. And
which at that, yeah.
And then the other thing is like you said, the all-time highs, everything hitting all-time highs. I don't know. I do know that there is trillions sidelined right now, and of those trillions, I think they're starting to move back in. I think what it was like 9 billion or 900 billion. Somebody said in the chat earlier, went into Bitcoin alone today.
Yeah.
So that's a lot. That's a lot of money. And that's an indication that money is starting to unsideline, which is great. Yeah. But the all-time highs, I'm worried that we don't actually see that because the liquidity is more spread out. If we don't lose Bitcoin dominance, then most of it stays in Bitcoin and doesn't disperse. And if it does, there's more projects than there's ever been. So it's going to be spread out more vastly.
Yeah.
So do we see those all-time highs? Because there is more people into crypto, and I seen an article that there's like so many thousands of new wallets that have been created, but how many of those wallets are just other, crypto bros that just opened another wallet, right? And the percentage of people in crypto is not much more than what it was last cycle. And this cycle, we didn't get a stimulus check handed out to everybody. So I'm worried that we don't see those all-time highs, and that everyone's going to be expecting that much bigger pump. And I believe that is the rhetoric that's being fed on purpose to keep people from selling too early, because somebody has to lose. So that's why I'm like, take profits, make it real. Otherwise it isn't. And if it keeps going from there, you'll have your moon bag and you'll continue to make money. And, no one's ever going to be able to call the exact top, right? No one's, and once we get into those all-time highs, nobody's going to know where that new top is at. We're literally doing that with Bitcoin right now. We don't know where it's going to be. So unless you're taking profits, you're going to get burned, because when it does, all these things break, they drop very quickly. It's almost instantaneous. So be careful. And looking at, like the past, and looking at the amount of people that are into crypto and the amount of liquidity that's available to it, it's a little alarming that the rhetoric is crazy new all-time high mega cycle, but nothing really indicates that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just a narrative to me.
I think the main thing for me is that usually narratives is what happens. And I think more people are investing. And I also think the people who invested last time are investing even more. And the reason why I'm thinking that is because the Solana trenches, Pump.Fun extracted so much money, and now they just announced they're making another token, right? So I don't like the fact they're making another token, but that just shows how many people are actually buying it. Because hold up, if we're being told retail is gone, then why does Pump.Fun decide, they're launching a token, so they obviously know. I think it's interesting because the trenches have been getting revived lately, which is interesting because it seems to me like I think this time around, what could initiate past all-time highs is the fact that new people who have never been in crypto before are getting into crypto, right? We're sitting at Bitcoin all-time highs, and barely any retail is in it right now, besides for ADA. I know ADA is mainly held by retail right now, but besides ADA, there's not a lot of retail in the market right now. So to see these prices shows not only how many more people there are, but also more people are educated. And I think that, this, excuse me, I think this drop when we start to go down is going to be quicker just because more people are educated.
Yeah. And, a lot of people bought at the end of the cycle last season and accumulated just like I did. So they're just waiting for the moment to sell. I am.
Yeah.
I've been living off of this stuff. You know what I mean? Everybody that keeps
Yeah.
FOMOing in, they're my exit liquidity.
I think a lot of people are also still trapped. I think a lot of people, they held their XRP when they bought it at the top at 330. And I actually have a feeling that once we pass 330, they'll continue to hold. I feel like we could go to even $4 or $5 XRP and they won't sell, right? Or we could go to $8 XRP, they won't take any profits, and they'll ride that dip again and again and again.
They'll buy it.
So I think that's also, yeah. I am on that train with XRP, but I'm seeing it more as I'm going to be leaving a moon bag, right? In case they decide to use Ripple for bank transfers, I'm going to have my XRP in there so that way I don't miss out. However, am I going to leave everything in and just watch it go back down from $8 all the way to like 250 because it's like, they applied for their banking license, but we don't know when that's going to get approved. So,
or if it does, they could
Yeah.
say, "Oh, you guys are criminals. You broke the law. No banking license for you."
I think it's interesting though. I don't know if you watched the way the Senate was talking, but it seemed like the senators didn't even really care about the whole event that happened with Ripple. It seems like that wasn't even a point of discussion, which was interesting. I mean, they were just saying it's not a security, and they were talking about what defines securities. But like Ethereum, and I don't know if you looked into this from last time when I mentioned this, but there's a big company that said that if XRP ends up getting ruled as a security, Ethereum will. And I mean, Trump's largest holdings are in Ethereum. So I just have a feeling that there's going to be also biased rulings on that as well. So that's why I think it's just going to pass through and nothing's going to happen. But I would still approach with caution. But I just think so many rich and wealthy people have their money in Ethereum to where it's like they're just not going to let it be classified as security. And, you know, that's one thing we're all agreed with Senator Warren on is she's right. They're just going to make regulation that is pro crypto, and it's like just enough regulation to where it can get used and adopted, but not overstepping regulation to where it's still they can do what they want. And I think she's right about that. I think that's how it's going to happen, right? Like they're going to get regulation to say there's regulation, but is it really going to be regulation? I don't really think so. So, I mean, they did it with the derivatives market, and I just have a feeling that that's what's going to play out, and I could be wrong, but I think we are going to get regulation, but I don't think it's going to be over the top regulation. And I think a lot of people are vocal about that. I mean, Bitcoin is decentralized. There's crypto that's decentralized. So it's like, I don't really see how the government can really come in here and make regulation. I mean, they can criminalize people within their own country, but in any other country, it doesn't. And somebody brought that up. So it's like, if the United States cares about securities, but China doesn't care about securities, it's still going to pump the coins, it's still going to pump the projects, right? And they'll innovate on that side. And that's what they were talking about.
Well,
if
the issue is that the U.S. is the biggest market for crypto, has the most capital into it. So that's why it kind of follows. Everything kind of follows suit with it. So that's why everyone's looking to what is the U.S. going to do? Because that's what's really driving the train here,
Yeah. I mean, what are your thoughts on that, like regulation wise? You think they're going to actually go over the top on it, or do you think, you're more leaning to what Senator Warren said, where it's going to be regulation, but just enough for them to kind of still do what they've been doing?
I think that with the regulation, it's going to evolve over the years, over the next 5 years, and even more. Things have to also still get passed. Like no regulation is actually passed and is a law yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of people don't understand that. They know that the House or the Senate voted or whatever, and they think that that's it, and they don't understand how anything works.
Yeah.
So really, we have nothing still, and I think that the regulation is going to be just enough to pacify, to get the banks to be on board with it, and to make people feel like it's safe when it really isn't. And the billionaires are going to use it as a way to extract from the population. And I think that's more or less what we get from it. And then over the years, it actually becomes regulated, actually becomes adopted, actually becomes, all these things that we're speculating about cryptocurrency. But I think we're just too early.
Mhm. And like I said, like obviously I'm a little bit biased. I think it's gonna come pretty soon here. But that's why I said like if it is later, I'll be taking my profits, but I'll always have a moon bag. Like that's the safest route you can play here, right? Like I mean I don't know how many people believe about, how deep XRP goes, but it's like your best option is to leave a moon bag and take profits on these highs. I mean, I like that's really the only thing we really can do at this point. And I was honestly shocked because the way that, even the administration has been talking about regulation, when I was watching the Senate talk to these crypto people, I was like, they don't even have anything ready yet. Like they were arguing the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the other thing is I feel like they're going to use it to pump the market as well. Because I honestly think the rumor or the speculation of regulation is honestly a greater pump to the market than regulation actually being passed. Like, I don't know if I'm wrong about that, but I just have this feeling that the longer they drag out that regulation is coming, the longer they can get people to hold the tokens, not sell, and keep buying. Is
Exactly.
the way that I think that's what they're doing.
And just keep, and it won't run too high, but just enough to keep inching up while they take profits, and people just keep putting into it, buying the dips, and then eventually it'll all come crashing down. It
Yeah.
has
I
to.
mean,
It's a bubble.
or on the other hand, I mean, we talked about this last time. There's the theory that the institutions never sell their Bitcoin, which is another thing that could happen. So we'll just have to see what route they take. But I think it's gonna be interesting to play out. But like as of right now, there's definitely good money making opportunities for sure.
Oh,
And
100%.
the fact that we're talking about what could happen is how you make the money, because you have to pre-think about all the scenarios that could play out and then watch the charts and keep along with the news. I mean, we were talking about the fact, what was it, when I was on a couple weeks ago, we were like, yeah, it's going to dip a little bit more and then it's going to go back up, and that's exactly what happened. But unless you were actually paying attention to it, you didn't catch this. And I know for a fact a lot of people bought XRP probably an hour ago after it pumped all day because,
Right.
they got home from work and they saw their phone all-time highs. And it's actually crazy because everybody buys on the all-time high notifications. And I
Yeah.
saw so many crypto influencers make videos about that today. They were talking about how the reason why they think we might see a larger cycle is because a lot of people, they'll have their meme coins watch listed on their phone, but until they breaks or even passes all-time highs, nobody's, a lot of retail isn't going to buy.
Yeah, they're
And
buying
it's
pumps, not
interesting.
dips.
Yeah.
And those are exit liquidity. They're the people that are frustrated and they're like, why can't I make any money?
It's interesting. I don't know if you've ever played Grand Theft Auto 5, but the way that it works
course.
with the stocks in that game is you only buy the stocks that are in the red.
Yeah.
You don't buy the ones that are up. So it's like it's been like common knowledge this whole time. And I don't know when that's going to get in people's head that red is when you buy and green is when you sell. Like it's always how it's gonna work. Like
Right.
I started when I first got into meme coins, I was buying the pumps, and then I switched it when I got better, and I learned these things, and I wait for the larger corrections. Right, I don't buy the small dips. I wait for the large corrections, and that's what we just had. And this is why more education needs to be put out. And I kind of like the what Brad Garlinghouse is doing with the education that they're like pushing forward. He's very heavy on that. So I think he's trying to get on the good side, which he kind of has to, obviously, if he wants like his, if he wants Ripple to be adopted. and he's kind of playing this game with senators where it's like, yeah, we want regulation. But I was watching it, and a lot of these companies don't really care. Like, let's be honest. Somebody was, I forget what company it was called, but they were talking about how they help law enforcement catch, illegal activities over the crypto network. All these people, they have their bags packed. That is for sure. And this distill of safety is crazy. The stock market is in a way no different. They tell everybody to buy their 401ks, and they get millions and millions of Americans to purchase into their 401ks year and year on end, and then they tell them to exit, on their, when they retire. But every single year these people are buying into the S&P 500, and the wealthy extract and sell the S&P 500 on all the highs, and then all these people who are working are gradually creating, like, they're pumping the S&P 500. It's getting pumped gradually over time, and everybody who's working is pumping it, and the method is you sell on the highs. And you have all these people. I honestly think if you went through your own investing, you'd actually have more at the end of retirement than you would with a 401k.
Yep.
Because there's so many rules on when you can sell in a 401k. It's not really even your money. I mean, you don't have custody over it. And you even, on top of the taxes you have to pay for 401ks, there's actually a fee to take your money out of the 401ks. So you're actually losing even more money. And it's the same. I don't think crypto or stocks, I don't think it's ever going to be a difference, right? The smart people are always going to get the end of the bag. Like, they're going to buy the red, they're going to sell the green. And I think a lot of people are also going to leave the stock market and get into crypto because they're going to be told that it's like the new thing, and they're going to buy these tops because they don't know anything about it. And I mean, even JD Vance said, 100 million Americans are going to go own Bitcoin before the end of this year. They're already putting it in front of people. Like, that's the plan. So it's like, well, yeah, 100 million people owning Bitcoin, but it's like at some point Bitcoin is going to have a correction. That's how it's always going to be.
Right. And they're going to be holding it,
yeah,
they're going to be
yeah,
holding it, stuck with it. That's what he's really saying there.
yeah. I would compare the S&P 500 to Bitcoin at this point. I mean, it's not.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I want to run back to what you were saying about 401ks, right? And how you said that you could make more money by trading it yourself, right?
Yeah.
So, you're young, you probably don't know this. Maybe you have a 401k, maybe you don't. And chat, if you're listening, this is your 401k hack. All right. Trade at your own risk, do your own research, okay? But this is how I was able to, not only because I made a lot of money and I invested like every dime I ever made, but you can actually borrow against your 401k. So whoever holds your 401k, whether it be principal or whatever it is, you send them a message and you take a loan out on your 401k. And it's not taxable because it is debt, right? You take that loan out, okay, and you can trade with that loan. And I believe you can borrow up to like 50% or more of your 401k and use it to trade. And you can actually default on that loan. Now, if you do, you will have to pay taxes on that amount and it'll be liquidated from your 401k. But if you make the payments through trading, you can take that money and leverage trade with it, even if it's just, 2x, 5x, 10x. I mean, be careful, but you can 100x trade that thing if you're good with it, and you could make ridiculous amounts of money. This is how I was able to retire at age 37. Now, obviously, also because I bought smart and I bought, crypto, which is a high risk, but I understood how the cycle worked and I knew what I was doing. So it wasn't really high risk for me. Buying right now was high risk. And I wouldn't even say right now so much. It just depends on what you're buying. Buying something like XRP is high risk right now because it's above $2. It's above $1, which makes it high risk. But looking at SXT, look at how low risk it is. It's done nothing but dropped. So even with this pump right now, let's say you bought the green candle today with SXT and you're one of those green candle buyers and it does pull back. Eventually it's done nothing but a downtrend. It's ready for an upward movement. It's going to go up. I'm thinking at least 10, 11 cents it's going to hit. You know, so even if you bought right now at 8 cents, you're going to make it to 10. And I think if we go into alt season on this thing, we could see dollars, like literally dollars. So this is one of those instances where you could buy the green candle because the green candle is confirmation that it's broken out of its downward trend in the more long-term scale. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, you want to buy red candles. But I was just clarifying that because everyone's situation is different, right? But I would say with SXT, if you really look at it here, it's kind of a double or a triple bottom. It's a double bottom right here, right? It's a double bottom. And what you do with that is you buy it after it breaks the neckline, which it did last night or right before. And then that's confirmation that it's going to play out. And it did. So you can buy green candles and still make money. It's just you might have to hold a little longer. We got to be careful what we're telling people because there is different strategies for sure. I just want to clarify on that. And if you're,
I mean, I was talking more about like what we've seen like last 3 weeks. Obviously now it's different, but
right. So we're getting a turnaround in the market. So things are starting to turn around, which is great. That's what we've been looking for. I've been waiting to find the bottom on SXT, for instance, but look at the percentage returns on SXT compared to XRP. You know, that's the rhetoric I'm trying to teach people is that yes, XRP has the narrative behind it. It has the FOMO behind it. It will do things, but this is going to outperform it every time. And it has better utility and it doesn't have Ripple holding a massive amount of the supply dumping on you every month. Just saying. Do I think XRP can do all the things that they say it's going to do and be mass adopted? It could, but I think you have a better opportunity here. That's all I've been trying to say. So anyway, I'm gonna
I'd love to see that 57x on SXT.
Dude, I hope it does 100x. And it could potentially
100x.
If we do like alt season and we're getting like everything that you're saying that you want to come from alt season, this could potentially do 200x.
Especially because nobody knows about it yet.
Right. And it starts moving like that, it's gonna bump up and be on everyone's radar. And with its utility, people are going to be like, oh, what's the utility on this? And they're going to be like, oh, I want that. So we're just too early, which is what you want to be. You want to be too early. Anyway, brother, thank you for coming on, man. I'm going to get back into the news here. We only got about 30 minutes for me to cover a couple more articles here and stuff. So I appreciate you coming on. I'll tell you, I'm not always right, but I told you so. I told you so.
Yeah, SXT is great, bro. I'm up like 44%. So, you know,
glad.
I'll definitely be adding more to it. And
that's the plan, is to help, you know, because imagine if you'd only been focused on XRP. Where would you be right now? You'd be up 5%.
Yeah, I mean, 5% is still great on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
On turns.
Any percentage return is great, you know, but also
44%. Yeah.
Also at the same time, you'd been on the rhetoric of I'm just going to hold it forever.
Yeah, I mean, there's money to be made in a bunch of other things, and I mean, most people make around less than 44% in a single year on the stock market. So to make that within a couple of weeks already that's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to see you doing well, and glad to have you on, man. You're always welcome, like I've told you. Not tomorrow, though, because I have another guest. But I appreciate you, brother, and have a good night, man.
All right. You too, bro.
All right, that's Josh. Josh, jump in the chat so that people can follow you. Some of the chat wanted to follow you. I don't know what your social media is or whatever, so if you want to throw that in the chat for everybody. I forgot to ask you to shout it out. My bad. But yeah, follow Josh. He's an upcoming creator here in the space, and we encourage that. I want to, instead of reaching up and trying to grab people to pull myself up, I want to reach down and pull other people up with me. All right. Ikme, Double O, are you still there on Twitch? You had asked, what do you recommend I buy? Not financial advice, but the recommendation is SXT. I don't necessarily know, and it's not a recommendation. But what I'm telling you is SXT has the potential to do so much more than XRP could ever do. All right. It's very low market cap, very low supply, and its utility is one of a kind, and it's brand new. It's only been out since May 8th. These are the kind of projects you want to look for. Okay. XRP's market cap is already so high, and everyone's saying, oh, market cap doesn't matter and stuff. That's all speculative. Okay. Maybe tomorrow Brooke will prove otherwise to me. But for right now, this is going to give you everything that you're hoping for from XRP. This is going to give you so much better returns. That's all I'm saying. Big Baller says Pudgy Penguin and Fartcoin are printing money. Hell yeah. Simulcycle because meme coins are pumping with Bitcoin. Josh says, I'll be here for Brooke. I know, right? I'm hoping that Brooke can turn me straight. You know, I want her to convince me. I really do. I want to believe. I'm not one of those where I am locked in on my rhetoric, but I want to believe, but I need facts. And I'll tell you what, if anyone's got the facts, it's going to be her. Josh and Elon Musk have tried. They have tried desperately. Still not there, though. This is not a news source, buddy. I'm just messing with you. You and Brooke are doomsday preps. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that, too. We're going to talk about living in the pod, eating the bugs, prepping. We're going to talk about XRP. It's going to be a great show tomorrow. I'm expecting it to be our greatest show of all time. XRP, space and time. Yes. Space and time. Crypto Pro says, let's go hunting. I do like to go hunting, but not with people that may or may not like me. Big Baller says he's warming up people. Good news. Yeah. We need to get this live to 1 million likes tomorrow. Agreed. Just tomorrow, everybody get your like machine out. We're going to pump the likes to 1 million likes. $20 is $20. XRP has been replaced, just not telling us. Yes, XRP is probably going to be replaced by Circle. In my opinion, Circle is more prominent, more trusted. USDC is more used. XRP Ledger is not even being used, whereas USDC is in use, and it's number 2 with Tether, right? So, and I think Tether could possibly be delisted, so it could potentially be number 1. I lean more towards Circle. Josh TV says, whoa, I'm in enemy territory. No, it's not that, man. I mean, I do think XRP can do phenomenal things, but I think a lot of the rhetoric is misinformation. USDC and USDT feed on meme coins, says Crypto Pro. Well, USDC, I don't know if you saw the news about it, but Circle is in direct competition with the XRP ledger. And it's more likely to be mass adopted because it doesn't have the, what do you call it? The injunction on it. We will see. Yeah, obviously a lot of this is speculative. But you know, I'm looking at the psychology of things, and it just seems like the XRP maxis are too tunnel vision and are having trouble zooming out and seeing the big picture. It's an ecosystem. David Schwartz at the convention himself said it out of his own mouth that XRP was not this end all be all one currency, and that's what it's going to be, that it is an ecosystem. And I do believe that Ripple will hold its place, but XRP is not Ripple. And I believe XRP will hold its place as well, but I think that the projection and the placeholder that everyone has set for it, the bar is a little bit high. I think it's a lot high, actually. And Crypto Pro says, but the banks will just make stable coins. They already are. Exactly. Let me tell you this. Stable coin transfer fees are going to be the new overdraft fee. That's where we're headed. TikTok seller, thank you for the 8 roses. Big baller, thank you for the club cheers. Revolution, thank you for the donut. Mar Lopez, thank you for the heart me. Mother Dragons, thank you for the flex heart. And Mother Dragons, thank you for the hand heart. Daniel, thank you for the heart me as well. Let's get there's 200 stable coins. I agree. And there's more to come. More to come. Jesus, thank you for the heart me and the heart flex. Appreciate you. All right, let's get into the news. We've got a little bit of time. We'll probably run over a little bit today. So yeah, this is new ledger upgrades. So the ledger is looking to do smart contracts like Ethereum, which is great. This is a great thing right here. Love it. All right, and we'll see. XRP is adopting, well, not adopting. Ripple is adapting, but XRP and Ripple are not the same thing. Jesus, thank you for the star goggles. Appreciate you so much, man. I will see you in class on Sunday. Don't forget, we have one more spot for the TA class if you're interested in signing up. There are a couple of people on that list that have, they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to sign up, but nobody has confirmed that spot yet. So if you want to get into the TA class, there's one spot left. And if you missed the first class, no big deal. They're recorded. If you get into the class, I will send you the recording. Okay? All right.
Is privacy crypto's last stand? Industry experts on the legal battles ahead. With financial surveillance expanding and global regulators eyeing stricter controls, crypto advocates are warning that the fight for digital privacy is entering a critical phase. On the latest episode of the Clear Crypto podcast, Peter Van Valkenburg, executive director of Coin Center, described the current moment as a tipping point. Crypto and politics. The stakes have just gotten higher in DC, not necessarily uniformly better, he said, pointing to a political climate where crypto has become both more mainstream and more polarizing. You've got maybe more partisan discussions, more boosters for the tech that are sometimes maybe foolishly boosting things that they shouldn't be boosting, and more detractors from the tech who think that it's nothing but scams and corruption, and therefore needs to be outlawed. Founded in 2014, Coin Center has long served as an independent voice in crypto policy circles. At that time, lawmakers were beginning to have questions about Bitcoin. There's no corporation you can call up that is Bitcoin, that can explain the good answers to you that are unbiased and untarnished. So Coin Center was stood up, for the purpose of being a trusted voice to explain this to members of Congress who are thinking about making laws. Regulation limitations. He emphasized the organization's narrow mission, defending the rights of developers and users to publish code and run decentralized networks. You should regulate people who are trusted in this space, but you should also not overregulate people who are just developing the technology and allowing people to make peer-to-peer transactions. Those transactions, he warned, are increasingly at risk from global financial surveillance regimes. When the U.S. Treasury says you need to collect all this information about your customers, it will often also go to an international organization like the Financial Action Task Force, and say every other country needs to collect all this private information, he said. Related, U.S. Clarity Bill could allow Tesla and Meta to evade SEC rules, Senator Warren. Van Valkenburg also highlighted the importance of privacy-enhancing technologies like zero-knowledge proofs. We have to build them with zero knowledge built in, he said, warning that without change, identity will become useless, because we'll never know if we're dealing with a real person or a bot who just purchased your driver's license on a dark market. For Van Valkenburg, privacy is more than a technical challenge, it's a cultural one. Crypto is our best hope of building a new internet and a new way of interacting online that's more personal and less depersonalized. To hear the complete conversation on the Clear Crypto podcast, listen to the full episode on Cointelegraph's podcasts page, Apple Podcasts or Spotify. And don't forget to check out Cointelegraph's full lineup of other shows. Magazine. U.S. risks being front-run on Bitcoin reserve by other nations, Samson Moe.
Jesus, thank you for the Sparks level up. Appreciate you, buddy. Let's see if we can get the bounce speakers. Who's got me with the bounce speakers?
Coinbase partners with Perplexity AI for real-time crypto prices. On Thursday, the CEO of Coinbase Global, Nasdaq, Coin, Brian Armstrong, announced a partnership with Perplexity, an AI-powered search engine that answers users' questions with cited, real-time data pulled from the web. According to Armstrong, the move will integrate the crypto exchange's market data into Perplexity's large language model, LLM, further connecting AI and crypto, and helping users make more informed decisions about digital assets. Source: Brian Armstrong. The partnership is being rolled out in 2 stages. Starting Thursday, Perplexity will pull market data from Coinbase, including from its Coin50 index, to power market analysis in Perplexity's new Comet browser. The next step, which is expected soon, will see responses to user queries linked to Coinbase market data, providing a direct connection between Perplexity's interface and Coinbase. AI bots could execute trades and manage portfolios. As LLMs continue to reshape how users search for information online, Coinbase's partnership with Perplexity aims to give users a journey between their crypto questions and the Coinbase terminal. The partnership also sets the stage for further integration between AI chatbots and crypto exchanges. For the time being, Perplexity will show market data and prices sourced from Coinbase. However, as the integration matures and LLMs evolve, Perplexity and other AI chatbots could fulfill crypto orders, rebalance portfolios, and manage staking and yield, transforming a basic queue and a window into a full-service trading desk. While this degree of integration between AI chatbots and crypto hasn't come to fruition just yet, Coinbase is moving fast in that direction. Back in August 2024, Armstrong wrote that LLMs should have crypto wallets. A few weeks later, he oversaw the first crypto transaction managed entirely by AI bots. Related, Coinbase unlocks off-exchange settlement for institutions amid high demand. Perplexity AI's valuation grows as LLM race heats up. Perplexity
SXT.
was founded in San Francisco in August 2022 by Aravind Srinivas, a former researcher at OpenAI, and quickly gained a large following from users who appreciated the chatbot's focus on pulling real-time information. While Perplexity's current user count is unknown, In an interview in January 2024 with Bloomberg Technology, Srinivas said the platform had more than 10 million users. In contrast, OpenAI's ChatGPT has more than 800 million active weekly users, according to industry data. Since its founding, the company has raised more than $900 million in funding, including a Series B round backed by NVIDIA, Databricks, and NEA. At the end of 2024, Perplexity was valued at about $9 billion. News of the partnership with Coinbase comes just a day after Perplexity released Comet, a web browser with agentic AI tools that aims to compete with Google. In January of this year, Perplexity submitted a bid to merge with TikTok US. Magazine, Vitalik on AI Apocalypse, LA Times Both Sides KKK, LLM Grooming, AII.
All right. Coinbase. I know we don't like Coinbase, but what we just heard right now, that is awesome. Coinbase is going to get a lot better. Coinbase is going to get a lot better. Off-chain verifications. Yeah, Coinbase is going to be massive. Okay, Base, all right? Base and Coin are going to be massive. Coinbase is the on-ramp and off-ramp for crypto. All right? Coinbase is about to get a new face. All right? I am very optimistic on what Coinbase is about to be doing and changing. It's been a bit wonky, but I think it gets better. DMAC, thank you for the heart me. Jesus, thank you for the bouncing speakers. Joe, thank you for the 10 club cheers. I appreciate it, guys. Let's see if we can get a whale. Can we get a whale diving? Who's a whale in here? How's it going, Neil? How you doing? Let's get a whale. Why don't we like Coinbase? Because it has expensive transaction fees, and it will sign you out when the markets are booming or dumping. It will freeze and pause, things like that. But it looks like those things are about to get fixed. What happens to Bitcoin, brah? That's kind of hard to say. We're in uncharted territory, but we kind of hit a double top here, and it looks like Bitcoin could potentially drop down to 114, maybe consolidate, and then drop back down to 111, which is where it was at. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't continue going up from there. DMAC, thank you for the heart me and the 4 popular votes. Yeah, we just have to we have to wait and see. But I think things go better. I think things continue to go up on this. What's going on with XRP? What's that showing? Let me take a look. I'll tell you what, SXT, baby. It's going up in 8 hours. Yeah, I think we need some time. XRP has got a doji candle on the 1 day. All right, it's looks like it's hit the top of that candle, 257. It'll probably find support there and continue up from there. It could come crashing down. There is a massive fair value gap at 248, 247. Weekend pullback incoming. That is possible. However, we have we could continue up from there. I think overall we're going to be headed upward. But yeah, we could be looking at a possible reversal. Support is at 248, 248.5. That's where it could potentially fall back to fair value gap right here. So watch out for that. That was resistance, and it blew right past it, which is a good sign. So we hit 259. 260 is a strong resistance zone, and then 265. If it goes past that, it's going to 280. All right, if we get past 265, we are going to 280 on XRP, and I think that that's a possibility. I think we're coming out of this downtrend. Obviously, there will be pullbacks. It's not going to be straight up, but the next couple weeks should be bullish. And that goes for everything. Do you see it dipping? Yes, it will dip somewhat at some point. I think it should. Healthy movement would say that it's coming back to 248. So if you're looking for a buy order, 249, 248, 247, somewhere in there, it should fall back down to, and it could potentially fall further. It could fall to 242. We would hope not, because then it could struggle getting back up and maybe not move as much. So it looks like the sentiment has changed and we're more optimistic about possible alt season. Yes. Yes, sir. Definitely. At least for the rest of the month, things should be up. But what did I tell you guys? I said somewhere between July 9th and July 12th was going to be the time, right? And look at what happened. We're literally right in there, baby. Also, remember, today is a full moon, okay? So we got the moon cycle pump. And if you don't believe me about the moon cycles, go into your trading view, click indicators, and type in moon. There is a moon phase, and it shows you the full moon and the new moon. And it is an indicator that can be used on TradingView. It is a real thing. All right. What's the DTC dominance chart at? So the altcoin season index, we're just over in starting to head into towards the middle. We just crossed over the threshold. This is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see it cross over here. Now I want to see it hold. If it holds this, oh, it's on like Donkey Kong, baby. Thoughts on Amazon for a trade? We do crypto here, but if you were a subscriber, I would do it for you. Jesus says Ondo, please. Yes, sir. Ondo. Ondo's looking good too. So Ondo is a double bottom here. Boom. See it? So Ondo is coming up to, I would say, 117 at the minimum to like 128, 130. And it could potentially go higher from there, but that's where it looks like it's going. Markets are still going. Let's go. I know, right? It's a buck moon. Okay. Bull's buck. This is the buck moon. So I have a feeling that it's going to be a little bit more bullish. It may even pump in tomorrow. We shall see. All right. Buck moon. The bulls are bucking right now. Bitcoin hit a double top, but I think it breaks out from there. We shall see. It needs to get up here. Bitcoin needs to break its all-time high. Okay. Dej is a meme coin, no utility. And what's the possible time frame for that? September. It would be August, or excuse me, for Ondo, potentially by the end of this month, over the next 2 weeks. So within the next 2 weeks or so, could take a little bit longer. It really just depends on, do tariffs play a role? I think people are a bit desensitized. Solana, yeah, I'll do that in a minute. I gotta deal with the subscribers first. But I'll tell you what, if you want priority, all you gotta do is send the gift that I just pinned there if you want to get priority. Otherwise, I gotta do the subscribers first. Can you give me your thoughts on Kita, please? What do you mean thoughts? Like my technical analysis, like utility on the coin? Oh, Bitcoin's pumping. And viewer description, I got you on Toncoin. Okay, give me just a second. Let me do Kita, KTA. Let's do KDA. Oh, I want to take a quick little look here at SXT. SXT is bouncing back. All right. Here's what's great. SXT is late to the game. So Bitcoin will pump and then this will follow after. So if you see Bitcoin pumping, you know that this one's about to pump too. All right, let me do Kita. Kita. How about some music? Kita. Kita looks like a double bottom here. I will tell you this, there's not much data, Mother of Dragons. It could potentially be a head and shoulders here and come back down, but I don't think so. I think the double bottom is probably more prevalent. That would send the price up to 92 cents to $1.08, $1.10. It could be like $1 too. It could go to like $1 or $1.03, but I would probably lean towards more like the $1.10. But it'll definitely do at least 89, 90 cents. All right, let me see here. Just got here. Nobody's talking much about Ondo or Algo thoughts. Well, we just did Algo and Ondo. They're both double bottoms. They're gonna pump. Toncoin. So Toncoin looks like descending channel, and it pumped. That's a hard read, but I guess it's kind of a double bottom here. It's a little out of structure. Let's say it is a double bottom. Let's say that this is the bottom and this is the bottom. It looks like it had like a diamond top right here and it came down and now it's in reversal. let's call this a double bottom. All right. Let's say it is. So let's say it goes to like 380 to 390 on this one, potentially. But I'll tell you, this one is wonky. This one's wonky. Hard to say. But it is. Honestly, this one does not look good at all. I could be wrong because everything's pumping, but it hardly did anything. And it has a bear flag right here. That's a bear flag. That would send it down to $1.90, $1.80, maybe $2. Be careful on this one. This one's giving mixed signals. Do I like ICP? Yeah, Insane Clown Posse is pretty cool, man. I do like the Insane Clown Posse. I'm just messing with you, buddy. ICP is all right. It's a meme coin, though, right? Is there utility on it? All right, XCN. XCN kind of looks like a double bottom here as well. This was really the double bottom and it pumped already. We had a descending channel and it's going up from here. But let's just say this is a double bottom. That would take it to 0.017 to 0.018. And that's just if everything keeps pumping. It could potentially come down. And let's say if it did come down, I could see it going to 0.0105 to 0.011. Rate my portfolio. I hold XRP, Ondo, Algo, SXT, Pengu. I think you're doing all right, depending on when you bought. I think you got a nice little portfolio. If you're not holding more than $10,000, though, you're a bit diversified. BTC would be more a triple top if it stops right now. You're probably right. I believe you because I seen you're trading. I see you're in the class and you're on top of it, buddy. Come on, Bitcoin push. I think it will. If not, it could potentially spark alt season. We will break this high. Already had consolidation. I think you're right. I think it breaks. IOs. So we're running out of time, so IOs is going to have to be the last one unless you guys send gifts. So if you want to do, if I haven't done yours yet, send the diving well and I will stay later and I will do for every person that throws out the gift that is in the live goal. I'll continue to do the TA and I'll go as late as you guys want me to. So IOs, man, that one's out of structure for sure. Let's say this is an inverted Head and Shoulders. Man, Danny Gibson, you always give me the hard ones, man. Danny with the hard ones. New BTC all-time high right now. Let's call this a double bottom. Because let's say we're calling XRP a double bottom, okay? Same thing. If everything is pumping, I would say 155 to or excuse me, 55 cents to 68 to 70 cents if it's pumping. Not 155. Okay, my bad. That's if it's pumping, which I think it is, because everything else is going to pump, but it really didn't move a lot with the market, which is concerning. Okay, that is concerning, the lack of movement it had. It does have a red doji candle. It double topped. I would say short term it's coming down to 0.03 or 0.335. I got you excited. My bad, buddy. My bad. I think it's actually could potentially come down. Short term, though, I think it should. It could potentially come down, but if it does go up, I think it should see 39 cents. But in the macro, like over the next couple months, so like by September, either end of July, mid-August, September, it just depends on what tariffs do. It could, all these price points could get screwed up on August 1st. But if he extends the tariff thing again, expect it just to keep going. It's in Trump's best interest to keep the markets pumping. But this could be the pump right before the dump to keep it at least level, you know? All right. So it's 9 o'clock. So if anybody has any other anything they'd like me to look at, I see ICP, I see H-bar, I see MOG. If you want me to do those, send the diving whale, and I will do that for you. Mar Lopez, if you want me to do Solana, send the diving whale, or you can subscribe. But pretty much the show is over, but I will continue to go late. I'll give you guys a couple minutes and to send in the diving whale or a galaxy or something like that, and I'll continue to stay on. Thank you, Mother of Dragons, for all the gifts. TikTok seller, thank you for the 7 roses. DMAC, thank you for the 5 goats. DMAC, thank you for the 4 popular votes and the heart me. Much appreciated. Crypto Pro says just put a massive long on Bitcoin. Anything still worth longing? It depends on how long you plan on holding. I definitely think so. Danny Gibson, thank you for the whale diving. What did you want me to look at for you? Let me know what it is, and I will take care of that for you. I like the whale. The whale is so cool, and with, like, because whales are in crypto, right? So let me look at Solana for you. I appreciate you, Danny. I will go late, especially on days like this. You're going to need, like, that technical analysis and stuff. I didn't even go over all the news. Which was kind of lackluster stuff, nothing too crazy, which is good. We need to go over the crypto stuff. I will go late, but it's got to be with gifts. Luckily, the staff is not in today, so I can go as late as I want. So as long as the gifts are coming in, I will continue to do this for you all night, guys. We can go into tomorrow. I will go 48 hours straight if you guys are sending the gifts like that. All right, that's how dedicated I am to you guys. That's how much I care about you guys. I understand that you guys need to go, but at the same time, it does help the show and pushing this stuff out. Let's call this a double bottom. It's not really. I'd say this is an inverted head and shoulders right here. So it should see at least 188.40 to 180. Actually, 179.64 on this one. It could potentially go higher if this is a double bottom. But right now it's a descending channel and it kind of pumped. It played that out, but it could, you know, over the next month or two, continue to go from there. How much time you got per whale? One project per whale. I'll tell you what, guys. If you send a whale, I'll do 2 projects. If you send a galaxy, I'll do 1. How about that? But eventually I want to go to sleep, you know, and enjoy my life. I've been in front of the camera for the last 4 hours and I do the prep for the show before this. So I've been in front of this screen for 5 hours straight, no bathroom break, no nothing. So that's what you're paying for, is me going overtime, you know what I mean? So this could see 200. Solana could see $200, and because it's Solana, I think it does at least 220. All right, if we're going up. But hear this, all right? Say this is a channel. Right? So it would hit there at like $2 or 200 to 210, right? Probably like 210, somewhere in there, and then come back down, and then could potentially go again. I think it does like 200 to 210. You see it? Boom, boom, and it could do another one, but I don't think so. It'll probably come down after that, and that would put us in October, November for that downward movement. Lines up with alt season. But it could do all-time high. It could do way more, but this is just based off the chart. This is where you would be taking profits at. Obviously, keep a moon bag. Bro, I just sent you a Venom, killing it in poker. A Venom? What's a Venom? Oh, a Venmo. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Dude, I want to play poker with you, man. We need to do something. Like, obviously, we're going to hang out next week, Big Baller. But, and thank you, by the way. Thank you so much for the vacation, man. I'm going to actually be doing... I know. By the way, 50% of all donations sent for the entirety of this month through Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal will go to helping stop essaying and trafficking of children. So I'm still working on... I'm going to have by tonight, tomorrow, I will have it posted what it's going to be, because tomorrow's live is going to be magnificent with Rook Odyssey, and I want to make sure that people know where their money is going. But I always do my research and pick a good charity to give the money to, because I want to make sure that the money actually goes to the children that are being trafficked. Crypto Pro, tell you more, P's. I will know tomorrow the name of the charity. I believe it's like the Tim Ballard Foundation. He's the guy that the movie The Sounds of Freedom was made after. But it's whatever his charity is. The Tim Ballard Foundation. Okay, I don't know if that's the name of what it's called. Do I have a mentorship for swing trading? Yes, I do. And what you thank you, Run Up. what you do is send me a direct message, and I have a TA class every Sunday. It's an hour long, so sign up for the TA class. Run Up, thank you for the heart me, and thank you for the popular vote and the 8 You're Awesomes. I appreciate you, buddy. Hey, Run Up, we got to get you scheduled to come on the show. Let me see. I'm booked out on guests till August 22nd, but send me a DM, Run Up, and I want to get you on the show, man. So yeah, as far as the charity goes, last month we raised $75 for the Save a Warrior Foundation, and the month before that we raised $75. So 2 months in a row, we raised $75 to give to the Save a Warrior Foundation. And then you're also donating to this show, because this show runs off of your donations. I don't make any money off of TikTok. I average maybe $5 a live. Sometimes I do like $20 in a live. This live, we've got a ridiculous amount of gifts, and we've made $34. Okay. But, I'm all about helping people, helping the community. And so we want to, when you guys give on TikTok, TikTok takes 60% of the money, right? When you guys give directly to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, I get 100% of that money, and I give 50% of it away to a charity instead of giving it to TikTok. So that's why we do it that way. It's to encourage getting the money out of TikTok's hands and putting it in a charity or foundation that's actually going to do something to make the world a better place. Thank you, Run Up. Appreciate you. D-Mac, thank you for the 2 goats. D-Mac, thank you for the 2 You're Awesomes. I think we pumped, though. All right, I'm going to call it a night. Unless somebody wants me to do a TA on their project. Oh, thank you, Mother Dragons. I appreciate that. So if you want me to do TA for you, no problem. Just send the whale, and I will do it for you. I'll actually do 2 for you for a whale. Otherwise, send me a galaxy. I'll do 1. Purple Pepe, what's going on, buddy? Did you make some money today? I'm having a great time with you guys. I love when the markets are pumping. Let's look at SXT one more time. SXT's not really doing it yet. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to send that whale. Finally, XRP broke out, laughing my ass off. That's like a miracle. Yeah. Yeah, I love it when everyone's winning. The unfortunate thing is not everyone can win. This is a pyramid scheme. Bitcoin wants to do it. Let's look at the 1 hour. Oh, it wants it. It wants it. Find me and I will help you and surprise you. Help me and surprise me with what, Julia? Send me a whale and I'll surprise you. Bitcoin to 120K soon. I think you're right. It could go higher. I need to figure out why I can't see the value of my SEI when I moved it to my Ledger wallet. That sounds exactly like what those scam people said, but I know that you're not a scam, DMAC. DMAC, become a deluxe subscriber and you can message me directly and I can coach you through that. I definitely say or I say we definitely see BTC to 120 by next week or sooner. I think you're right. I think we're going to pump over the next couple weeks. Obviously, there's going to be pullback, but we should be moving up over the next couple weeks. Coins are there, but not the money. DMAC, best I can say is deluxe subscribe, and I'll help you out, man. Because that's one of the things that I do with coaching is help people with their wallets and stuff. So become a deluxe subscriber, man. I'll help you out. I'll stick around for just a couple minutes to allow you to do that. And then after you send that deluxe subscription, send me a DM and we can address that. All right, any other projects? Send a whale and I'll do 2 projects, or send it. You know, I'm gonna put the Galaxy up, okay? Let me put the Galaxy up. We'll do Galaxy. I know y'all are making money. Don't act like you're that broke that you don't got enough for a Galaxy. Come on now. Jesse's not here today, so I can actually stay late and work as late as I want because I don't have to pay overtime. What goes up must come down. We shall wait for crypto to crash. Yes, it will happen. But is it happening like crash? No, we get a healthy pullback, you know. DMAC, thank you for the 2 goats. So if you have another project you want TA on, send the Galaxy. I'll give it just 1 more minute. 1 more minute. I will stay late. You talking about a sub on TikTok? Yes. Deluxe subscription on TikTok. And I can help you out with that. So I only answer direct messages to deluxe subscribers. Justin Kelly says, but we have been going down since May, so trends up say we're going up. I agree. Everything looks like a double bottom. Even XRP looks like a double bottom. It's a little wonky, but that's a double bottom. So XRP to 280. 280, maybe $3, 296. I'm leaning towards 280 or like 290. I think 290. DMAC, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate you. Send me a DM and and tell me in detail what's going on, and we'll go from there, man. And if I don't get back to you tonight, that's because I passed out after the live. But I will get back to you by tomorrow for sure, okay? But I will try to address the issue tonight. But if I don't, bear with me. It's because after the show, I have to work with the IT guy with uploading everything and getting things going. And don't forget, if you're watching on Twitch, sign up for HelloFresh, use my promo code, and get 10 free meals and an add-on for 1 year. And you can get those meals delivered directly to your front door. And it saves you time, saves you money, saves you energy, makes you healthy. So sign up for HelloFresh today and click my link. DMAX says I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter. Yeah, I kind of want to do the same thing and just keep an eye on this. But at the same time, I do have the IT guy here, so like I have to, like, within reason, because I do have to pay him overtime for being here. So that's why I'm like, okay, like I have to pay overtime to 9:30 anyway. So like I want to like try to see if I can get some gifts to cover. I'm already overtime anyway. So I want to see if we can make a little bit more money. Great. If not, no big deal. I just want to, I understand, like, the markets are moving. You guys need this information. I didn't even cover all the news. right? I was going to talk about all kinds of other things, but we had guests come on. Things are booming when the markets are booming. Look at viewership. We have 82 people watching, no promotion. This is great. When the markets are up, viewership's up. I love it. So it is what it is. We're likely seeing strong indication of sustainable trend reversal. I agree. Yes. I think we could be finally turning around and moving upward. Purple Pepe says, we need you. Without Oz, the 2008 recession will happen. You guys are funny. D-Mac, thank you for the confetti. Appreciate you. All right, I think I'm going to end it unless we can get a galaxy. Anybody want to send me a galaxy? Even if you don't want me to TA for you, if you just want to chat and hang out, I will stay. But you got to send a galaxy. Otherwise, I'm going to end the live. I will give you guys 1 minute. Is 9:19. So at 9:20, I will pull the plug and we'll call it a night. Kodak, thank you for the you're awesome. And also, if you don't want to give a galaxy, other gifts are great too, if you just want to support. And remember, you can always send a donation to the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. And if you need that information, where the Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal is, send me a DM and I will get you that information. 50% of all donations this month will go to help stop essaying trafficking of children. Okay? So you're not only helping support this cause of this show, but you're also helping support children that are being trafficked. All right, that's 9:20. I'll see y'all later, guys. Unless we get that galaxy, I will see you later. I'm gonna pin it here real quick. 30 seconds to get a galaxy, and then we'll call it a day. How do you guys like having Josh on? Josh is pretty cool. Great kid. Have a great night. Thank you all. See you, Mother of Dragons. BMAC, I'll message you shortly. Appreciate all you guys' overwhelming love and support. Perfect, DMAC. Glad to have you aboard. And don't forget, DMAC, you can also, with that subscription, message me for coaching, TA on any projects. Just give me a message, let me know. Obviously, I have a life and I have the show and I have things, so it's within reason. Give me a chance to do things. But yeah, I will do that for you. The weekends I take off. Okay, so I don't do it on the weekends, but I understand this is a 24-hour market, so I will still do it on the weekends for donation, but 50% of those donations go to help children. Kodak says, thank you, got a roll, getting on a bird. Hey, fly safe, buddy. Purple Pepe, thank you for the rose, appreciate it. Fly safe, buddy. Isn't this interesting? The moon cycle is actually an indicator on the charts. Told you it was a real thing. Full moon and we're pumping. Go outside right now, ladies and gentlemen. If it's nighttime, go outside and look at the moon. It is the full moon, the buck moon. We got 0.1 million likes today. That's awesome. Thank you all for the likes. Thank you all for the gifts, for the subscriptions, for the support. I appreciate you guys. All right, I'm signing off. I stayed a little later. I was hoping for a galaxy, but I guess not. No worries. All right, take care. It's a cool moon tonight. I live in an area that is considerably darker skies. So do I. So do I. I live in the middle of freaking nowhere. All right. I'll see y'all later. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Ozthecryptogoat, and we are looking at a bearish market again. We are back into the bear cycle. The red light's on. I got my red shirt on. Go Angels. All right, and yeah, we're not looking too good. We're not looking too good right now. The market is cooked. This is all around, not just XRP, not just anything. This is normal. This is a normal bull cycle. So if you were hoping for the moon, we already went there and we're headed back. I think we're gonna head down for a while, the next 3 to 4 weeks, and then maybe in November we'll pump again. But I do, bro, how you see it is just the start. If you listen to me, we are headed back to Earth, okay? And then we're gonna take off again, maybe later on in the year. But for now, we're going down. For now, we're going down. Yeah, the magnet seems to be working, right? It's been up there for a minute. I told you. Nobody wanted to believe in